Flores, but I have a feeling Brian Flores is going to be a head coach.
Yeah, I probably will. I just see the blueprint of these veteran defensive coordinators that have been super instrumental in these Super Bowl runs. And I also see the potential to take that off of Dan Campbell's plate.
Yes.
If he doesn't have to oversee defense because you can hand it to someone who's run elite level defenses before.
Right. Well, look, I hope, obviously, Dan Campbell just can be the CEO and worry about the locker room and hopefully improve on some of his game time decisions and, set the game plan, but get a really good play caller. That's why I hope they get Mike McDaniel, who's also interviewing for some more head coaches. I believe it's Tennessee today and then the Raiders tomorrow or vice versa, whatever. He also, Jim Harbaugh, is going to talk to him about being the offensive coordinator for the Chargers. Now, the plus side, if you're Mike McDaniel, you're weighing the Lions versus the Chargers. It depends how you look at, Justin Herbert or Jared Goff. How do you look at the offensive lines? And who would you rather work for, Dan Campbell or Jim Harbaugh?
I mean, I'm checking boxes in the Detroit column, and I'm not trying to do it because where we do the show from and who I'm a fan of. Look, you can say Herbert's got more physical gifts. Mm-hmm. I would say Herbert has more physical gifts. Guy's never won a playoff game. He's come up small in a lot of those big moments. Goff has won multiple playoff games at multiple stops. Let's just take the quarterbacks out of it.
Right.
Penei Sewell's a hell of a piece up front. I've got Gibbs. That's an upgrade.
Yeah.
St. Brown. That's an upgrade. J-Mo's better than any wide receiver, too, they have. And Laporta's better than any tight end they had, although I liked Gadsden, the tight end they got from Syracuse.
Right.
You have more skilled players to work with.
Well, their offensive line is pretty good once it gets healthy. And, they were obviously with Alt and Rashawn Slater.
Yeah.
Those two are as good as Sewell and whoever you want to say the Lions' second best offensive line, whether it's Decker or not.
And then the obvious thing is, would you rather work for Dan Campbell or the weirdo that is Jim Harbaugh?
Yes. To me, it'd be.
They both win, but like I'm talking about like day in and day out. You go to the office, you say hi, you talk how he has a family. Right. And Harbaugh gives you this bizarro stare.
I also think just if you look at it, who's easily translatable to McDaniel's offense, and it's Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yes.
He's Achane on steroids, really.
Correct.
He's a bigger version of Achane.
Yeah, and I think McDaniel, I know people are fixated. I mean, Dan Campbell kind of alluded to it too. He doesn't want to worry about, losing a guy like he did with Ben Johnson. But you're in a situation, and look, I don't think Sheila's going to fire Dan Campbell if they, go 7-10 or whatever, but you never know. But the heat will start. I don't think Dan Campbell can afford to worry about that. Just get the best guy for the job, and if you have to lose him in a year, you lose him.
Oh, I don't care about that.
No.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're losing him in a year, it's because they came in and supercharged your offense and you won a bunch of football games.
Yes, exactly.
No one's hiring Mike McDaniel if this team goes 8-9 next year.
And also, I think he could get a really good amount out of Laporta because he gave John Smith had his best year the 1 year as a Dolphin.
Yeah.
And then he left to go get more money with the Steelers, and they barely used him.
Right.
It's like McDaniel knows how to scheme guys open.
And J-Mo can be his Tyreek.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, look, we've seen him do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is by far the number one offensive coordinator choice for every Lions fan.
Right.
The only reason I don't think you'd get him is if he got a head coaching job, but those are starting to close, and you're hoping as you watch more doors close that this becomes more of a possibility.
What were your thoughts on Stefanski in Atlanta?
I felt like they wanted to grab someone before the musical chair stopped.
Mm-hmm.
He's won the coach of the year before.
I know, twice, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're correct on that.
So, yeah, and he's got some pieces there, but he doesn't have a quarterback.
I think I saw the Falcons hired a head coach with head coaching experience for the first time since the late 90s.
Wow.
So I think some of that might have been hey, let's emphasize someone who's done the job.
By the way, there's a decent chance we may not have the Detroit Lion history box to check anymore. Because all indications are, he's getting a second interview. I don't know if he's got the job, but Jim Schwartz has a good chance of being retained in Cleveland as their DC, he's their DC now, but to be their head coach.
Oh, you're saying, interesting.
Because no Detroit Lion has ever gone,
you're saying
Detroit
Lion
head coach has ever gone on to be a head coach somewhere else except for like an interim gig.
See, he's a name that if it wouldn't be so awkward that if the Lions needed a DC, go out and get him, but he's their former head coach, it might be kind of awkward to come back as like tail between your legs, now you're the DC now.
That wouldn't bother me as a fan, but it might bother people in the building. I have no idea.
Or him personally. I don't know.
Or how he left in good terms or not,
Guys, I'm indifferent to Shepard. However, I think our defense could use a totally new face. These kind of injuries make it feel like our defense was stuck in a black hole. Fresh start could be good. Guys, don't forget we'd get multiple third-round picks in return.
That's true. And you could trade him for a wide receiver.
Yes. Guys, would you stop blowing hot air about nothing and talk about the elephant in the room? John Morton is the offensive consultant for the Broncos.
He's a consultant.
Says he's in the championship game and we're not.
Okay, yeah. So, John Morton is the reason that the Denver Broncos won on Saturday. John Morton, and this is no knock on John Morton, but don't think a guy you just hire as a consultant is going to be the main reason that you might go to the Super Bowl. And if you go to the Super Bowl with Jarrett Stidham, God love you.
Come on, Stoney. The 1 week he was with the Broncos, look what they've done.
That's right.
How could we miss the real story today? We've been on the air for 2 hours and we missed the real story.
Yeah, unbelievable.
We should have come on and been really spiteful and angry. See, I'm so mad that John Morton's having success. Huh? What?
John Morton's a fine guy.
He held a clipboard.
Yeah.
He inflated a couple footballs. What are we talking about?
I'm sure he helped with game plans and things like that after he got let go. He just wasn't a good play caller.
He told Sean Payton, that's a great idea.
Go get him, Tiger. Wow, bizarre. Anyway, we'll come back, talk more NFL. It's 97.1.
It was a 4-3 win in overtime last night for the Red Wings over the Ottawa Senators. Alex DeBrincat was the man who sent the LCA crowd home happy with the 12th overtime game winner of his career. It was DeBrincat's third OT goal this season. The 28-year-old winger has been on a tear lately with 4 goals and 9 points in his last 5 games. He's got 12 points in the month of January. Todd McClellan was asked about DeBrincat's offensive vision after the game. The Wings will face the Maple Leafs on Wednesday for their next game. And last night in NFL action, the Patriots and Rams earned berths in their respective championship games. The Patriots first beat the Texans in a rainy, sloppy game, 28-16, as the New England defense picked off C.J. Stroud 4 times. Drake May threw for 3 touchdowns and only 1 pick, as the Pats are back in the AFC title game for the first time since 2018. For the Bears, their season went out with a whimper as Caleb Williams threw a pick in overtime, setting up a game-winning drive and field goal for the Rams, who won 20-17 and are back in the NFC Championship for the first time since 2021. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Taking your texts, taking your phone calls. We got Stoney in. It's MLK Day. And we have the divisional round of the NFL playoffs to sink our teeth into. One of the big takeaways, and you had the numbers on this, Stoney, quarterback play was dreadful.
It was really, really bad. 159 for 291 over the weekend with 13 touchdowns and 12 interceptions.
And that doesn't even throw in some fumbles.
Yes. A lot of turnovers.
Does it reinforce a couple things? One, grass isn't always greener. And 2, how important it is to have a stout offensive line.
Yes. I mean, most of the turnovers were created by pressure from the defensive line that the offensive lines couldn't hold up. I mean, I look at Chicago, they did a decent job considering, but Caleb, even with the great pass he made, he was running for his life. You know, they had to make the position switch where because of the injury, Tooney had to go the other side, whatever. I get all that, but even, Houston with their great defense, they pressured Drake May a lot. C.J. Stroud, say what you want, he was horrible. Some of it was because he had guys all over him in the entire game. I mean, yes, you have to be able to look. It's so easy to figure out football. Protect the quarterback, get to the other team's quarterback, and you have to have a good quarterback. If you get all three, you got a really good chance.
You were in Friday with Rico, right?
Yes.
Did you guys do how many quarterbacks you would rather have over Goff?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said 3.
Who are the 3? Allen, May,
Well, it was over a 4-year period.
Oh, okay.
So Stafford was out of the equation to a certain.
Okay.
I think it was May, Allen, and.
Hope it wasn't Stroud.
No. Was it Nix? No, it wasn't. I don't remember.
And I'm not trying to tell you that.
Oh, Caleb.
Okay, because you're projecting ahead.
Yes.
The grass is greener point. Caleb had 3 turnovers.
Yes, he did.
Josh Allen had 4 turnovers. You could say they're more physically gifted, but we have this idea that, like, if only our quarterback was more mobile. Those guys had killer, devastating blunders that lost their team the game. Stroud had 4 picks himself. Like, this is not a Jared Goff's an elite quarterback discussion. This is just me pointing out we got a damn good quarterback. Mm-hmm. And if you start having the wandering eye, you're going to lose sight of fixing what actually matters, which is giving the guy a clean pocket, because all those guys would have benefited from a clein pocket.
Absolutely. And look, they are more mobile and able to make, chicken salad out of a lot of the chicken, what. In fairness, because I do agree with you, but you remember his last playoff game, Jared Goff. So, I mean, he was very reminiscent of C.J. Stroud to a certain extent.
No, I know, but the idea of we need to move on from Goff so we can get Stroud.
No.
We need to move on from Goff so we can get Caleb. First of all, those guys aren't available.
No.
You're picking not in the top 10. You don't have a path. You have dead cap. Like, none of this is real life. People, they need to get rid of Goff. I don't think Goff.
Who are you going to get?
Yeah, can you shut up?
Yeah.
If you watch this weekend, shut up.
Right.
Because I think you got all the confirmation you needed.
Right.
The other thing, we got a text coming in here. It says, guys, the other big takeaway is Lions are nowhere good enough on defense. Look at some of these defenses that are advancing in the playoffs.
Well, yeah, Houston advanced and then they lost yesterday or Saturday. The Rams' defense was okay. Seattle's got a really, really good defense.
Denver defense
is really, really good.
And look, the Patriots have faced some porous offensive lines.
Yes.
I don't know what to make of it, but the defense has been good in the postseason.
Hey, when you have Jelani Tavai making plays, you got a good defense.
Oh, no.
He actually turned out to be a pretty good player. Not an all-star, but,
Right. Another text says, how much of it's cold weather, guys?
Some of it is, but not all of it. I mean, too bad.
Yeah, Josh Allen plays in that weather all the time.
Yeah.
That's not an excuse.
Yeah, so did, Caleb Williams knows it. By the way, I'm curious. I mean, the Rams ended up winning, so there's no excuse. Why wouldn't, if everybody talks about, they're not going to be ready for the cold and all that, why wouldn't they have come to here or Green Bay or someplace and, rented out the Lions or the Packers practice facility and practiced outside all week?
But they had their chicken broth. And their hot chocolate and little marshmallows. They were ready to go.
Yeah, I know, but I found that peculiar because usually you take those precautions, don't you?
Yes, you would. Stoney, you also had a big takeaway about Buffalo and the continued torture that fan base continues to suffer.
Yeah, I feel I wanted them. That was my team and a lot of people's. To win the Super Bowl. I like Josh Allen a lot. Although he was obviously horrible. Looked like Lamar in some playoff games. He was bad yesterday, but. Or Saturday. Let's be honest here. Buffalo, the city, is the most tortured fan base ever. And if you think there's somebody else or you want to agree, give us a buzz or a text 248-539-9797.
So what's the case?
The case is they've been to 4 Super Bowls. Okay, so they've been to 4 in a row and they lost them all. They've had some really good teams recently that have been unable, for whatever reason, to even get to the Super Bowl or the AFC Championship game, whether it was Burrow, Mahomes, them making mistakes like this weekend. Their hockey team became an NHL team in 1970-71 season, I believe. They have no Stanley Cups. They've been to the finals twice. They lost in 1975 to Philly in 6 games, and they lost and kind of got screwed in Game 6, I believe it was, to the Dallas Stars on the Brett Hull overtime goal that should have not counted.
In the crease.
Yeah, because they even actually had review back then, and they didn't even look at it. They did have an NBA team for a while, a very fun team with guys like Bob McAdoo and Randy Smith and Ernie DiGregorio. And all right, I'm stopping. They moved to San Diego to become the Clippers. So they lost their NBA team. Their football team has never won a championship, and their hockey team has never won a championship. That, to me, is the worst. And they've had agonizing losses.
So you would submit them number one most torturous?
Number one.
Okay. You start thinking about teams that haven't won a Super Bowl because you start with football. Football's king.
Yes.
Arizona Cardinals never won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
They also lost a hockey team.
True.
And
they gained one and lost one.
And the Suns have never won.
No, the Suns have been to the finals a couple of times, but they've never won.
The Diamondbacks have won.
Yes, as they're an expansion team. Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson.
Yeah. Atlanta. So the Falcons blew 28-3 in the Super Bowl. They've lost a couple Super Bowls. They also lost a hockey team.
Twice. The Flames went to Calgary and the Thrashers went to Winnipeg.
Yes, and they've never won an NBA championship, but they do have the 90s Braves, and they also had the Freddie Freeman World Series.
Yeah, so they've won 2 World Series.
So you can't count them.
No.
Houston Texans, newer kids on the block.
Yeah.
And their city, as far as the baseball success they've had.
Yeah, and the Rockets
won back-to-back in the 90s. So no, they don't count.
No.
Jacksonville, they don't have any other teams.
No, they don't qualify.
How about Minnesota? So you got Kirby Puckett, but it's before I was alive. Yes. Since then, they haven't won anything in any of their sports.
They lost their hockey team, then they got a new one back. Their hockey team, the first one, Minnesota North Stars, lost in the finals twice, I believe, to the Islanders and definitely to the Pittsburgh Penguins in the finals. Their basketball team, as we mentioned, Kevin Garnett left. We thought they were going to get to the NBA finals, but they lost to the Lakers in 2004, actually.
Yep. So, think about it. I mean, if you go through it, your best basketball player ever leaves and immediately wins a championship. Mm-hmm. The Vikings have had tons of postseason heartbreak, and if you want to go far enough back, Super Bowl heartbreak.
Yeah, they've been to 4 as well.
Yes, so they would make a lot of sense as a contemporary here. It's just that damn Kirby Puckett World Series that Boston doesn't have.
Correct.
Or that Buffalo doesn't have.
That's it.
Yes.
They now, if you are a younger person, you've never seen anything
if you're
in Minnesota.
You're 35 years old in Minnesota, just as tortured as a Buffalo fan.
Now, maybe you'll school me on this, Stoney, but there is a sports city that lost their major team and only has one team left, and the team that they have left hasn't won anything in like 40-some years, and that's San Diego.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. They lost their football team. It's a huge deal.
Yes.
And then the Padres
haven't won anything since the 70s, I think.
Right, and the San Diego Rockets became the Houston Rockets.
Oh, so they lost
an NBA team.
Yeah, maybe it's San Diego.
They never had it. But
here's the
they
difference.
Don't count.
Here's the difference. They got beautiful weather and they're on the beach.
That's true.
Buffalo's going to get dumped on with another truck full of snow as we sit here.
Yeah.
Okay, let us know. 248-539-9797. Stoney says Buffalo, the most tortured fan base. It continues after another heartbreaking game last weekend. Stoney, there's that play where I'm convinced Cooks caught the ball. His knees down, ball's in his belly. And somehow it's ruled an interception. It's just the latest and greatest for Buffalo.
Well, that's true. It's so close, that play, because I've seen people who I respect, former players on Twitter, who said, I knew right away it was an interception.
Simultaneous possession goes to the offensive player.
That's what I always
They're going to claim Cooks never had possession.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
The ball was, loose a little bit.
We'll make time for our 30-win teams. Pistons and Red Wings. Going to talk about both of them this morning. Stay with us. We are going to get into the overreact gyms from the NFL weekend. And coming up next, Josh Allen. Sympathy or blame? He's very emotional at the podium. It's 97.1. Start the year and drive with Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer, 2 years in a row. Moran makes buying a car a breeze, and of course, you always get the best price, period. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members can lease the 2026 Trax LT for $299 a month. That's $999 down. Straightforward pricing, no runaround. Shop online, MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Emotional Josh Allen let his team down.
And it wasn't even the picks and the fumbles that bothered me the most about his performance. He missed guys in crucial situations who were wide open. One once was the tight end he should have had a touchdown on. There were quite a few where he just was off. And unfortunately, it's going to stick with him until he gets to a Super Bowl. And just like his contemporary. I mean, seriously, he is white Lamar. He is.
Yeah, look, MVP.
Yeah.
No Super Bowl appearance. Hell, no Super Bowl win, but haven't even played in a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And this year was a path paved with gold. I mean, there was no Mahomes, no Lamar, no Burrow. They came in a coin flip to win that game and had so many chances. You're right. The throw he misses late.
Yeah.
Gotta knock down that throw. They had 3 drives at the end of the game. Didn't score a touchdown on any of them.
No.
That's even taking out the turnovers
Right.
and the carelessness and the fumble before the
Correct.
half and all of it. No, he wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
Flat out. And for a guy who many think is the number 1 quarterback in the NFL,
Right.
he wasn't good enough.
And it's a shame because there's nothing, you can criticize his performance. I'm just talking about, personality and all that stuff. What's there not to like about Josh Allen?
He's a likable guy. He's got a sense of humor.
Yeah. He's
Competes hard.
He's not braggadocious or anything
No.
like that.
No.
He's got a hot wife.
But it's not obnoxious.
Yeah.
No, I think Detroiters were probably rooting for him of all the teams left.
Oh, absolutely.
Rooting for Buffalo and
Yes.
everybody left standing. And
The Rust Belt.
right. Yeah, exactly. Great Lakes State, right? But he goes down, and he goes down in a heap, and he goes down the way they've always gone down. Like, their defense gives up a bunch of points, and he makes a bunch of mistakes, and they lose. Look, and it's why I don't want to turn everything into a golf conversation, but people who are killing golf, like, all these guys had turnovers this weekend.
True.
If you want to focus on golf not being good enough, I guess you're running Josh Allen out of Buffalo.
Yeah.
I guess Caleb Williams should never start a game again for the Chicago Bears.
How would Goff hold up against that Houston defense?
No, it wouldn't be pretty.
No. Well, we saw last year when they played in Houston, he had,
He had
5
picks?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they won the game because they had a good enough football team around him.
Correct.
So put a good enough football team around him. And look, Sam Darnold's still playing football.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if Sam Darnold's still playing football, it's about the team you put around your quarterback.
Explain something to me because I'm certainly no doctor. How come in football you can have an oblique problem and not throw all week and take a little shot and you're good to go? Baseball guy gets an oblique and he's out for like 2 months. Right?
I don't know.
Am I crazy here or what? Am I just missing something? I don't know.
I don't have an answer.
Okay. Well, I always ask questions and people don't have answers.
I mean, look, Toradol apparently is a hell of a drug, but I don't know why
Yeah.
it's completely. I mean, look.
What did John call it? Something T? I remember he called
Some nickname for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We're taking some of your thoughts, your takeaways from the divisional round playoffs. 248-539-9797. Text says, guys, the storyline has to be that Stafford is on the verge of his second Super Bowl while we have not played for one.
That's a big look. They've won as good as the Lions became good, not great, due to the draft picks and what they turned into and all that stuff. And Holmes did a great job with that. The bottom line is they won the trade. It's over unless Goff wins a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and if they win 2, then
Yeah, I mean it's
come on.
ridiculous.
The trade could have been a good move for Detroit and benefited Detroit at a time where they were rebuilding.
Yes.
But we didn't win the deal.
No, I mean, look, you could argue, and like the other deal that was allegedly offered that he didn't like, so they didn't do it, was to Carolina. For what their other a first round and what Teddy Bridgewater, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember.
Now we could have had Sewell and Micah Parsons with that pick, but who would have been the quarterback?
248-539-9797. We'll get to the phones, get to some of you guys. Edward, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. You beat me to the punch a little bit. I tell you, if there are some losers, there's some clear losers this weekend. But I tell you what, Brad Holmes, I mean, he has to be squirming. I think one of the biggest mistakes Lions fans make is that they compare the Lions to the Lions. wow, look at this team and look at how they compare to other Lions teams. When you look at the starting point that the L.A. Rams were and the Detroit Lions were 5 years ago, and to think that the Rams have won 2 division titles, 7 playoff games as of today, 2 NFC championship games, knocking on the door of a second Super Bowl, and the Detroit Lions have to point to one season where they've won 2 playoff games, have been out of the playoffs 3 out of those 5 seasons. We don't have a left tackle. We don't have a center. Our Pro Bowl safety duo is murky.
Mm-hmm.
And the harsh question that a lot of people don't want to ask themselves is, what did the Rams know about Jared Goff? 25 or 26-year-old quarterback, Pro Bowler, won playoff games with him at seemingly the peak of his career. And between him and Brad Holmes, the L.A. Rams haven't missed either one of them for a split second. And
Correct.
Here we are sitting here wondering, what is our future? And oh, by the way, for those who don't pay attention, the Rams have the 13th pick in the draft.
Yes, they traded it for the Atlanta.
They have 2 firsts. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Edward, because I'm a Stafford fan, as Jim is as well. But are you suggesting the Lions shouldn't have made the trade? I mean, they should have told Matthew Stafford, "Hey, I don't care. You don't want to be here. You're staying."
Oh, it could have. The Stafford deal could have been our big bang moment. It could have been the moment that propelled them for a 10-year run. But I do fear, and it's not popular, that they got caught up in what Jared Goff was, an emerging era of quarterbacks doing a little bit more than what Jared Goff does. Doesn't mean Jared Goff sucks. Doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback. But all you got to do is watch the games and see that players are doing more than what Jared Goff does. And then when you look at Holmes' draft record, 3 picks to get Tesla, 2 picks to get Manu, not apparently the word is they didn't do a medical exam on Joseph before making him the highest paid safety ever. I mean, you're just, I mean, again, everybody likes Holmes because, we compare him to Quinn, Quinn and all the rest of them, Matt Millen. But what happens when you compare him to the Rams guy? What happens when you compare him to other teams out there?
Sure.
It doesn't. As we move along, it doesn't look good.
Well, and I think the difference among several is they were them picks, and it's not like it burned the bridge and they only had a 1-year window to win that 1 Super Bowl with Matthew Stafford. Stoney, I think they had 1 year with a losing record where Stafford got hurt. Other than that, they're in the playoffs. They're winning games. They're back in the NFC title game. This idea that we have to keep our picks.
All right, let's.
They've shown you can be aggressive, and you don't have to cut your window short by being aggressive.
To Edward's question, though, okay, this is because of finagling and all that stuff. This is what the Lions got for Matthew Stafford, okay?
Okay.
Jared Goff, Ife Melifonwu, Jameson Williams, Josh Paschal, Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, and Broderick Martin. I think that was a pretty good trade for the Lions. And Jared Goff, no matter what we thought that he was going to be a bridge, he's not the greatest quarterback in the world. Maybe he's not elite, but he's a good quarterback.
He's not saying that trade went poorly. He's saying it should have set them up better than it did. Like, they should have made other moves around that.
Well, yeah, I guess. But, I mean, I think that was a pretty good haul.
I don't dispute that.
Yeah.
And yet the Rams could give up that haul, win a Super Bowl.
But see, what Brad Holmes did, he took a few picks and turned them into other things, though.
Yeah.
Also, Brad Holmes is objectively great at his job.
Let's use the word good.
Yeah.
He's great at his job.
I talk about great general managers are the guys who build Super Bowl winners. Yeah. Is that wrong?
He was.
Those are the elite guys.
I think he was.
Okay, now it's
now we're getting semantics. I think he was great up until his last 2 drafts, which have really not produced anything yet.
Coincidentally, when he stopped picking in the top 10, things got harder. I mean, that's the way the league is designed. They did the easy part.
Yeah.
The easy part is you're bad and you have cap space and higher draft picks. And there's a lot of general managers that don't even get off the ground. But Brad did. He did the easy part very, very well. He's done the hard part poorly.
Yeah, but he made really good picks. A lot of good picks
everyone knew
later in the draft.
The 4th round was going to be a Hall of Fame caliber pick. Everyone knew that one.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the easy pick in the 4th round.
Right, and he did well with those type of picks. Yes, as well. Some.
Let's get to Jay in Belleville. Jay, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. Thanks for taking my call. I have a question on the play with the Buffalo Bills, that interception at the end of the near the end of the game there. Why couldn't they have ever called that an incomplete pass?
Well, someone caught it.
You're right. It never hit the ground.
No, someone caught it, but could you ever have why couldn't the Bills guy as a completion? I mean, he was kind of down with possession, and then the guy
that's what I would say.
That's what some people say. Other people say he never had complete possession when the guy took the ball away from him. So,
yeah,
you could never have ruled it incomplete.
No,
a little.
Yeah, I mean, you had two choices: either Cooks caught the ball before or simultaneously, and then it's a Bills first down.
Yeah.
Or he never possessed the ball, which is what they ruled, and then the defender yanked it away from him, gaining possession and completing an interception.
Right.
But I mean, I don't know how many times you got to watch the replay.
Right. And there was a similar play yesterday in the Rams game that went the other way, right?
Yeah. You're saying Devontae Adams?
Yeah.
His knees down with the football. That's a catch. Doesn't matter if someone yanks it out
no,
later.
there was the one the Houston guy caught. That was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was the one that was really similar. By the way, how about the touchdown, the Made a Booty play? What a great throw. What a great catch.
The one-handed grab?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, they faced a great front, and they got to May, and May had some fumbles, but he also made some big-time plays.
Oh, yeah, and he beat Stingley on that play.
He did. They didn't really want to test up until that drive.
Yep.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. Got Overreact Jim's coming up next. It's 97.1. We'll get into the national title tonight. Showdown between Indiana and Miami at 9:02. I've got names to watch for Lions fans. Little thumbs up, thumbs down. Do you want these players in a Lions uniform next season? You get a chance to watch them tonight. By the way, careful on the roads. You see it's starting to really come down.
Oh, boy.
Snowy, cold. Stay warm out there. We got Stoney in today on MLK Day. Stoney, national title tonight. Do Miami fans have a chance? I'm looking at Paul Serra behind the glass. Do his Hurricanes have a real shot against the Hoosiers?
I'm just a little disappointed in Paul Serra. I figured he would be wearing a Miami hat or something. I mean, it is his favorite team's national championship.
I don't want to jinx anything, Stoney.
Well, I'm not telling you to wear a national championship hat. By the way, did you see the bit on Saturday Night Live during Weekend Update with Michael, guy playing Michael Irvin?
No,
It was hysterical. He was just being Michael Irvin.
He's basically been the mascot for the team.
Yeah.
He goes, the guy goes, Michael Che goes, you going to go to the game? He goes, what time is it? I'm not going to fly. I'm going to run down there. And he went through this whole thing.
He's been all wound up on the sidelines, man.
Oh, I know. And it's kind of annoying, but it is Michael Irvin.
Well, and look, there's a little bit of an annoying of, is the U going to be back? Stoney, they match up in the trenches very well with Indiana. They have first rounders on the offense and defensive line. They were able to go to an SEC venue and collapse Texas A&M. Mm-hmm. They played Ohio State and beat them by 10 points, more than Indiana beat the Buckeyes by. That's true. They got a shot in this game tonight. Now, Carson Beck, in their 2 losses, threw 6 interceptions. Can't do that tonight.
No.
But if he lives with a sack, a throwaway, punt, and if they can keep Indiana from getting to 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, because they're lethal on 3rd down. They're the best team in the country on 3rd down. That D-line, get them into some 3rd and mediums, 3rd and longs, and that's how you put a lid on the Hoosiers and give yourself a chance.
You have to assume that Carson Beck is going to fare better than Dante Moore did.
Yeah.
But, everybody talks about Mendoza, and rightfully so, won the Heisman Trophy. Surratt's really good. Their other
Cooper
receivers, good. The
Cooper and Becker, yeah.
Becker's really good. They run the ball. Hemby's very physical runner.
It's a 2-headed monster, too, because they've got the other running back from JMU, Ahmad Black.
Yeah. But their line is pretty damn good, too. I mean, they do everything well. And for the most part, I haven't seen all their games this year. They're so well coached. They don't have a lot of stupid penalties, do they?
No, they're not. It's and by the way, it's Kalon Black. Sorry, but they've got a very disciplined football team. To your point, they don't take a lot of penalties, and they don't beat themselves. Look. I think what you're looking for though is in the history of football, big championship title games. How do you discombobulate Tom Brady? How do you get Patrick Mahomes off his spot?
You rush him.
What's the formula we see time and time again for an upset? It's a fierce front, and that is one thing Miami has that they can bring to the table to disrupt.
And more importantly, getting home without having to blitz.
Yes. So that's their path. I'm rooting for the Hoosiers. I think it's a great story.
Yes.
Want to see them finish this. I know there's a lot of Indiana alums in general, but plenty that live here. If you're making plans to go to the game, I mean, you're going to pay an arm and a leg, but it's lifetime opportunity.
Right. And if you have a kid that goes to the game or goes to Indiana or even Miami as well, 248-539-9797, how's your child spending tonight? Is he going to be at the game at Hard Rock, or is he going to be on campus? And I assume Alumni Hall, Assembly Hall, I'm sure they're going to have a watch party there.
So where would you rather be? Would you rather be at the game? Let's even take the money out of it. But it's just you and one person at the game, and then nobody else. Or you can get a bunch of your friends and go to a bar, go to a watch party, be at a house party. What would you rather do? Be in Bloomington or be in Miami?
I'm trying to be in my college mode. Or even now, if American making the Final Four is more of a long shot than even Indiana, believe it or not. But I'd want to be there because it's something I never thought I'd be able to see with my own eyes. Well, I'm still seeing my own eyes on television, but you know what I'm saying.
It's not the sights and the sounds. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, I personally would rather be there, but I understand. Because there are people I know who, when their school makes the Final Four, instead of going for the weekend, they'd rather just party and be with their friends on campus.
I mean, the perfect mix is all your friends go to the game, but that's just not practical with something like this. Yeah. So would you rather be isolated but there, or be around more of your friends to take it all in together?
And for one game, I mean, it's a long drive, but let's say you don't have to fly. You just, hey, we're going to get in the car and just go to the game, and we'll drive back afterwards or whatever, Right.
And so this came up a little bit when the Lions were making their deep run. Mm-hmm. Would you rather be in Detroit because the scene would be unbelievable?
Correct.
Or would you rather be there? And the Super Bowl's become very sterile, very corporate.
Yes.
You could be there when the confetti falls, or you could be on the streets partying with everybody else losing their mind.
Look, I was there in Minneapolis when the Eagles won their first Super Bowl, and there were a lot of Philadelphia fans there. So I didn't feel like it was that corporate where I was with my daughter. My friends were sitting other places, but I get that. I mean, Super Bowl's different, but Final Fours and this thing, it's definitely not as corporate.
No.
Final Four is corporate.
What do you think the breakdown's going to be tonight, by the way?
My guess is 60-40 Indiana fans.
Even though it's in Miami?
Yep. They're spending a lot of money.
Well, I think that's reflected in the ticket prices. Not that locals won't pay. I mean, there's plenty of people who are rich down in Miami, but that price is getting driven up because Indiana people see it, and there's no stop sign. They just plow right through. Oh, it's going to cost $3,000 to go? A steal, $3,500? Where do I sign? Take my credit card, $4,000. That's Indiana fans saying I won't be denied. No matter how much it costs, I'm going to find a way to go to this football game.
Because this is just they never thought in their life they would ever see this, ever. Yeah. Miami fans always think they're going to be in there, and they're always disappointed. But sorry, Woody Woodruff of Fox 2, who's a Miami alum, who's probably going to be very excited.
It's been a while.
And speaking of Miami letdowns, that is another part of the game tonight. Coaching edge is so heavy on Indiana, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm sorry.
To your point, though, Jim, where you said Indiana's not going to beat themselves.
Yeah.
They will not. Signetti has coached a team. They are not going to beat themselves. Unfortunately, though, Mario Cristobal's trait is that a lot of times the reason his teams get into trouble isn't because of the talent. It's because they do beat themselves.
His clock management is strange, to be polite.
And I thought they were going to drop another one down the stretch, but to their credit, they've been in playoff mode for 3 months now? Mm-hmm. And they have some big wins along the way, so Paul Sarah, keep an eye on him tonight.
It's going to be stressful.
Where's Pitbull sitting?
I have no idea.
He's a Miami guy, right?
Mr. 305.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Worldwide. All right, we got some names for you to watch tonight as a Lions fan. Guys that could go in the first or second round. Guys that could go later in the draft. Guys for you to watch as a Lions fan. Do a little bit of draft prep. That's what happens when you're not playing in the postseason. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Lots going on tonight in the world of sports. First, we have an update in the Lions' search for a new offensive coordinator. Many believe former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel is Detroit's top candidate. McDaniel is, of course, a head coaching candidate with a number of other teams, including the Las Vegas Raiders. Adam Schefter reported this morning that McDaniel will interview with the Raiders today. Also in football tonight, believe it or not, the college football season is not yet over. Tonight, the CFP calendar will finally end with the national championship between Indiana and Miami. The Hoosiers earned the top seed in the playoff and subsequently beat number 8 Alabama and number 4 Oregon by an average of 34.5 points. Indiana has 8 wins by 24 or more points this year. 6 of those are by more than 40. They can be the first major college team to go 16-0 in a season since Yale in 1894 with a win tonight. Indiana's favored by more than a touchdown tonight against Miami, who was the last at-large team in the playoff. The Hurricanes controversially made it over Notre Dame as the 10 seed, although that may only be controversial to Notre Dame fans. Since then, the U has beaten number 7 Texas A&M, number 2 Ohio State, and number 6 Ole Miss to make it back to the title game for the first time since 2002. Kickoff is at 7:30 tonight at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. And the Pistons have a big matchup against the Boston Celtics tonight. They're the number 2 team in the Eastern Conference. Tip-off is a later one at 8 p.m. We'll have pregame at 7:35 here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
97.1, good morning.
You know what, Jim, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Stoney.
One of the things I love and miss about doing this shift, this show, is in the month of January that we have right now. I know most people don't care, but I love watching live Australian Open tennis.
He's not lying, people.
I'm just keeping an eye on it, that's all.
Coco Gauff.
That's right. There's a Gauff who wins.
Hey, real quick on that.
Yeah.
I was kind of making this point haphazardly before, and I just want to restate it for people.
By the way, Djokovic beat Pedro Martinez. God, Pedro's got to be like 50, 60 years old, doesn't he?
Look, Gauff has been a target, and Gauff did not play well in the Lions' last playoff game. Gauff did not play well on Christmas Day. Jared Goff has very real limitations, and at one point I was the Gauff hater. But I feel like things have come full circle because I'm the Gauff defender now. As I watch the NFL playoffs, I see Josh Allen and C.J. Stroud. Look around the league. Brock Purdy, Caleb Williams, turnovers in bunches, losing football.
Wait a second. They're mobile quarterbacks, Jim.
I know, Stoney. Is it possible that people are too hard on Jared Goff? That Sam Darnold is still playing playoff football? That if you build up the trenches, you'll be right back in the NFC title or even the Super Bowl?
Well, of the 4 quarterbacks in the Final Four, I think it's fair to say that 2 of them are not known for their mobility, although they might be a little bit more mobile than Goff. That would be Stafford and Darnold. Yeah. Stidham is mobile. I don't know how good he is.
And May can run. But you're seeing that just because you're more mobile, more dynamic, I would love those traits, right?
Yes.
But that doesn't mean you're going to be polished. It doesn't mean you're going to make smart decisions. It doesn't mean you're not going to throw a back-breaking interception in overtime, Caleb Williams. DJ Moore, he gave up on the route. You shouldn't have thrown the ball to an in-breaking safety anyway. No. He had 3 picks on the day, Caleb Williams. Right. So Caleb may blossom into a better quarterback, right? Josh Allen is a better quarterback.
Yes.
Oh, but Jim, those
Stroud and Purdy aren't. Like it's just this idea that, well, if we replaced Goff with who? With how? With what?
Yeah, but Jim,
the grass isn't always greener. That's my point, Paul.
Those Caleb Williams picks were very dynamic.
Yeah, they were. They were flashy. And look, he made a wow play, that 4th down, where, of course, as he's backpedaling, and now he's dead. They're never dead. These stupid Bears are never dead until they're officially dead. And I did think it was poetic that for a team that was so reliant on turnovers, they were -3 in their final game. For a team that won so many games at the buzzer, they lost on the very last play of the game. It felt very poetic.
Yeah. By the way, check out the Rams social media. They tweeted something pretty funny about the Bears.
Did they?
Oh, yeah. I thought I retweeted it, but I guess I didn't because I don't see it on my thing. But,
or they took it down.
No, it was good for the Rams. It's basically a bear trying to get into a house or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I see it now.
And what does it say, Jim?
Good, better, rest. And the bear is shutting the door with his mouth. Mm-hmm. It's probably AI. Yeah. Anyway, the other thing, we really don't want to shortchange these guys. Got a couple local teams that just keep winning. Yeah,
the Pistons basically played the JV team of Detroit Country Day on Saturday.
Better known as the Indiana Pacers.
Yes, but they won. Not only they didn't play they played the Indiana Pacers without Halliburton, but Siakam didn't play either. They're depleted. But you know what? The Pistons have had games like that too, where a lot of their guys didn't play. So give them credit for not taking it easy. They blew them out early, went ahead by 20 points, and they won the game tonight. Big game, Boston.
Big game with Boston. Now the Pistons are 30-10. Right? They're 30 wins. They're in first place. Wings have 30 wins. Wings have played more games, but Wings are also in first place. Here's the thing to watch for the Pistons. You're familiar, you're a basketball guy.
Yeah.
That Phil Jackson stat, he always used to say, if you're an NBA champion, you'll win your 40th game before your 20th loss. And it's held true.
Oh, I never heard that before.
I think in the last 40 years, there's only 4 exceptions, the 04 Pistons weirdly being one of them. But for the most part, the true mark of are you going to win the championship, can you win your 40th game before your 20th loss? They're well on their way, man.
Yeah, but I just don't think they're no matter what they do, trade deadline, I don't think they can win a championship. They can get to the finals.
Let me ask you this. With our 2 first-place teams, 30 wins apiece, what is the expectation for both of these teams right now?
Expectations, I want to be realistic. My expectation for the Detroit Pistons right now is to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. That's my expectations.
Who in the East is better than them?
Well, depending on how Tatum comes back, I'll still say Boston might be better.
I'm not scared of the Knicks in the 7-game series.
I'm not scared of the Knicks. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. There's nobody else. Yeah, there's nobody else that I fear or anything like that. But,
So you say Eastern Conference Finals?
Yes.
So that's winning a couple playoff series?
Yes.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. And then bowing out right before the finals.
Yeah.
What's the expectation for the Red Wings?
Expectations for the Red Wings? To win one series.
Oh, so not even just get in, but win a series.
Win a series. Well, getting in would be, win a series. You know what? You're good enough to win a series. We have breaking news, by the way. Sean McDermott has been fired.
Yeah, that needed to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam Schefter's talking about it on TV.
Yes. 9 seasons, no trips to the dance.
Yeah, never made the Super Bowl. And look, either you're going to blame Josh Allen, which you can, and you should, but you're not replacing Josh Allen.
No.
And McDermott's defenses, look at all the games they lose. They're giving up big point totals in all these games.
Yes.
It's not like they get in these big spots and this defensive head coach puts a lid on the other team and says, Josh, if you can get to 21, we win. Never is that the case. It's always, Josh, can you get to 35? Can you get to 42? Can you get to 45? And he's a caliber quarterback where you should be able to ask that of him. Mm-hmm. But as a defensive head coach, that is always how your season ends. The other team's got 30 plus. It's time for a change.
Yeah.
If you're Harbaugh, do you regret going to the Giants so quickly and not maybe waiting just a bit? Because Harbaugh could go in there and win a title immediately with the quarterback play.
This is the best job, yeah. This is interesting. Who is their next coach?
Would they promote Joe Brady? From?
I feel like you'd have to have someone from an outside perspective just to shake things up a bit.
Mike McDaniel in Buffalo?
I don't think that works.
I don't think so. That division. Mike
McCarthy, but famously not getting it done in the postseason.
Do they want an offensive head coach or a defensive head coach? Do they think of?
I don't think it necessarily
Jesse
matters.
Minter, Robert Saleh.
Saleh would be interesting.
You know who would be great there, I think? Because he would fix the issue that McDermott is supposed.
Yeah.
Brian Flores in Buffalo.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of saying we're going to get a stellar defensive coach because we know the offense is going to be dangerous and dynamic no matter what. Maybe you do keep Joe Brady in that world too.
Yeah, you bring in Flores in and you say, hey, you're going to keep Joe Brady, though, because he can continue the offense. Yeah. And then Flores just fix our defense so that when we get to the playoffs, we get 28, we win.
It's a style thing. Flores and Saleh, I think, are two really good names, but their defenses are like polar opposites.
Flores, I don't know if it matters to anybody that is, his familiarity with the division.
He also,
he was coaching the Dolphins. He was an assistant coach at the Patriots for a while. So he's familiar with that. That would make sense.
Yeah. Look, it's a clear identity if you bring Flores in. You're going to be blitzing. You're going to be pressuring. You're going to be heating people up. I do wonder how well that works deep in the playoffs against elite quarterbacks. Salah's defenses are much more, we're going to get home with 4. Look what he's done in the back end of this defense with linebackers dropping like flies. He'd be another name I really would seriously consider.
Stylistically, too, I think Flores makes the most sense either with the Steelers or the Ravens just because he's that guy.
Yeah.
He's that guy for those type of teams.
Yeah. Little pit stop there.
Watch out for Jesse Minter.
Okay.
For one of these jobs. Anyway.
Look, Mike McDonald from that same tree has done a great job with Seattle, so I think that's part of it.
Or Clint Kubiak. Current Seattle OC, maybe.
Right. That means you get away with Joe Brady. You get away from Joe Brady, who's also interviewing for some head coaching jobs.
Mm.
A
lot of moving parts.
Yeah,
that's very interesting. Not to get too sidetracked. What were we saying? The expectations for our 230 win teams.
Yes.
With the Red Wings, you were saying not just get in, but win a playoff series.
Yeah. Look, if they get in, when it happens, people will be ecstatic. But just to. Yeah, they're good enough where it depends on who they would match up with. Look, would not expect them to beat Tampa or Florida or Toronto or Carolina. Anybody else they can win.
Well, they've smacked Toronto this season.
Yeah, but Toronto's
notoriously not a good playoff team.
This is a different Toronto team since they made the big change at assistant coach. It's crazy.
Now that Newsy's got a bigger role?
Yeah, well, they got Mark Savard out. They brought in, I forget who they brought in. Was it Steve Sullivan? Anyway, to run their power play.
Yeah.
So they've been playing a lot better.
Yeah, they've 7 wins in their last 10 games, points in 9 of the last 10. But that's what people need to understand. What the Red Wings have done since December 1st is phenomenal. It's like 17-5-2. They're on fire. And even in the Wings' last 10 games, they've got points in 8 of the 10 and 7 wins. Tampa's got points in 10 straight games.
Yes.
The Bruins have points in 9 of the last 10. The Atlantic is incredibly competitive right now.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that the Red Wings are sitting, with the highest point total in the Eastern Conference, they're 2 games away from fighting in a wild card spot.
Right. Look, and I know they beat Carolina the other night, but Carolina's a better team.
Yeah, and I think they are. I think Tampa's a better team too. If you're talking about teams with 64 points, they're all tied.
It's going to be interesting. Matthew Tkachuk's coming back shortly. Will Florida get enough momentum going to make the playoffs?
They're not dead yet. The other thing too is the Wings are in a great spot. I think the expectation is just get in the playoffs. Now, will I get greedy if they draw a favorable matchup? Yeah. But going in, I think that's a fair bar. You got to get this team in the postseason. Like the Pistons last year got a taste of the postseason.
Right.
And they didn't win the series, but they won a couple games.
They
and
know what it's like.
And they're better for it. And I think you can tell. And I think that's why when the Pistons get in the playoffs this year, we're looking at them making a deep run. Walk before you run. Teams rarely are going to make the Stanley Cup playoffs and instantly go on a deep run.
Correct.
So to me, it's get in, which, Stoney, I still don't think is any small task for this team.
No,
despite the favorable position they're in, there will be the layoff. Does that cool off a hot goalie?
Yeah.
How has March gone historically? And then my other question is, Steve Yzerman, what is his level of urgency? Because I'm sure you've heard the phrase, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right. If he says we can't make a deep playoff run, so we won't add, he'll be right. They won't.
Yeah.
It's self-fulfilling prophecy a little bit there.
True.
And now, if they are sitting with the most points in hockey come the trade deadline,
they got to do something.
You got to trade for a rental.
Yeah.
Because that's what all the good teams do. You're one of the good teams.
Yes.
And they have been unwilling to do it. Yes, Steve, ideally, someone would trade you a player with 3 years of control that perfectly fits your timeline, and they'll do it for draft capital.
Look, that's
not realistic.
Look, Calgary traded Rasmus Anderson over the weekend. And there were 5 teams that were interested. I assume the Red Wings were one of them, but I saw that they weren't that serious. But then once they were told, Calgary was told that he was not going to sign an extension with anybody who he's traded to.
Yeah.
A couple teams backed out, and the value of return dropped considerably.
Now, they still gave up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Vegas did. It's a first and then a second that could become a first.
Yes, if they win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, and again, they're big game hunting. I just look at what the Red Wings have in front of them, and if this team continues to win, they've earned a move from their front office. And Stoney, I think right shot defenseman, probably my biggest need.
Yeah, he would have fit a need. There's no doubt about it.
And he's not the only right-handed defenseman. Certainly won't be the only one that the teams call on.
No, there'll be other ones who aren't as high profile, like Justin Falk, I believe. It would be one who plays for St. Louis. I think they still need a feisty forward who can score a little bit. And guys like Trocheck will be available. I don't know what the return is going to be. And, the guy in Vancouver, Sherwood, right? Isn't that his name? Hold on, I got it right here. Yeah, Kiefer Sherwood. You got Kadri of Calgary now. He's on contract till 2009. You talk about a right-handed defenseman who can move the puck. Dougie Hamilton, but he's $9 million, 2008, and he doesn't play real good defense, so I don't want any part of him. But, Luke Schenn is another guy I would take.
But
I'd take any Schenns. Both Schenns I would take.
Part of the reason they do play a physical brand of hockey. Part of the reason I spotlight that right shot guy is I know what my top pair is with Seider and Edvinsson. And Sherratt, by the way, has played good hockey this year.
Yes, he has.
But Pellikka, it's not even me saying this, it's what they're doing.
Right.
They pull him out of close games. His minutes have really been cut down. If they're going to shelter him, and I get it, he's a rookie defenseman. He's a smaller player too, so in his own end, it can be an adventure. But he can't be a number 2 in a 7-game series if you're going to win that 7-game series.
They'll go for somebody like Connor Murphy of the Blackhawks, 32 years old. Now he's a free agent. His cap hit's only $4 million.
Right.
Moves the puck really well.
You can get him for hopefully something reasonable there.
Yeah.
Certainly not a first.
That's something that would be in Yzerman's wheelhouse.
Yeah, and it would also be him stepping up as the team has stepped up, right? Like it's got to go hand in hand. If they're going to play a winning brand of hockey and they keep finding ways to win these hockey games in a tough division, it's got to be rewarded by the team's executives.
The guy I like is, as a forward is Jake DeBrusk, who plays for Vancouver.
They just added him.
Yeah, they're doing a fire sale.
Yep.
I mean, he had 28 goals his first season with the Canucks. He hasn't been as good this year, but he's got a nose for the net. He's tough. I mean,
he played on those Bruins teams, playoff hockey experience.
Yes, indeed. Would you take a shot at Evander Kane? What's his contract?
Oh boy.
He's still he's a free agent at the end of the year. $5 million.
There's your sandpaper, Stoney. There's your physical hockey.
Yeah. And also, he'll make some bets on the team.
That too. All right. What do you want to coming up next? How do you want to set this up?
It's not. The president of the United States made an executive order, or is suggesting an executive order that has to do with sports. So it has nothing to do whether you like him or not. What executive order, in the world of sports, if you were president, you would make? Coming up next.
It's 97.1.
With Caesar's Palace
All right, Stoney in for John. Sorry, Jim. Putting all your political views aside, the President of the United States on Truth Social, I guess Truth This, he can't say tweeted, had this to say: the Army-Navy game is one of our greatest American traditions, unmatched patriotism, courage, and honor. This incredible tradition is now at risk of being pushed away by more college playoff games and big TV money. Not anymore. Under my administration, the second Saturday in December belongs to Army-Navy and only Army-Navy. I will soon sign a historic executive order securing an exclusive 4-hour broadcast window so this national event stands above commercial postseason games. No other games or team can violate this time slot. Then he goes on and on talking patriotic and things like that. Okay, forgetting about what you think of the president. If you were president and could make an executive order, anything to do with sports, what would it be? 248-539-9797.
I mean, I think an obvious one centers around tonight. The college football national championship game should not be on a Monday night. It's cartoonish. The sport is built on Saturdays. Saturdays on college campuses. Monday night?
So
weeks after New Year's Day? That doesn't feel right. What you need to do is play the national title on New Year's Day.
Dan Lanning said that.
Or a Saturday. Those are your two options. Mm-hmm. Period. End of story. Amen.
Right. It can't be like this Saturday because we had NFL games.
Well, that's going to be your issue.
Right.
The NFL's not going to stop playing games on Saturdays.
No.
So you'd have to be willing to go to toe-to-toe and lose versus having the open window here.
So
that's why they don't.
So in your scenario, Jim, the national title would have probably been played either on the 1st, which was a Thursday, or that Saturday, which was the 3rd.
Yes, which would have been great.
Yes.
Now to do it, you're going to have to push stuff back, right? Especially if they expand, you have to push stuff back.
Which is what maybe the president is
Trump's talking about with Army-Navy, which is an issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, mine would be to fix the college football national championship game.
In fairness to him, he's only talking about a 4-hour window, so you can have a playoff game
before and after.
Yeah, have your 4-hour Army-Navy. Now, Army-Navy aren't going to be eligible for the playoff.
Well, they could.
Yeah, but
they could make it.
Well, not if they're playing.
See,
that's the whole different argument.
So I've floated this out before, and I don't think it's a perfectly polished idea. But Army-Navy is in a precarious spot, especially if they expand the playoff. Navy could have a playoff game. Like this year, we're very close to having a playoff game, or Army could have a playoff game. How does that?
I know.
So what I've thought of, you make week 0 Army-Navy week. You kick off the season with a throwback to our history.
Yes.
And they get their own spotlight weekend before
that would
the
be an
season
executive
starts.
order.
See, I think that's better.
You and the president get together and you can make it just one, your idea and his together. I like that.
Sign an executive order. They can't expand the playoff farther than it already is.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd hold it at 12, Paul. That'd be yours. Okay.
Okay.
They're going to vote this week, by the way, on expanding it to 16.
248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls or your texts. Here's one from me. I have 2, but here's one. One free transfer in the portal where you don't have to sit out a year.
Okay.
However, if you want to do another transfer, you must sit out a year unless your coach leaves.
I'm cool with that. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm sick of this for these, that one kid I saw, transfer to Incarnate Word. Mm-hmm. He had like 7.
Oh, TJ Finley.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And here's my other one. Every non-NFL league, so that would be Major League Baseball, NHL, or NBA, and if you want to count WNBA, whatever.
MLS.
Non-football, MLS. Should have a 10% decrease in schedule in their season.
Really?
Yeah. So, in other words, the baseball season would not be 162 games. It would be 162. It would be 146.
Okay.
Hockey and baseball instead of hockey and basketball instead of 82 would be 70. Let's say.
Okay.
I just think it's better for the wear and tear.
But you are much more aware of the history of these sports.
I know it would screw up people
as the more mature member of the show.
It would screw up some people's stats, but people got pissed off when they expanded baseball to from 154 to 162. So the hell with them. When I started watching hockey, it was 70 games.
248-539-9797. Before we hit these phones, Robin in Novi says no games on Christmas Day.
I like that executive order.
So that means NBA, NFL, nobody's playing Christmas Day. I like the games on Christmas Day. You open your presents, and then you got something to do during the day. Something to put on the TV that's not a Christmas story for the 50th time.
Right.
How about the day off after the Super Bowl, Brian in Fowlerville?
Yes. Well,
So
we might have that.
Yeah, if season gets pushed back a week. Let's get to Eric on a cell. Eric, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
What's up?
Hey, my executive order is going to be all NFL officials must be full-time employees and cannot hold any other employment.
I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
I think it'd be good for the game.
You're gonna have to pump up their salaries a lot, though.
Yeah,
I'll
but
tell you that.
look, if you want the officiating done right, pay for it to be done right.
Yep, must be subject to annual performance reviews and termination as such.
Yep.
You know what? I'm not against it, but I always think that's overblown. I think these guys do enough work on their own during the week. They look at they look at lots of video of the games they've covered, the teams they're going to cover. They do a lot of preparation. I don't know how much more they would do if they were so-called full-time.
Text says, guys, flopping in the NBA would be a federal hate crime. No blood, no foul. You're behind bars because you took a cheap call.
Oh, Jalen Brunson's going to be doing a long time.
Oh, man. 25 to life for Jalen Brunson.
What bothers me more about Jalen Brunson than that, and I like Jalen Brunson personally, is that he gets away with the push-off.
Yep.
He's an artist at it. And he was doing it when he was at Villanova, I remember when they played Michigan in the national championship. He has this way of just using his arm, and he never gets called for it. It's incredible to me.
He gets away with a lot. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets away with a lot.
Yes.
Waiting for Cade to start getting away with a lot. And it's just what happens.
Cade's getting calls at least now.
More now, certainly, than 2 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah. Even more than last year. It's a good question Stoney's thrown out there for us. You got to tell us, what's the executive order that you would pass if you were sitting in the Oval Office? Executive order for sports. Get some of your feedback next, 97.1. Stoney bringing politics in.
Oh, no. Well, yes, but I'm not. The President of the United States says he's going to have an executive order making the Army-Navy game a exclusive 4-hour broadcast where no other game can be shown at that time.
Protecting it from potential playoffs or anything else that may go toe-to-toe with it. So we said, not what do you think of Trump or his policies or anything like that. If you could make one executive order in the world of sports, what would it be?
Right.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Chris in South Lyon. Chris, good morning.
Guys, how you doing, Costa and Stoney?
How are you?
Up?
We're doing great. I'm actually on the road to a hockey tournament with my son Logan and my goalie Avery this morning.
All right, Logan Avery, way to go. Good luck.
Hey, we got two things. First, we think that the day after the Super Bowl should definitely be a national holiday.
Yeah?
Yes, we agree.
Yes. And, Stoney, I was going to ask you for a favor. If we could, we're going to our championship game. Could we get a classic Stoney, go Renegades?
Okay, I'll do goal instead of touchdown Lakers, right?
Yes.
Go Renegades!
Woo! Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Chris.
You're welcome.
That's awesome.
A cheap party gag.
Some of them have come in on our texts this morning. No tax dollars for stadiums.
I love that one. How about this? Because we kind of mentioned it with Mike when I was with Mike last week. Or Rico, I forget which. I can't.
All blurs together.
Yes, exactly. No stadium can be built without a retractable roof.
I'm on board. And it's perfect. And there's not a sport you could fight me on it.
Yeah.
Like baseball would be open most of the time.
Right.
But if it's going to be raining and people paid money and took the day off of work or made plans, they can still watch the game.
Or, try to imagine this. The Tigers playing in the World Series in like mid-October and it's like 35 degrees out.
Come on, toughen up.
God, those World Series games against the Giants, it was so freaking cold. It's not why they lost, but
look, there's people who wear it as a badge of honor. These Bears and Packers fans, they love our outdoor playoff games.
I know. Buffalo, their new stadium for their new coach is not going to have a roof.
I don't. If you're going to build the stadium brand new, throw the retractable roof on top.
Yeah, especially because it would help get other events.
Yes,
you can't have a Final Four without a retractable roof.
Executive order. Any game Taylor Swift attends, she has to buy a round of drinks for the fans. Signed, Rob.
Okay.
Make it more palatable for those that are upset. Okay, this one says no NFL or NBA players for the Olympics.
Oh, so you don't like, even like if they have the flag football.
I noticed they didn't say NHL, so they're cool with pros in the, but not, okay.
Whatever.
I would think it's all or none.
Yes, exactly. But it has to be the same for every country.
Yes.
That's the whole reason we got into this thing anyway.
Yeah.
Because the damn commies would use their professionals. They would.
Yeah.
And we had to keep up.
I think they made a movie about it, Stoney.
Yeah. Well, we lost. I'm talking basketball, too. That's why the Dream Team was formed.
Mm-hmm.
We lost, the college kids lost to professionals from other lands.
Someone echoing one of yours, Stoney, the idea that you get one free transfer, anything else, you got to sit a year. That's Jeremy.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned an exception if your coach leaves.
Correct.
Executive order, Chris Collinsworth can't broadcast any Kansas City Chiefs games. Executive order, salary cap for Major League Baseball. You guys talked about this. We did too last week.
Yeah, look, I don't think it'll happen. I think they need a floor more than they need a ceiling, but
I think you do one with the other. Yeah. I think they need a floor more.
Yeah, so do I.
But a ceiling also curbs the Dodgers. And maybe it's not a hard cap, but it's a luxury tax that's way more punitive than it is now to discourage, and you don't allow deferrals.
They don't care. The Dodgers ownership group, they don't care. In fact, they bought a good chunk of the Lakers. Mm-hmm. I bet you they wish there was no cap in the NBA.
Probably right.
And I get that. You could argue and say that a salary cap is basically, communist, basically, because it's not capitalism to a certain extent.
My executive order would be no March baseball. It should start in mid-April. I'll kind of go with your trimming of 10% of the season.
Yes, got no problem with that.
Guys, if I was president, Greenland would have an NFL and NHL team.
Okay.
Let's get to Ray in Holly. Ray, you're on 97.1.
I would say especially NFL, but no games on Christmas Day. I see St. Brown, he didn't like it. A lot of players don't like it, but I would say even basketball, no sports on Christmas Day.
Well, you take away the tradition, especially the NBA has a tradition at least, you know?
Well, how does a tradition get started?
I know. Well, I know you're going to take.
You got to start somewhere.
You're going to break that tradition.
Ray, are you in favor of canceling Thanksgiving football as well?
If the Lions played better, but if they the way they've been playing, I'd say cancel it.
All right, fair enough. I just mean because that's a family gathering day, and we don't need to be distracted by silly sports. I'm cool with both.
Yeah,
I like playing games on the holidays.
Are fine. Look, this is a big game a big day in the NBA, and the NHL has a lot of matinees too. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing that says Martin Luther King Day than National Hockey League. Call me wacky, call me crazy.
What else we got here? It says, if I could pick something, MLB opening day would be aligned across the league and a national holiday. Nick in Clinton Township.
That would be cool as hell.
Executive order. Go back to calling the true definition of traveling in the NBA. Joe from Prudenville.
It is a lot different. That's for damn sure. They're almost allowed 3.5 now.
Yeah. Someone sticking up for outdoor stadiums. Green Bay and Chicago, a clear home field advantage. Look at that game, Bears-Rams last night. The only reason it was close, cold weather slowed down an explosive Rams offense.
Okay, so, but is that fair? When you watch games like that, do you are you seeing the best?
Well, let me ask you a question.
I had no problem with it, last night.
If you have a retractable roof, can you choose to open it up for cold weather if you feel like it gives your team an advantage? Is that more incentive? Like if I have Peyton Manning's Colts, I'm keeping the roof on.
Correct.
If I don't have a high-powered offense, maybe I lean into the elements and I pop the roof open.
Yeah, I think you do that, actually. But I'm sure the league would not allow it. It would be a league deal, like rainouts in baseball and things like that.
Guys, play the Super Bowl on a Saturday. That way there's an automatic day off the next day. No, you play it on a Sunday and you get the Monday off.
Yes.
Just move the season back a week.
Correct.
And I know everyone says, well, that would mean adding another game. You could also add another bye. These guys get beat up as it is.
Right.
There's no money in that. But
you're going to add another game, and you're going to get another bye, too. You're going to get both, actually.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, there's 2 byes in college football right now.
This season there were. Doug Karsh is in the studio. Doug, how are you?
I've been lobbying for Super Saturday for years. I think Super Saturday would be so much better than Super Bowl Sunday. Just give us all day of recovery, and they'll never do it because everybody arrives, the week before, and it's a day of hotels that wouldn't get used, and blah blah blah.
So if you were having an executive order in the world of sports, if you were the president of the United States, what would your executive order be?
It would be to fix the college football calendar.
Okay,
that's a good one.
Yeah,
I said the title game should be tonight.
Season ends January 1st.
Yeah,
season, and then the portal opens in the spring after spring ball. Opens and closes then. But I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff on the calendar. College football is the only sport that runs its off season. During the season, people value future success more than current success. People leaving national championship caliber teams in the playoff to coach their next team is absurd.
That's well said. It's when you put it that way, you're valuing next season while this season is still actively happening.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. But
what's the plan?
Obviously, Monday's main champ and chump, and there's a lot to choose from a compelling weekend of sports. Man, all the major food groups. Well, I guess no baseball, but yeah, we're gonna be busy.
All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. 97.1.
Well, hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson radio program. Doug Karsch flying solo today as Gator has the day off. Happy MLK Day, everybody. And certainly it is a jam-packed show coming out of a jam-packed weekend of sports with the NFL playoffs and a lot of ramifications for what it means for Detroit. And I'm going to start with some Detroit-centric feelings while watching games this weekend. And I wonder how many people that were with me. And we do have, the firing of Sean McDermott could have a ripple effect on the Detroit Lions. It also could have a ripple effect on me, which I will explain coming up. There is the games themselves. Just wild action with pretty much two really, really good games. One that was okay, and then one that was a blowout. The injuries finally caught up to the 49ers. You've got the Red Wings with a couple of wins, including anytime you beat Ottawa, I'm a happy dude. There's something about that Ottawa team that I think bothers everybody. Going back to the back-to-back games that they beat the Red Wings and sort of started a downfall a couple of years ago. And boy, did they have fun doing it. And ever since then, there's been a little bit of bitterness and spite for me when it comes to watching that Ottawa team. I really don't like them. It was good to see the Red Wings get the win. Pistons, hey, you got Boston tonight, two best teams in the East down at LCA. Full slate of Big Ten basketball, including Michigan and Michigan State going on the road and winning. They both are back in action tomorrow night. Even got some college hockey we'll mix in as Michigan and Michigan State. Spartans with an impressive sweep of Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota. And champ and chump, we do it every Monday. Man, do we have a lot to talk about. So who do you got as champ of the weekend? Who do you got as chump of the weekend? And I feel like we have so much. I'm encouraging heavy voting today. Hey, Gators out, so essentially value your opinions even more than usual, and we always do. So let's get them in at 248-539-9797. NFL playoffs. What does it all mean for the Lions? Well, there's a few things that stood out to me. Watching games this weekend, and watching specifically the last two weekends, Green Bay play Chicago, and Chicago win, and then Chicago losing yesterday. Those teams playing in the postseason bothered me way more than I expected. I always talk about something that happens, and that is just an organic feeling when you're watching a game, and suddenly you find yourself with a deep rooting interest. And you didn't expect it. And I sort of expected it, but I didn't expect it to be run as deep with me as it turned out. And that was sort of a sick feeling in my stomach watching Chicago and Green Bay play that game last weekend in Soldier Field. And then a deep-seated worry that Ben Johnson and that Chicago Bears team was going to make a Super Bowl run. And I got to tell you, I turned into a mega Rams fan for that 4 quarters in overtime. And I didn't expect to be that. But I really did not like watching these NFC North teams play in the postseason. I don't suppose anybody did. I was surprised at how much I wanted the Bears to lose that game. And, when that game ended, I logged on and listened to the Chicago postgame show. And I'm not sure why I did that, but I'm like, I want to hear what they are saying about their team. And it reaffirmed something that hey, Detroit Lions, you got to stop this. You have to stop this with the Chicago Bears. Not only was one of the sentiments on the postgame show that the Bears are here to stay, but that it's like the Bears division. And the words were spoken, you don't want to be, because their season had ended. They had a great regular season. It ended on the same weekend that the Lions season ended last year. And the words were uttered, you don't want to be the Detroit Lions. Meaning, you don't want to go from division winner to 9-8 and out of the playoffs. And they're right. You don't want to be that. We don't want to be that. But it just cranked up what is probably obvious for most people, and that is the sense of urgency that comes with to get this thing right. Watching Ben Johnson and the Bears come close to advancing to the NFC title game, I found myself honestly disgusted. I hated it. Absolutely hated every second of Bears' potential success. And yeah, they were motivated before. I was motivated before from a standpoint of Lions got to get better. Brad Holmes needs a good offseason. What Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have done in Detroit has been really good, but not good enough. And, you know, what happened last year in the postseason and this year with the 9-8 season, it's, to me, and I want to make this clear, it's not good enough. Now, it's not a referendum on Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. It's not. But it might be a referendum on how they do things. They need to adjust. I don't try and pretend to be an NFL GM or an NFL coach. Those things are the particulars that come with success and failure. I mean, I have my opinions about what makes success and failure. And I think they check a lot of boxes. I think Campbell gets through to the roster and gets the most out of his players. And I think Brad Holmes does a great job of drafting. He's not perfect. But the sense of urgency needs to get cranked up. It has to get cranked up. And they need to adjust. They don't need a full-scale rebuild. They don't need to fire people. They need to adjust and make moves, mostly on the margins more than anything. They don't need anything huge, because this postseason with no Lions, with being banished to the sidelines and watching this thing, was terrible. Watching the last 2 weeks with Green Bay and Chicago sucked. That sucked. And Dan Campbell said it himself after the season was over. He was going to watch the postseason. And I got the sense from his comments that he was basically saying, I'm going to watch the postseason and I'm going to stew. And I hope it stung them and bothered them as much as it bothered me. I'm so glad the Bears are out. But, hey, man, others in the division stepped it up. Others in the division responded to Campbell and Holmes. And now it's Campbell and Holmes' turn to respond. Because sitting on the sidelines watching those two division rivals play, it bothered me way more than I expected. The idea that Ben Johnson could do something before Dan Campbell, that would have sucked. Ben Johnson's done a great job in Chicago. There's no question. Chicago's got a lot of promise. Now, did they have a horseshoe up their butt? Maybe. I mean, some of what they pulled off this year with all the come from behind wins and the fourth down plays that were doomed. In back-to-back weeks, Caleb Williams made a play. Now, was that indicative of a quarterback that's turning into the next Tom Brady, the next Joe Montana, the next guy that no matter what happens, he's not out of it and he will find a way? It's certainly a possibility that we have to consider. It's also a possibility they got lucky as hell on a number of occasions this year. But I'm not saying that's the case. The concern is that Caleb Williams has that magic, that something special that the greats have, that he can be backed up, running backwards on his own 40 and loft the ball to the corner of the end zone to at the time not open receiver in Cole Kmet, who might only be there because Colston Loveland's out, and get that game-tying touchdown late. I mean, that was a are you effing kidding me kind of play, which I credit Caleb Williams for. But when teams rely so heavily on turnovers and comebacks, that kind of way of winning is indicative of two things to me. One is that special something that makes you Tom Brady. Two is you got lucky as hell. And there might be something in between, but if you're the Lions, you can't act like, hey, it was just lucky as hell. You got to do something. I hope that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, and I suspect this is the case, took a long look in the mirror and watching the Bears' success and the Packers passing them this season and come back with a massive sense of urgency because it's necessary. It's necessary here in Detroit. Those guys are really good at what they do. They need to be great at what they do. They need to take that next step. And if that means Brad Holmes needs to get a little less protective of future assets to improve the current roster, so be it. Dan Campbell, maybe make an aggressive move as far as the offensive coordinator. Sure, the job's open, but the defensive coordinator? I like Kelvin Shepherd, and I think he has a lot of promise. But they're not in the business of keeping Kelvin Shepherd employed. They're in the business of winning a Super Bowl. And if you can upgrade that position by going outside the family and getting somebody who's proven and somebody who can do a better job with this defense, don't hesitate. That's sense of urgency. And they know better than I do, right? I'm not saying it's a necessity, but don't not consider it. Please consider it. 248-539-9797. All right, set the table. That is watching the playoffs in the context of a Lions guy who hated every second of the Bears' potential success. Bothered me way more than I expected. Want to hear from you? 248-539-9797. Plus, we got Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump on the weekend. We will get to you next here on 97.1. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday, 248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Look, setting the table, watching everything that we do here, I always wonder, does this impact us? I really hope that the Detroit Lions brass watch this postseason and watching Chicago and Green Bay play bothered them as much as it bothered me, and it should. These are two rivals. These are two teams in the division, and these are two teams that passed the Lions this year. I thought the tenor of the postgame show in Chicago that I tuned in specifically to listen to struck me as interesting in that they think they're here to stay. They think they belong. They think some ways, and the words were uttered, you don't want to be the Lions. And I'm thinking, okay, all right. Yeah, yep. You just had that golden season. You just had that season where you down by double digits multiple times, come back in the fourth quarter and win. You just had the season where you got the 4th and 8, Caleb Williams self-sweeping of the leg completion for a first down against Green Bay. You got the miracle fadeaway jump shot, 40-yard loft into the end zone against the Rams. And, we will consider that you may have the next Tom Brady that can find a way and always seems to come up with those plays. I will also consider that you might have had a horseshoe up your butt, but we'll see. We'll see over time. And so you don't want to be the Lions, huh? 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Dave in Grand Rapids. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Doug. How you doing, man?
What's up?
I appreciate it. Well, a couple things. So after yesterday, and you'll appreciate this, I think, too, and I'm a 55-year Lions fan, just a general fan of Detroit sports. I think we have to almost change the narrative. Maybe the greatest career that the Lions have squandered was Matthew Stafford's, not Barry Sanders or Calvin Johnson's. He's got to be in the same circle with those guys based on what he's done after he left us.
Well, I mean, let's say they go on and win another Super Bowl. He will basically be, I don't know if he'll be a lock for the Hall of Fame, but I think he's probably going to the Hall of Fame. And there were some people that wanted to run him out of town, a Hall of Fame quarterback. And I defended him a lot. And it was about, and I said these words for the last 4 or 5 years of Stafford's career so many times. I didn't understand why people were blaming the Lions' best player and not their worst players. And to me, it was indicative of a lack of building a complete team around him.
Yes.
Now, the Lions were a little bit a victim of circumstance, and something we need to be fair about. Matthew Stafford was the last quarterback taken number 1 overall before the NFL put in cost control with rookie contracts. So Matthew Stafford's contract was always cap heavy, and that made it harder to win. Right after that, there was a cap put in for rookies. And now you've got a Chicago situation where they've got a quarterback on a rookie contract, which is easier to build with for 5 years. So they were a little bit a victim of circumstance there. But I considered it a problem with the Lions as a whole and not a Stafford problem.
Yeah. And the other point you bring up too is I do think that right now we've probably, and it's hard for a Lions fan because we get back and all of a sudden we've never seen a time with more parity in the NFL. But at the end of the day, too, I agree with your point on the Bears in the sense that, Caleb Williams is a tremendous athlete.
Yep.
Ben Johnson is turning him from, it's like a pitcher or a thrower who throws 100 miles an hour and you have to teach him how to pitch. And he's teaching him that, but they also got lucky. But the other thing is, remember, Jaden Daniels and C.J. Stroud. You have to do it for a number of years.
Yep.
Like Tom Brady or like Stafford or those guys. But the other thing is, it is incumbent upon the Lions, and I do think it's more of a referendum in the sense that you've got to almost – it's like returning a kick for a touchdown. You've got to have all the blocks, all the alleys, all the lanes, the missed tackles. Things have to go right. We caught injuries. We caught some other things. And with the quality of the other coaches and the teams, it's just hard to thread that needle. But this would have been an ideal year to do it. It's just too bad it wasn't us. But, boy, there's a lot of parity.
Dave, the Detroit Lions need to respond. And when you say – I use the word referendum, too. I use it on that. Maybe the way they do things. I think they need to take a hard look in the mirror and say, okay, we value future assets a ton. Maybe we value them too much. And reconsider what they refuse to give up to make the team better in the here and now. I have no problem with Brad Holmes trying to do it his way. He's earned the right to try and do it his way. But – if you're stubborn and it's not working to get you over the top, if you've created a really, really competitive NFL team, but not one that's good enough to win at all, then it could cost you your job. And I think we're far way away from that. And I think Brad Holmes is incredibly sharp, and I trust him. But I don't think it's a referendum on him, and I don't think it's a referendum on Dan Campbell. I think it might be a referendum on the way that they have chosen to do things. Dave, thank you for the phone call. Will is in Warren and next. Hi, Will.
Hey, how are you?
Yep.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
I'm just kind of tired of our local sports broadcasters watching national media broadcasters talking points and then talking about it in the same way instead of defending our local teams. If our teams were that bad, and let's not be the Detroit Lions, why are they taking all of our coaches? Let's be honest with each other.
Yeah.
Like, can we defend our teams? Can we talk in a way where it's positive? But whatever everybody watches is being repeated the same way, whether it's on TV or radio. We had a bad year. Our bad year is 9-8. We've sucked for such a long time, but now that we're actually doing good, we can't show Dan Campbell no love.
Well, I don't know if you're. I don't know if you're. Just to be clear here, are you referencing something I said?
Yes, I was listening to you.
What did I say in particular? Because I did nothing. I mean, look, I think they need to take a hard look in the mirror. But if you don't think I've defended Dan Campbell, then I don't know if you've been listening to this show very long.
I was listening. You watched the Bears game. After that, you watched the Bears coverage after that. And they said, let's not be the Detroit Lions.
Yes.
And you went on him and pretty much, I'm not going to say you ridiculed him, but you down-talked him.
Down-talked Dan Campbell?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me be clear. Not the intention at all. Not even remotely close to the intention. And either I didn't do a good job of making my argument, which is I want Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes to be motivated by what they saw. I hope either I did a poor job of giving you my opinion or you didn't interpret it correctly, because that wasn't my intent at all. I said it's not a referendum on them. It's maybe a referendum on how they do things, but I think they're very good.
They are very good. And I would have said, hey, if we suck that bad, how come everybody wants our coaches?
Okay, Will, I didn't say, hold on. I didn't say you don't want to be the Lions. Their post-game show said it.
That's what I'm saying. You repeated what they said.
Well, I think it's interesting what they said.
Yeah, they said they don't want to be Detroit Lions. If
I
was a radio host, I would have said, hey, I wish I was a Detroit Lions, because for the past 40, 50 years we've sucked, and we're finally doing good, and now they're taking digs at us because they couldn't make the playoffs. Actually, they took our offensive coordinator to be their coach.
Well, I guess you're interpreting it completely different than I did, and if either I'm not doing a good job or you don't understand what I'm trying to say. I find it amusing that they said that after the year that they had, because the year that they had very well might be one of the more fortuitous bounce kinds of seasons that they've ever had. But by no means, I've defended Dan Campbell over and over and over again, and Brad Holmes on this show. I take heat for how much I defend them. That doesn't mean that they can't find a way to get it to the next level. I would think you would argue that they probably do. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump nominations at 1035. 97.1. Okay, so look, previous caller Will and anybody who interpreted what I had to say at the beginning of the show, let me try and sum it up more succinctly. I hated watching the Bears and Packers in this postseason. I feel a sense of urgency here, and I hope Dan Campbell and B_homie do something about it, because those guys, I think, are very good at their jobs. I think the changes that need to be made are probably more on the margins as far as whole-scale changeover. I don't think they need to do anything like that. It's not a referendum on Campbell or Holmes. It might be a minor referendum on how they do things, but I would imagine it probably bothered them more than it bothered me, and I was a little surprised at how much it bothered me. But 248-539-9797, I think he interpreted it as me trashing Dan Campbell, which, if you have a history of listening to this show, is not something that we'll point out things we do that he does that thinks that make mistakes, but we also don't hold him up to a perfect standard. Rick in Ferndale writes in, my champ is Stafford and the Rams for eliminating Chicago. My chump is Josh Allen. That fumble before half was, I know Allen wants it so bad, but that was careless. Chumps, C.J. Stroud, Josh Allen, and Caleb Williams, all the turnover machines in big games and moments. Champ, Sam Darnold, and the Seahawks. Darnold. That story's actually kind of great. DeVell from Madison Heights writes in, my champ of the week is Matt Stafford for being a professional league MVP. Definitely showed his mettle on Sunday against Chicago. My champ of the week is C.J. Stroud of Houston. Houston has a generational level of great defense, and they wasted it with his throwing 4 interceptions in the first half. He really struggled. Champ Stafford, he took so much unnecessary criticism here. He's the best quarterback we've ever had. Chump Josh Allen, he just can't win the big games. Well, he's won a lot of big games. This was a missed opportunity, though, with Mahomes and out of the playoffs, and I guess also Burrow. This weekend showed me this is still a defensive-driven league. The Lions need a nasty defense. That's from Jared. I think we'll see how it all shakes out and who wins a Super Bowl. I'm open to changing my thoughts, but I think it's been for about half a decade now on offense wins championships league. Philly went the other direction a little bit, but we'll see what the trend is moving forward. Next one, the Bears fans and media need to learn that the NFL stands for not for long. 1 year's success doesn't determine the next year's success. Bears will fall off. Look, I think that they're in an interesting spot in that I'm not going to dismiss Caleb Williams might have that special something. Also, it's in the back of my mind that it could have been one of the more fortuitous seasons the team has ever had in terms of bounces and plays at the end of games that went their way. And they create turnovers, and sometimes the other team coughs it up. Champ and Chump, my champ of the weekend is James Van Riemsdyk for that goal he scored to give the Red Wings a lead, the 3-2 lead yesterday against Ottawa. That is the kind of thing that you do in the pregame skate. And if you haven't seen it, go watch it, and you'll ask yourself, what kind of sorcery was that? It's pretty sick between the leg moves. In traffic in front of the net, one of the most crowded spots on the ice. He plays it back between his own legs and flips it up and in. It's pretty sick. Red Wings got a big win yesterday over an Ottawa team that I don't like. And then my chump is C.J. Stroud for the 4 interceptions. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to John in Sterling Heights. You're on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, good morning. Doug, just, I took it exactly the way you said that earlier. Just so you know.
Let's crank up the urgency here a little bit, right?
Yeah. So I've been watching these games. There's 2 things I want to make quick points on. I've noticed these defensive teams are constantly stripping the ball or trying to and punching it out, and that's what I noticed with the Lions 2 years ago, which I didn't notice this year as much. So I don't know if that's a coordinator thing or what that is, but I noticed that. And the second thing I noticed and I made jokes with my wife, and she thought was totally true. I hope Dan Campbell's watching the games and noticing that these teams are taking the points all the time. So that's 2 things I noticed. And then the last thing, if I might say, is it me or is Chris Collinsworth the most obnoxious, annoying, biased announcer? I mean, he's so bad. I couldn't even listen to the game yesterday with him. He's terrible.
I don't. John, that might be just you. It might be others. I refuse to let announcers impact what I'm thinking or how I interpret games. So, Yeah, maybe he is. I don't know. People can bitch about announcers all the time. I find that to be maybe it's because I have one of these jobs where at any given time you can look up on a ticket text and see what a terrible job you were doing. So I just I let announcers roll off my back. I don't let them bug me.
How about the defense and the points like I was talking about? That's more important than Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah, I saw some teams not take points this weekend too. But there was a lot of go for it that was successful, right? Where they could have taken points. And I think that when you go for it and make it, people don't say, "Oh, you passed on the points if you go get the touchdown anyway." I mean, again, this is one of the things I hope Dan Campbell strongly considers is, okay, am I doing the right thing? Because I thought his go for it won them games when they had the offensive line to do it. And then I think last year he didn't adjust the way he did things, even as it became more apparent that they weren't as efficient offensively and specifically up front. And I think it's I don't blame him at the beginning for saying, I trust my team, I'll go for it. But as the season went on, it felt like the backbone of their success, the O-line, was struggling, and that maybe he needed to be a little bit more conservative. But again, when I go back to, I hated watching the Bears and Packers in this postseason, and I'm still rattled by how close the Bears came to winning that game, and they might have been playing for a chance to go to the Super Bowl, and that would have really bothered me. And so I'm thinking, I hope it bothered them as much as it bothered me. I suspect it did, if not more. Because I bet Campbell hates the storyline of, it was all Ben Johnson. I bet he hates that. And so, as it stands right now, I'm asking, and this is what I'm really asking for them to look at how they do things, which might be their fourth down attitude, and really decide what's best for this team moving forward, and not just say this is how we've always done it, that's how we're going to keep doing it, because they've gone from irrelevant and bad to really damn good. And I think they've done it by being really smart and sharp. But it doesn't mean they are due for some self-reflection and maybe making some changes in terms of coaching philosophies and player acquisition philosophies. Who we got next? Dan and Warren. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Good morning, Doug.
What's up?
Yeah. I want to vote my champ and chump.
Yep.
Champ is Matthew Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
Again, showing he was just a great quarterback and a Medicare with a bad organization.
Mm-hmm.
My chump is Michigan basketball.
For?
They're underwhelming. They're supposed to win by 20 in Washington and Oregon. Oregon's without their big guy, and all Michigan does is just launch threes. And by doing that, they're keeping the opposing team in the game when they should have been going inside and dominating without Oregon's big guy. I just don't understand.
Well, it probably didn't help when Morris Johnson got in foul trouble early, who is one of their best low post threats.
Even though nobody else can go inside.
Well, others can. Look, it tells you a little bit, Dan. We got your vote down for Michigan basketball for, let me double check, wins on the road against Washington and Oregon. It speaks to how high they have risen. The bar has risen for them to get 2 road 10-point wins, and you're chumping them because they haven't looked the same. They haven't been as dominant when they were winning games by 40. I don't know how sustainable that was, winning games by 40. But at the end of the day, the bar's pretty high for that group, as your chump vote would reflect.
Yeah, they just looked underwhelming to me. I mean, everybody in the radio before game is talking how they should dominate Oregon, dominate Washington, and they struggled to win. You know, I mean, it just they don't have that killer mentality, in my opinion.
Okay, well, they're 16-1. Those are both road wins by 10 points. Are they playing as well as they did? No. Is that worthy of a chump vote? Well, you chose to use it that way, and your vote is recorded. Jason on a cell is next. Hi, Jason.
Hey, Doug. How you doing today?
What's up?
Hey, listen, my champ is Curl from the Rams.
Yep. Led him in tackling, had that big interception, had a couple of pass breakups.
Yes, that pick at the end was amazing.
Yep.
My chump is the referees from the Denver Buffalo game.
Yeah.
Now, listen, you had a caller earlier call in and say that they didn't like the way you were portraying the Lions with the media and stuff like that. My biggest thing with that right now is I've been a Lions fan for 40 years. We've had so many bad teams, and now we have an above average team. And people are like, how can you dog on that? We've been so bad. And now we went 9-8. Yay. It's like, come on, guys. If you want to be winners, you got to demand that your team wins and does the right moves. And Brad Holmes' drafts the last 2 years are at best D minuses.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
D- on Ratledge, Tyleik Williams, and Isaac TeSlaa.
Oh, Tyleik Williams, if you're going to give him a grade better than a D,
I think I
didn't.
Well, no, he's one pick. I think I'm far from grading this draft. Let me just say that. Rookies in the trenches, it's a tough job to do, but some can do it better than others. I think including this draft with the previous draft is not something I would do.
Well, listen, TeSlaa had 20 catches, including the preseason for the whole season. Yet we gave up a ton to get him. And then Ratledge, I would say this: Ratledge gives me hope for the future of what this offensive line can do. But in all honesty, Brad Holmes needs to have not a good, not a great, but an amazing offseason.
Oh, I disagree.
For us.
I don't think he needs an amazing I think he has a good offseason. They can be right back where they are. I don't think it needs to be amazing. I mean, look, I'm not going to turn down an amazing offseason. I think they're a good offseason away from being right back where they were. I also think grading this draft, what do you say, D- at best, is a bit premature. I think this draft, I think he broke the scales. He had such elite drafts that when he goes out and has an average, what I would call a pretty regular good draft, a regular old good draft, I think Williams is going to be a player. I think Ratledge is going to be a player. And I think TeSlaa is going to be a player. Now, what he gave up for him has nothing to do with whether or not the guy is a good pick. Yeah, he paid an expensive price for him, sure, but TeSlaa had 6 touchdowns on 16 catches and showed some amazing potential. Now, the question is, are they going to need him? Well, I would think that he is going to be a player for them moving forward. But, hey, look, I'm not turning down an amazing offseason, but I don't think it needs to be amazing. I think they just have to have a good offseason, and they'll be right back where they were. They got the core of a really good team. 248-539-9797, 97.1. Watching the NFL playoffs this weekend and watching really the past 2 weekends, watching the Packers and Bears, listening to some of what their fans and their media and they're saying about themselves. Look, I think that the sense of urgency was there for the Lions to crank it up and to get back to where they were. It's even higher now, and it should be even higher now. The Bears came dangerously close to winning that game, and it surprised me how much that was bothering me, the idea that Ben Johnson could go do something that Dan Campbell hasn't. But if Ben Johnson had taken that team to the NFC title, had taken that team to the Super Bowl, it certainly would be a huge check mark into credibility for Ben Johnson and more. The fact that he might have been the reason why the Lions offensively were as good as they have. I think it's okay. I'm not doing a referendum on Dan Campbell or Brad Holmes. I think they need to take a long, hard look and maybe do a referendum on how they do things. And it's mostly on the margins. And what I mean by that, when you need a rebuild, you're talking about, go get a new quarterback and reshape, maybe even tank for draft picks and get rid of salaries and set yourself up to kind of restock your roster. That's a rebuild. Doing things on the margins is rethinking fourth down strategies if your team isn't as efficient as it once was. It's maybe not valuing future assets as much when it comes to trades. And it's hard because we don't know what he turned down, but there's no question that Brad Holmes, who was a director of college scouting, he's made his name for himself in this league with his ability to identify talent out of college. He did it as the Rams director of scouting, and he's done a heck of a job drafting for the Lions. He hasn't been perfect. The draft 2 years ago is one that is certainly and justifiably under some question. Last year's draft, I don't think should be lumped in with it because I think last year's draft has potentially 4 difference makers in it that are on more of a normal timeline than a immediate impact timeline. But, hey, those teams, the Bears and Packers, came out and passed the Lions this year, and they're still an exceptionally good core. I hope it burns them inside to get back to where they were. Feedback. Brad isn't on the hot seat, but if he doesn't make some bold moves this offseason, some F them picks moves, some big swings in free agency, he ought to be. His drafting outside the first round has been really overblown. Okay, outside the first round, he is responsible for Kirby Joseph and Aleem McNeil and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brian Branch and Sam Laporta and Derek Barnes, Aleem McNeil. 4 or 5 of those guys are Pro Bowl caliber players, and I'd have to go look at the whole league and see how many teams have 4 or 5 Pro Bowl caliber players outside of round 1 over that same period of time. I don't think it's been overblown. I think what has happened is he might have had a bad draft mixed in with one that didn't have an immediate impact. But I still like last year's draft and what those players may be, specifically the first 4 picks. 248-539-9797. Next text, the brains of the team went to Chicago. Okay. Next text, the Bears and Packers are here to stay. If the Lions can't put together a better team, that's on them. Next text, maybe we ought to start looking at the failure of some of our players more than the coaches. At the end of the day, the players have to make plays. Well, sure. I think that there were guys that were much more was expected of than they were capable of giving. And I'm talking about the offensive line. They had some really young guys that were forced into action. But that, have to get better, have to step up. Mahogany, Frazier, Ratledge specifically, and I'd like to see him address the center position with a veteran. Renee is next on 97.1. Hi, Renee. Or is it Rennie?
Hi, how are you?
Okay. Hey, what's up?
I'm regarding, I too had a very hard time watching the Bears.
Yeah.
I was rooting for LA the whole time.
Yeah.
But I think that people forget there's one thing the Bears could not do, and that was beat the Lions.
Yeah.
So that part kind of bothers me that's never brought up that much.
Well, I guess because in the grand scheme of things, you're factually right. And I the Lions beating the Bears twice this year was somewhat satisfying. But ultimately that's like winning the battle but losing the war, right? The Bears went out and won the division.
But I'd just say, Ben Johnson, if people say, he was it then, the Lions, it wasn't him. He couldn't beat Dan Campbell. So
well, he didn't. And I hope that matters in the future. I hope the fact that the Lions, took it to the Bears this year is indicative of, the master still has a student's number. I mean, the Lions.
I think the Bears got lucky in so many games, and luck is.
It's possible. I mean, it is definitely possible.
I don't know if I would want to be a team that I never could blow anybody out. I was always just trying to catch up at the last minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they might have some magic. And look, the Lions have won 7 of the last 8 against the Bears. They've had the Bears number. But the Bears won the war this year, which is more important. But, I think we've seen this before. The one caller brought up, there are quarterbacks that have exceptionally good seasons. And C.J. Stroud, was thought of as a quarterback of the future. And he had just a disastrous postseason. And I mean, they won the Pittsburgh game, but he had turnover problems there, and he had turnover problems yesterday. Jaden Daniels, after last year, look, here comes Jaden Daniels. Well, guess what? It didn't translate to the next year, and injuries were a concern, obviously. But Caleb Williams had a exceptionally good year. They won a lot of games at the end, and it could speak to something deep that he has inside, and it could speak to a rabbit's foot, and I think both are worthy of consideration. Who do we got next here? Brian in Detroit. Hi, Brian.
Doug, I love you, don't you?
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Doug, how could it be a referendum not on them, but on the things that they do? That's on them, Doug.
Well, I mean, a referendum on them. Hold on. When I say it's a referendum on them, I think you consider making changes and getting rid of them. I'm not considering that.
No, they don't deserve. They are not on the hot seat. They don't deserve to lose their job.
That was the point of that.
Doug, they in last place. That guy Will talking about, he called in saying that if that's his name, Will, saying that it was negative talking about him. Will, they in last place. The lady that just called talking about, well, at least we beat the Bears. They in last place. The Lions are in trouble, Doug. The Bears and the Green Bay Packers are not going
What do you mean by trouble?
What are the Lions going to do?
Well, you don't think they can get better?
They can get better, Doug. But all 3 of those teams could get better. Like the lady
they could. What's interesting is behind the veneer of the Bears, and we're out of time, Brian, got a hard break here, is potentially some cap issues moving forward. But they'll have to navigate those. And I was reading some of what they may have to do, and it's get rid of some core players. But thank you, Brian. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1.
The major news in the NFL today, Sean McDermott is out as the head coach of the Buffalo Bills after 9 seasons. In those 9 years, McDermott won 106 games, 5 AFC East titles, went to the playoffs 8 times, and had the second winningest record in the league. Reports say McDermott is now a candidate for any of the other 7 remaining head coaching vacancies, as he told his staff today that he still plans to continue coaching. The first name to surface in reports as a replacement for McDermott was that of former Giants head coach and Buffalo native Brian Daboll. Bills owner Terry Pegula announced today that the team will retain general manager Brandon Beane and promote him to president of football operations, as he will now oversee all facets of the organization, including the search for their next head coach. The Bills lost to the Denver Broncos 33-30 in overtime on Saturday to be eliminated from the playoffs and what many were calling the best chance of Josh Allen's career to win a Super Bowl. We do have the college football national championship tonight as well between Indiana and Miami. The Hurricanes are in the title game for the first time since 2002 when they lost in that legendary showdown with Ohio State. Their last national championship win came the year prior over Nebraska. Indiana has never been to or won the national title game. And the Pistons take on the Boston Celtics tonight in a matchup of the top 2 teams in the Eastern Conference in a growing rivalry. Tip-off is in prime time at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. We'll have pregame coverage beginning at 7:35. At the Corwell Hill Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Appreciate everybody being with us on this Monday. Doug Karsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797, having some fun talking NFL playoffs. And certainly it sucks. It's not as much fun because we're not in it. Of course, a year ago at this time, we were doing a recap of what went wrong in that game against Washington. And really since then, it's been less than fulfilling being a Detroit Lions fan. And this weekend saw the Bears season come to an end. And look, they're a factor, okay? I'm not saying that they're not a factor. I don't want this to be misinterpreted in any way. It's also possible that they just had a horseshoe up their butt this year. But it's possible that Caleb Williams is something special. And I'm going to consider both. And we'll find out more going forward. Some of what Caleb Williams did was unbelievable. And in that way, makes me question whether or not we should believe it. Is he the next Tom Brady, the next Joe Montana, the next Patrick Mahomes, the next guy that just makes plays, and sometimes wildly unconventionally? The 4th down and 8 completion he had against Green Bay to keep their chances alive there. It looked like he, swept the leg. It looks like he did it to himself. Got that ball off and made a perfect throw. Last night, 4th and forever against the Rams, he gets in one of those scrambles where you keep recycling back further and further, and next thing you know, he's out near midfield throwing off his back foot to the corner of the end zone. It's a Cole Kmet caught touchdown, game's tied. They're going to overtime. Unfreaking believable, and maybe indicative of the next guy who's going to be special. Or maybe not. We'll see moving forward. I'm considering both ends of the spectrum. But I want the Lions to respond. I want the sense of urgency to be cranked up. I know that Dan Campbell said after the season he was going to watch. He was going to watch the postseason, and he was, I think, ready to stew on not being in it and probably stew on watching Ben Johnson have some success. But my point is, today, I really want it to lead to the sense of urgency. The Bears came dangerously close from advancing to the NFC title game. After the game, all the talk was, hey, we've arrived. And that's fine. I specifically went and tuned into their postgame show. One of the things that was said was you don't want to be Detroit, meaning win the division and then go back to not being in the playoffs. And there's some, okay, that's fine. Yeah, what happened with the Lions wasn't good. But you do want to be Detroit when you talk about the core of what they have. I think we have some incredibly talented players here. And I hope those players are as motivated as they can possibly be sitting this one out. Sitting this out sucks. And seeing teams in your division, including one you beat twice, do what the Bears did. I mean, the Lions have, in some ways, nobody to blame but themselves for not taking care of Minnesota, which they just should have, period. And they didn't. Nobody to blame but themselves. But I think and look, Brian misinterpreted what I was saying. When I say it's a referendum on Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, to me, that's a consider making changes. I don't think it's a referendum on Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. I think they're really, really good at their jobs. I think it might be a referendum on how their philosophies a little bit. Hey, take a strong, hard look at your fourth down strategies. Take a long, hard look at your valuing of future assets, which is something that Brad Holmes has done. And I think Brad Holmes has earned the right to try and do it his way. And if his way isn't working, though, time to make a change. And I don't know. The problem is with criticizing him not making his aggressive moves, and as far as trades are concerned, is we don't know what deals he didn't turn down. Like, price matters. Price does matter. If you're mad at him for not making a trade, but you don't know what the price was, and this goes for Yzerman too, like they didn't get Rasmus Anderson. If you don't know what the price is and you want him to make a trade, that to me is the definition of wanting to make a trade for trade's sake. If you don't even care or know what the price is, but you're mad they didn't make a trade, well, that's making a trade for trade's sake. I'd do it. You don't know what you had to give up. I'd do it. That's making a trade for trade's sake, by my definition. So I don't know what Brad Holmes turned down, but I think it's safe to say that at trade deadline in the offseason, he didn't want to give up draft picks. Oddly, on draft day, he does. He likes to maneuver around on draft day more than he likes to maneuver around on the other 364 days of the year. Am I wrong? Because that's what it feels like. Anyway, the point is, really evaluate what you're doing. The sense of urgency is cranked up because the Bears very well might have arrived and very well might be here to stay. And Green Bay is a factor. So, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? I hated watching that game yesterday, and I couldn't believe I turned into a mega Rams fan, which surprised me. I didn't go into it thinking that was going to be the case. But it happened, and now, what are the Detroit Lions going to do about it? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Kyle's in Troy and on 97.1. Hi, Kyle.
Hi, Doug.
What's up?
So I'm calling for champ and chump.
Yep.
And I think there's a clear champ in Mike McDonald. That team looked like a machine. And they came in very prepared after extra rest, which can be tricky sometimes, and they just fumbled the 49ers.
Seattle looks great.
And as a Lions fan, I'll be rooting for the rest of the playoffs. My chump was a little tougher. I don't want to call off as a sour Lions fan, but I decided to go with Ben Johnson. That game had a feel like of the Lions NFC Championship game was the 49ers, where you're just feeling missed opportunities. So I'm sure Bears fans feel great about this season, got this far when they expect to, But as we know, there's no guarantee you get back, and things can change quickly. You could Trump gave up for the 3 picks, but at the end of the day, if Ben Johnson was a little less aggressive early when they were out playing them, they could have came out with more points.
Maybe, Kyle, I think Ben Johnson's done a heck of a job. I'm not going to deny that, but there's something to be said for sustainability. I mean, it's hard to do it each year, and now they may have some cap issues moving forward, which means they might have to move on from some core guys. I mean, they'll probably restructure some contracts, et cetera, et cetera. But I was reading some stuff out of Chicago that they may have to trade DJ Moore, and it's tough. The way the league is set up, good players get rewarded, and I think the Lions are seeing it. The Lions have war-chested to keep their core players together. Might have cost them some guys on the margins of the roster, and then those guys were counted on, and it's due to injuries, and they struggle. But look, that's life in the NFL. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John and Howell. Hi, John.
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
Good. Hey, well, I'm just curious. Yesterday, first of all, watching that game was an absolute debacle. I was so.
Which game?
Excuse my French. The Bears,
Okay.
Bears-Rams. Having seen not the Lions in it was very, very disappointing. And I kept thinking to myself, the 2 of the last 3 years, if not all 3 years, we've had significant injuries on this team. Significant, especially in the secondary. So I'm wondering, at what point do we start talking about the strength and conditioning coach? Is there something there?
So most NFL players like have their own guy.
Okay. Oh, so there isn't a team guy?
There is a team guy, but there's a lot of NFL players that have their own strength and conditioning, their specialists, the guys that they work out with.
All right, when you consistently have the kind of injuries we've had, I mean, what do we do then?
I think it's a lot of bad luck.
Yeah, I agree with that. At the same token, we've had some bad luck, but man, between us and the 49ers,
it would be really easy and very convenient and awesome if you could just fire the strength and conditioning coach and it would solve the problem. I think if that were the case, they would have done it. And maybe, the doctors or whatever, but I know this. Every town that has injuries, people want to talk about the strength and conditioning coach. And I've talked to people in the NFL, and I don't know what the percentage is, but there are a lot of NFL players that have their own strength and conditioning guy. They go out of house for that, have their own specialist. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump, get those votes in on a Monday on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Pistons in action tonight against the Celtics, two best teams in the East. Red Wings off here for a couple of days. They're at Toronto Wednesday, at Minnesota Thursday. That Toronto team's the first team out in the Eastern Conference playoffs, 8 points behind the Red Wings. Feels like a big game. Michigan basketball hosts Indiana Tuesday. Michigan State is at Oregon Tuesday. 248-539-9797. Mondays mean champ and chump. Get your votes in. Who had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stunk? So much to choose from a busy weekend of sports with really, Red Wings and Pistons in action, Michigan State basketball, NFL playoffs, a lot of controversy and discussion coming out of the weekend of playoffs. And, of course, the news today in the NFL is the Bills fired head coach Sean McDermott after 9 seasons. That could impact Detroit because that's another job possibility for Mike McDaniel. It's also, of course, another coach in the pool of candidates to get another job. So it kind of evens itself out with Sean McDermott. But let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Trey in Windsor. You're on 97.1. Hello, Trey.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
What's up?
I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure. I've been in Windsor. I'm born and raised on the south side of Chicago. It's been a pleasure for the last 16 years to listen to you guys, 97.1. It's good to hear both sides of, Bears, Lions, NFC North. But, I think I'm going to just go off topic real quick. My champ has to be the NFC North just because we are not the NFC South. we have a bright future, and it's going to be a lot of competitiveness. And I know we got some Bear fans that run off the mouth, but we're not. I laughed every time I heard that we're better than Detroit. I've been here in Windsor for 16 years, and last night, this year was probably only the fourth time we've been in the playoffs. So I've never was one of those fans that talked down about Detroit. Growing up, I always wondered why they couldn't build around Barry. And then once I got older and learned the business, I see how it went. But yeah, it's a bright future in NFC North. I think both the Bears and the Lions are in great position. And I think it's going to be about management, where management is going to go, who they're going to hire, and what players they're going to bring in. But I think it's going to be interesting for the NFC North.
It's a huge offseason for Brad Holmes. He needs to have a good offseason, and there's some challenges in Chicago, too, with some cap issues. We'll see how it plays itself out.
And I remember, I know I heard you say that there's, you heard that there were people that said they don't want to be like Detroit, or Bear fans saying, hey, one of the best offensive lines, some of the best skill positions, and an organization that just wants to win. Heck yeah, I want to be like Detroit. I know nobody wants to go, win 1 year and then drop down, but you just got to see what teams are doing around the league.
Trey, if there were a draft of rosters, the Lions would go pretty high. They had a very unsatisfying and disappointing season. It was not good enough. There's a lot of work to be done here, but it's not hopeless either. It's far from it.
100%. And being a Bears fan, it's scary to know what Detroit has over there, and also the other teams in the league. Green Bay is like a roach you can't get rid of, no matter how many times you stomp on it. But
yeah.
And Minnesota with Justin Jefferson, who knows what happens over there. But definitely the Bears and Lions have a great future, and it's been a pleasure talking to you, and I look forward to in the future. But
Trey, thank you for the phone call. Do appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes. Get them in, and a bunch of texts have come in. Let's get caught up. You can be mad about it, but same old Lions is not dead. It just looks different. Brad and Dan are too stubborn to change. I mean, your opinion. I think Brad and Dan are the exact opposite of same old Lions. I think Brad and Dan have done one hell of a job to get them where they are. I mean, I guess it depends on what your definition of same old Lions is. If your definition of same old Lions is team didn't win the Super Bowl, that's the same old Lions. That's a pretty broad definition. And I mean, I guess to me, it's same old Lions was finding new and unique ways to lose games. And that was a constant throughout a terrible era of Lions football. But next text. I think way more teams are going for it than ever. 20 years ago, teams usually only went for it on 4th and inches, and very rarely 4th and more than a yard. Now it seems like 4th and 3 is the new 4th and inches. Yeah, it felt like this weekend there were plenty of examples of fourth down conversions that worked. I mean, like the Bears had one in overtime near midfield. That was maybe a do-or-die play. You make it, you're first down, maybe 2 away from field goal range. If you miss it, you give them the ball, first down or 2 away from field goal range. They made it, and then Caleb Williams threw an interception. Here's an interesting one. My champ is Carlton Davis. He absolutely showed out this weekend. Chump Brad Holmes for letting him walk and signing DJ Reed as a Batman when he's clearly only as good as a Robin. The Patriots had 3 penalties the whole game. All 3 were on Carlton Davis. A face mask and 2 defensive pass interferences. He did some good stuff too. But he had his struggles as well, but it's your vote. You got it down. And it is recorded. Next one. My champ is the Wolverines for 2 good road wins. My chump is that guy who chumped the Wolverines. That's from John in a van. Look, it speaks to where they've set the bar. I mean, do I think they've looked as good? No, but seasons are long. And it's something we always talk about. You want to be playing your best at the end when it matters the most. And in college basketball, I mean, that sport is what it is. That's really the only measurement that matters is what do you do in March? Big Ten titles are cool, and they might win that. But, I mean, I don't know how much Big Ten basketball Buddy watched, but, I mean, did you see Purdue? USC got Purdue down 22-8. And in the end, it was Clough, the big Aussie kid. It was maybe the last one you'd expect that helped lead that comeback. And Purdue won by 5 at USC. Michigan beat USC by 30. So, I mean, I get his take that the Wolverines don't look as good as they did is valid. Him chumping them for it, I thought was a bit aggressive, but whatever. It's his vote. And John, they did, like, I've had coaches say to me in the past, in Big Ten basketball, if you win on the road, it doesn't matter how. Style points don't matter. Just go on the road and find a way to win. And, they did. It was an aggressive chump, but it's where they've set the bar. And, we want him to go down low. Probably would have more if Morez Johnson didn't get 2 fouls early in that game. Should they have still been able to go down low? Maybe. I think Dusty May's a pretty good coach, though. I think Dusty May they had some weird offensive possessions in the game. I'll give them that. Would I chump them for it? No. Next text. I think the Wolverines, sorry. Coming off that Michigan text. I think the Lions, Bears, and Packers are all pretty even. The thing that the Lions have going for them next year is the schedule, just like the Bears did this year. They beat the Raiders by 1, the Commanders by 1, the Giants by 4, and the Vikings by 2. The Lions are the team to beat next year strictly based on the weaker schedule. Bears will have the season the Lions had this year, if not worse. That's from Derek in Rochester Hills. Didn't the Bears win the division with a 2-4 record in the division? Them winning the division was more on the division beating itself up versus outright winning it. Well, I don't want to take credit away from them winning it, but. Next text. I think the Lions have missed their window. Green Bay and Chicago have quarterbacks on rookie contracts. They can spend to get better. The Lions can't. That's from Terry. Well, they've never had a quarterback on his rookie contract in this iteration of the Lions. I mean, they have it. And the Bears do have some cap issues. And both those quarterbacks will be due contracts. I think the Lions, by locking up many of their young players, that's an effort to keep the window open for as long as possible, isn't it? Nate Navan says, champ Matt Stafford, chump Ryan Day. What did Ryan Day do? He's champ of the weekend. Did he do something this weekend I missed? 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Marvin in Birmingham, you're on 97.1. Hi, Marvin.
Hey, I just turned on Doug. Hey, this may not be original, but in the Lions' first year of success, they made it to that 12-5 year. They made it to the championship game.
Yep.
The Bears' first year of success with the Poles Johnson, they did not make it that far. So that's optimistic. The other thing is Dan Campbell's success depends on Brad Holmes. We can talk about all his wonderful draft picks, but Josh Paschal, Broderick Martin, Leon Azuzuki, you would think one of those three, we're all subject to error. We're all human. You think one of them would be a standout? I don't know if any of those are going to even be around next year. I'd like to see better drafting. These were not 6th, 7th round draft choices. I don't know if they were not athletic enough. The 2024 draft, please comment on this. Terry Arnold, I hope will work out, but
out of all the drafts he's had, that's the one that is under the most scrutiny, and justifiably so.
The 2024, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because the 2nd round draft choice, Ennis Registrar, looks like a walking, talking Blue Cross ad. He's never really been on the field. I would love to find defensive help. I realize that the free agency comes before the draft, so I'd like to find some people who can chase Caleb Williams next year. We beat the Bears twice. That's got to be a real snarl for Ben Johnson, so maybe that there's another positive. So anyway, I'm optimistic about next year. 9-8, 11-6 should get you in the playoffs. That's the main thing. I see the Lions being 2 games better, and I hope that's not a Pollyanna approach.
No, I mean, look, the schedules are set up the way they are for a reason, and the Lions will have an easier schedule next year than they had last year. In theory, like the schedule game can be dangerous because year to year, you assume certain teams are going to be good, and these aren't safe assumptions. Now, if I'm looking for the best record possible, I take the Lions schedule next year over the Bears schedule next year. But it's an inexact science. As far as, the drafts, Brad Holmes has way more positive drafts than negative drafts. And so, the idea that what would I expect from him? I find it really interesting that people are burying this year's draft already. And, I think you're talking about a group that's having a more typical arc in terms of ability to play. I think Ratledge is going to be really good. I'm far from closing the door on Tyleik Williams. I think Tesla is only going to get better and give them 3 exceptionally good receivers. Frazier's an interesting case, but hey, look, when you have had a lot of guys hit the ground running, had the success he has, and then you have more of a typical arc for a draft, it feels like a disappointment. I am not disappointed yet in this draft at all. 248-539-9797, 97.1. Doug Harshgater out today. Look, the sense of urgency is cranked up to respond to what's happened with the other teams in the NFC North. Bears came dangerously close to advancing the NFC title game. I was surprised while watching that game how much I wanted them to lose, but I definitely wanted them to lose. But they might have something special in Caleb Williams, and the Lions need to respond. They need a good offseason. They need to take a look in the mirror. Dan Campbell needs to maybe reconsider some fourth down decisions and other things as far as his coaching philosophy is concerned. And Brad Holmes might need to consider GMing with a greater sense of urgency. Something that, we don't know what deals he turned down or what players or draft picks he wouldn't give up. But there were no major upgrades at the trade deadline, obviously. There were no upgrades at the trade deadline. And, what's he going to do about it? Like, I think their needs are pretty obvious this offseason. And getting a quality veteran center would be great. Couple that with, some depth in the secondary. Guys, somebody's going to have to start at safety next year because they won't have, at least one guy won't be ready. And probably need some help at the defensive tackle spot. And maybe the edge opposite. It depends what happens with Al-Quadin Muhammad. But even if they keep Al-Quadin Muhammad, it might be something they still address. 248-539-9797. David's in Howell, and he's next here on 97.1. Hello, David.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Yeah, you're saying the Lions need a lot of work in the offseason. I think they need a new quarterback. I think they need a more mobile quarterback. That's what the game's turned into these days.
No.
No. Why is that? Why do you think no?
Because there's multiple ways you can win. There's more than just one way to win.
No, I understand that, but it seems like the way to win in this day and age is points on the board, and a lot of teams do that through a good mobile quarterback.
Well, the Lions finished. The Lions finished what in points on the board? Weren't they second or third in the NFL in points on the board?
Yeah, well, we want more playoff appearances,
Well, he's obviously they didn't make the playoffs this year, but he went out and did something that hasn't been done in your lifetime or mine, and that is win 2 playoff games in 1 year.
Yeah. Okay, but he's getting old too. We can't be relying on him for too much longer. So we need to start making them hard choices right now, I think.
How old do you think he is? David?
He's in his 30s.
Yeah, he's 31. Is Stafford a mobile quarterback?
What's that?
Is Stafford a mobile quarterback?
No, Stafford's not a mobile quarterback.
He's 37.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you start seeing where the game's turning into. It's a lot of mobile quarterbacks, winning all the big games.
Stafford won yesterday, David.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think the Lions need a new quarterback.
You're making a hell of a case.
Damn right I am.
So, look, if your priority, if you think that it is a huge priority to have a mobile quarterback, then you're never going to like Jared Goff. As far as Goff is concerned, if you think of all the things that went wrong with the Lions offensively this year, and specifically the offensive line, there were more drops from the receivers, the tight ends, top two tight ends were gone. You know whose performance was almost exactly the same as the year before when everything was clicking offensively? Matthew Stafford. Without Laporta, without Brock Wright, and without the best offensive line in football, which he had the year before, Matthew Stafford threw for 65 less yards year to year. Last year, with Laporta, Brock Wright, and the best offensive line in football. He threw 37 touchdowns. This year he threw 34. Last year he threw 12 picks. This year he threw 8. Last year he got sacked 31 times. This year he got sacked 38 times. Stafford's season, year to year, was arguably the same. And he had less around him to work with. He didn't have what he had the year before to rely on. And so after watching this season, if your takeaway is that the Detroit Lions need a new quarterback and not that the Detroit Lions need to upgrade the O-line and hope that their tight end is healthy or address the tight end or whatever, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Feedback coming in. Remember everybody clutching their pearls because Dan Campbell kept going for it on fourth down early in games. Ben Johnson has done it twice in the playoffs. One game he got away with it, and one game he didn't. Next text. Kickers are more accurate and can kick longer field goals than any time in history, and yet fourth down conversion attempts are at an all-time high. Just ironic, I guess. Kind of is. I mean, more and more coaches have gotten hyper-aggressive on fourth downs. And all the metrics out there seem to, quote unquote, prove it. But the reality is the kickers are unbelievable anymore. Unbelievable. I mean, the big kicks that were made in conditions yesterday, pretty impressive. Doug Ryan Day doesn't have to do anything. He's always a chump because somebody chumped him. Next text. Doug, any thought that Ben Johnson should have gone for 2 at the end of the game? The fourth down play was such an emotional high, wondering if that would have caught L.A. off guard. That's from Brian. Well, L.A. would have called a timeout. 1. 2 is remember the possession before? The Bears had it 4th and goal from the 2. Was it the 2 or the 3? But the Bears, you're saying after the Bears scored the miracle touchdown, they should have gone for it. Or gone for 2 at that point. Probably one thing that hurt them was their previous drive. They had a 4th and goal from the Rams 2, and they ran a play that didn't work. You have to think under those circumstances with the game on the line, they ran their best play. This is the play that they would probably run in a 2-point conversion situation with the game on the line, and it didn't work. So they either A, said our best play didn't work, let's just kick the extra point, or B, didn't have faith in their next best play. But it was right before then they had a do-or-die, felt like do-or-die situation on 4th and goal from the 2. They ran a play, the Rams defended it. So if you have that, you got your menu of 2-point plays, it's probably not that different than your menu of got to have it 4th and goal from the 2. So that might have explained. That's why it's not illogical to just kick the extra point and play for overtime. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
All right. Can you hear me? Test. Ready to go? Testing. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Good to go? All right. Hold on 1 second. All right, guys, it's Rico. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. And we're now to the championship round of the NFL. And as you all know, Bo Nix, the quarterback for the Denver Broncos, will not be playing in that game. So that's one that you definitely don't want to bet on. But hey, we'll monitor all of the other injuries throughout the weeks. But yeah, Bo Nix will not be playing in the game. But that's okay, because if anything happens within the first half of any game this coming weekend, Fanatics Sportsbook will have your back, because that's just what they've been doing the entire season. Whether your quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, or any eligible player goes down in the first half, Fanatics Sportsbook will void that leg of your parlay or just cancel that single game bet altogether. They turn losses into wins. Why? Because that's just what they do. Other sportsbooks don't, but Fanatics Sportsbook, always having your back, will make sure that your losing bet turns into a winning bet. That's today's report. Listen all season long for the weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, home of the fair play. Download the app today. You got to be 21 or older. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Doug Harsh, Gator out today. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Gator out today from an unnamed texter. Champ the Detroit Red Wings for beating Ottawa. I can't stand Ottawa. Chump the Ottawa Senators for the cheap shot on Lucas Raymond. Thankfully, he doesn't seem to be hurt, but he could have been bad. I can't stand Ottawa either, but, I mean, look, I hold grudges. Ottawa's had Detroit's number. Never forget the back-to-backs. Some of the physicality, some of the fun they had at Detroit's expense in those back-to-back games. You don't need to try too hard to find villains in the NHL, but I can't stand Ottawa. Our organization needs to be more like the Rams. They gave away a lot of draft choices to keep Matthew Stafford, but still, here they are, playing at a high level. They find the right players that can play well and fit their scheme. We need more of that in this year's offseason and draft. Well, we'll see. I mean, look, that's from G, by the way. I think the mistake people make is they see one team have success and think that's how you got to do it. There's multiple ways to get the job done. In all kinds of sports, there's a variety of ways to get it done. Jared Goff is successful because Jared Goff has an elite skill set to execute an NFL passing game. From the ability to read a defense, to know what happens before the ball snap, after the ball snap. He has an accurate enough, strong arm that he can get the ball to the right place. His decision-making's great. One other thing he's done, I mean, it's really underrated that he doesn't get enough credit for it. He hits receivers on the run, so the yards after catch is great. Guys don't have to slow down. You hit somebody in stride, and they can just keep running. really good at that. But he's got one thing that he doesn't do well that gets harped on, and it's not a strength. Not the most mobile guy in the world. And if that is a high priority for you and how you want your team to play, then you're not going to like Jared Goff. But I'd argue you can win with him. I'd argue that Stafford's a prime example of why many people didn't like Stafford because he wasn't particularly mobile. And how many playoff games has Stafford won since he got out of Detroit? Only supporting the fact that it was the organization and not the quarterback. My guess is that Buddy you just called probably tried to run Stafford out of town, and Stafford could win the Super Bowl this year and find himself in the Hall of Fame. But he wasn't good enough for, who was it, Matt? Because probably wasn't mobile enough for Matt. 248-539-9797. Paul's in Livonia next. Hello, Paul.
Yeah, hey, it's just the worst thing happened yesterday that could have happened, and that's Stafford winning, because we knew today we're going to hear calls like, oh, Jared Goff. Like, it's ridiculous. People forget we went 12 years, and this guy did not have one big win. He did not have one big playoff win. He was not good here for 12 years, okay? Jared Goff has been the best quarterback in the history of this franchise. Yes, the history of this franchise. And for what he's been able to do with all the injuries and everything is amazing. So to call up and actually say we need to change quarterbacks means you just maybe don't have a clue about football, or you just are an idiot, because we're lucky that we have him, and enough of Matthew Stafford. He's gone. He sucked while he was here. He was not good. He was not.
Well, that's inaccurate.
And it was everybody else's fault. It was everybody else's fault but Stafford. And so now these people are going to blame Jared Goff.
Stafford's the same quarterback. Paul, I would argue Stafford's the same quarterback. He just has a better roster around him.
He does. He totally does. And people, it's hard for people to realize that. I was at the last home game, and there were people in the stands next to me going, man, I wish we still had Stafford. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Can you name me a big game in the history besides the Cleveland Browns game that, you saw the highlights for 10 years of? He did nothing here. And he went to LA, they embraced him, and they built a roster around him, or they had a roster.
They didn't build a roster, Paul. I would argue.
No, I mean he had a roster.
Stafford's the same quarterback, and he's won now 7 playoff games when you put a better team around him?
You know what? Hey, he didn't do it here. It woulda, shoulda, coulda. He didn't do it here.
True. He didn't do it, but I think all he's done is proven that he is a good quarterback since he left, and that it was the organization that was the problem. It's interesting because you and I see the Stafford situation completely differently, and in the end draw conclusions that the problem isn't Goff. But hey, let's get back to your phone call. Steve in Ann Arbor. Hi, Steve.
How you doing?
What's up?
So I think tonight's a huge game for the Pistons.
It is.
I think if they lose tonight, you kind of have to think about making moves, because Tatum is coming back in February. So that just shows you that the Celtics are far ahead of you.
It all comes down to one game?
I think so. I think you've got to start to look at that, because there's no way you're beating the Celtics, even with Tatum at 50%.
They've already beaten the Celtics this year. Is that game void? Because
Tatum is coming back in February.
I understand that, but why would one game tonight mean that the Celtics are ahead of them?
Because if you get Tatum back, who's a top 15 player, even at 50%, there's no chance you're going to beat the Celtics.
Well, that's just you think he's going to hit the ground running and be the player that he was and make that much of a difference?
No, but him at 50% on that roster, and if they make a move for Jaren Jackson, you're done.
Well, wait a sec. Hold on. That guy wants it to be true so bad. He wants it to be true so bad. And you know what the telltale line is? And how you know that somebody doesn't really believe what they're saying? When they make a statement and hang up. Don't want to have a conversation. I'm going to say something and hang up. That's how you can tell you don't even believe what you're saying. And you guys have had a great run, and it may not be over. But the idea that he's going to come back and help them that much is certainly no given. It is certainly no given, even if he does come back in February. But if you believed it, you'd stick around and talk. 248-539-9797. Christopher is next in Detroit. Hello, Christopher.
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
I got a real problem with everybody talking about how poor Stafford was as a quarterback here.
Well, it's not everybody. It was the one caller. The one caller did, and it probably doesn't need like a full-scale analysis. But
I hear from people all the time when they talk about Stafford. Like when I talk to friends, when I talk to people at work, they always saying this about Stafford. And Stafford was a great quarterback for us. Same thing with Goff. The only thing that Goff cannot do, it seems, is he's not mobile. If he has an offensive line, he put up great numbers. He's accurate with the ball. Like you said, he hit players in stride. I think it's horrible of us just to jump off the ship. We chanting Jared Goff all over the city and then jump off the ship just because we don't have the tools that he needs to be successful, and therefore we are not successful.
Jared Goff, let's keep in mind here, his numbers didn't drop off. He finished second in the NFL in passing yards, and the offensive line wasn't what it was a year ago. His year-to-year stats are almost identical, except he got sacked more this year. And I think anybody in their right mind will tell you the offensive line wasn't as good. Goff's not really a real topic in Detroit. It's not. They're not having Goff discussions down in Allen Park. Teams aren't calling to see, is Goff available? Goff's not available. Goff's a Detroit quarterback. And, our guy who called up and said they need to change quarterbacks, okay, let's say they follow through on that. It starts with a $96 million dead cap money. Now, do they need to, after June 1st, I think that number goes down, but do they need to restructure his contract? Probably. But that's not an indictment on him as a quarterback. That's to open up some room for them to make some other moves. I don't know that we need to launch into a full-scale Goff discussion. One guy wasn't a fan. Got it. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Hey, Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Certainly lots to choose from coming out of that NFL playoff weekend that was. Do want to get into the Rasmus Anderson not trade to Detroit. Other moves that could be made. One of my favorites is out there. Could be had. We'll get into that in the second half of the show. There's a big Pistons-Celtics game tonight. It's too bad. We thought the Pistons had a chance, but apparently not. It is Carson Anderson, Gator Out today on 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. After 9 seasons and 8 playoff appearances, head coach Sean McDermott was fired by the Buffalo Bills today. Bills GM and now president of football operations Brandon Beane will remain with the team and oversee the hire of their next head coach. BetOnline says the person to be that favorite is unfortunately Mike McDaniel. The former Dolphins head coach has been a primary candidate for the Lions offensive coordinator position. He's also already interviewed with the Browns and Titans for their head coaching positions. BetOnline says McDaniel is the favorite to win the job as he opens with 3-1 odds to get it. In this flurry of an NFL coaching carousel, which the Lions are involved in, of course, in their search of an offensive coordinator, their other coordinator has an interview today. Albert Breer reports that the Miami Dolphins are interviewing Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard for their head coaching job down in Miami today. The College Football National Championship between number 1 Indiana and number 10 Miami takes place tonight. Any fans hoping to attend better be ready to pay a pretty penny just to get in the door. The cheapest tickets for the event are selling for nearly $4,000 at the moment. That game is a 7:30 kickoff tonight down in Hard Rock Stadium. President Donald Trump announced today that he will be in attendance. And, of course, we've got Pistons and Celtics tonight in prime time at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. Just a few hours before that, the NBA All-Star starters will be announced at 2 p.m. Cade Cunningham is expected to be named a starter, with Jalen Duren possibly being announced to the team later. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh. Gator out today. It is the Carson Anderson program. Look, to open the show talking about the NFL playoffs and how much it bothered me that the Bears almost won. They didn't even win the game, but they almost won it, and that bothered me. And I hope it cranks up the sense of urgency for the guys down in Allen Park to make sure that we are not watchers again. Sitting on the sidelines watching 2 teams from your division be in the postseason, Green Bay and Chicago. Obviously, Green Bay got eliminated last weekend. Chicago got eliminated this weekend. Dan Campbell said at the end of the season he was going to watch the playoffs, and I thought he was going to. It sounded like to me he was planning on watching the playoffs and just stewing about it. And quite frankly, he should. And I don't think it's a referendum on them. And what I mean by that is I don't think Dan Campbell or Brad Holmes should be fired by any stretch of the imagination. But I do think they need to maybe make some changes on the margins of what they do, whether it be 4th down decisions, whether it be, do we need to upgrade both coordinator positions and not just the offensive coordinator this offseason? Whether it be perhaps not valuing future assets as much as Brad Holmes seems to when it comes to trade deadline and off-season moves. Maybe there's a bigger splash in free agency. They certainly need to aggressively restructure some contracts to create some cap space. These are things that I think should be under strong consideration if you're the Detroit Lions. Because watching the Bears play, like the idea that Ben Johnson would get to the NFC title game, let alone the Super Bowl, bothered me way more than I thought. Now, what do the Bears have? I don't know. Listen to their post-game show last night after the game. What they think they have is a team that's here to stay, a team that, this quote was uttered, well, we don't want to be the Lions. And what they meant by that is win the division and then not make the playoffs. And hell, I can't argue with that point. But I don't like that we are used as the template in Chicago as to who you don't want to be. We don't want to be this either on the outside looking in. But Lions need to respond. They need to respond. And so I hope that sense of urgency is cranked up. What has happened over the last few years is not good enough. It's been very good. And let me be clear, when I say it's not good enough, it doesn't mean I want to fire Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. I want a fire lit under Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, not for a hot seat, but I want that extra motivation, that extra. They're probably laughing at this, like we don't want them to win. Like I don't think they want them to win. That's fine. The idea that the Bears are here to stay, they might be. They might be, because boy, did they have some magic this year. Come from behind wins, double digits. Everything needed to go right, and they kept pulling it out of their hindquarters. And bravo, maybe you do have the next Tom Brady, the next Patrick Mahomes, the next Joe Montana and Caleb Williams. Maybe you got that. Or maybe you had a horseshoe stuck up your butt this year and then a rabbit's foot in all the right places. Maybe, just maybe. Those 2 fourth down conversions that Caleb Williams had in the postseason were incredible. And I guess we'll find out moving forward if they were incredible and indicative of what's to come or incredibly lucky. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Had a lot of calls today. Got a big Piston game tonight against the Celtics. Red Wings on the road for a pair of games midweek. Toronto and Minnesota. Toronto's an interesting team because they're the first team out of the Eastern Conference playoffs, 8 points back. My champ of the weekend was Van Riemsdyk for his goal yesterday. What kind of sorcery was that, huh? That's the kind of stuff you do in the pregame skate. Play it between your own legs and flip it over the goalie. Gave him a lead. They ended up winning in overtime. John Gibson continues to be the man. Marco Casper with some production. And, hey, best wishes to Mickey Redmond, who's going to have a neck fusion surgery, I believe it is, and is out for a while here. Get healthy for the playoff run, my man. You are the best in the business. Absolutely love Mickey. Uncle John, my late great Uncle John. There's something about the Canadian dialect where he and my Uncle John, I think the first time I heard anybody say holy jumping was my Uncle John, who was in the Canadian Navy. And was an awesome dude, and that's who Mickey reminds me of. He's like part Canadian lumberjack, part Canadian James Bond. There's nobody cooler than Mickey Redmond. So 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Ray and Romulus here on 97.1. Hi, Ray.
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing just fine. Just a little commentary about the Jared Goff situation here. Only criticism I had about him is the fact that when we had the big games, he didn't show up. Let's just call it what it is. The big games, he had a lot of unwanted throws, a lot of throws that he just did not complete. They were wobbly, they were short, however you want to name it. They weren't up to par, and you continue to say he's a top 5 quarterback. Another problem I have is this. He is the last dinosaur that's going to be remaining in the NFL that has no mobility. So you have to put so many perfect things around him to make him perform. And what I saw over the playoffs this weekend, there was a ton of young talent, a ton of quarterbacks that were mobile, including Stafford. Stafford may not be a running quarterback, but he doesn't just sit in that pocket. He can roll out, and he can throw a ball downfield, and it can be accurate and strong. So my point about Goff is that we have to do too much around him. He has some big major limitations when it comes to extending plays, because that's what you have to do nowadays in NFL. You can't just sit in that pocket and throw the ball, and that's putting too much onus on Brad Holmes. I'm not a big Brad Holmes fan. I'm glad to hear that you're now finally criticizing Brad Holmes, and I hope that you stay on top of him, because if he does not do anything in that free agency and the draft, I want to hear from you specifically how you're so disappointed by Brad Holmes.
Thank you, Ray. Let's go to Matt. You're next. Hi, Matt.
Well, what's up, man? Champ and Chump. Yep. Chump, I'm going to have to say the referees. I was actually rooting for the Bears, and I feel like they missed a few calls, the botched pass interference call. Champ, I have no clue. But I wanted to talk. I have no clue. The Seahawks, because, I mean, the 49ers were pretty much a dead team anyway, but they did their business.
Pound them.
As far as Goff, you guys are talking about mobility. He doesn't need to be a mobile QB if we take this offseason to bolster the O and D line. He doesn't need to be a mobile QB because he'll be protected. That's just, my thoughts.
Well, look, we don't have a Goff situation. I don't know how this turned into a Goff day. This is not, we just don't have a Goff situation. This is Detroit's quarterback is Jared Goff. And look, doesn't win any big games except the playoff games he won. Whatever. Larry in Grand Rapids, you're next. Hi, Larry.
Yeah, hey. My question for you is, barring any major free agency signings, what position would you be looking for Detroit to draft first?
Well, there's
first-round
great
pick.
news about the draft. The great news about the draft is it feels like the positions the Lions need are projected to go in the teens, which is where they are drafting. There are a lot of good defensive backs that are talked about going in the middle of the draft, whether it be Mansour Delane from LSU, the McCoy kid from Tennessee. There are defensive tackles that are near the top of the draft board, and Peter Woods and Caden McDonald that could be there. I don't know what's going to happen with David Bailey. I would take one of those players at one of those positions. And now center is something that I would make a strong effort to address the center position with a veteran, and then go with probably a defensive back, but the best available edge rusher, defensive tackle, or defensive back.
All right. Last question is, Detroit last year went into training camp. They had no new offensive linemen, and then they lost. Well, one left and another one retired. I think the difference to them and the Bears signed 3 free agents on the offensive line. So now they got 8 offensive linemen. And to me, hopefully Detroit
they have a need. They have a need. Yeah, last year the Ragnow thing caught them off guard. But 248-539-9797. Excuse me, 248-539-9797. Yeah, they need to address the offensive line. And they might only need to address the offensive line with one player, and that is a veteran, really good center. And you can make an argument that that's all they need to do offensively. It's probably not, but you can build that argument and then use the rest of your resources to help out the defense. 97-1. Hey, Sam Bernstein Law, 1-800-CALL-SAM. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years and earning respect from insurance companies along the way. They are Michigan's most experienced law firm. When clients are treated with dignity and strength, insurance companies take the case seriously. That respect leads to real results. Call Sam. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Hirsch. Scott Anderson out today. It is the Carson Anderson program. Lots to digest following the weekend of NFL football, including seeing our division rival, the Chicago Bears, almost pull one out of their butt and beat the L.A. Rams. Boy, were they were up against it. And, I mean, the percentage chance when a play breaks down and your quarterback is running backwards, it gets to the point where he is, I think it was 20-plus yards behind the line of scrimmage, moving backwards on a fourth down play. The odds of that play being successful got to be less than 1%. And the fact that he can even get the ball to the end zone is credit to Caleb Williams, but he did. Cole Kmet made a catch. Game went to overtime. Rams won. Overtime strategies is something that is really interesting because there were 2 overtime playoff games this weekend. Both of them, the team that won the coin flip opted to kick. Now, what you get when you have the ball second, obviously, is knowing what the other team did. That way you have a better chance to utilize fourth down. Like if you know you have to go for it on fourth down, that's, you already know that because the other team's had a possession. So if they score a touchdown and you're looking at, 4th and 10 from the 10, you're obviously not kicking a field goal, you're going for the touchdown. Or, you get the point. You know what the other team did, so you get to utilize fourth down to your benefit. What you're giving up, though, is the third possession. And the third possession, why does that matter? Because it's the first possession where the game becomes do or die next score. And the Bears gave up that third possession by kicking. And the Rams, in overtime, got the ball twice. The Bears got it once. And so it is, I think it's a tough decision to make. We've had this argument before in the past. And I think that third possession is very valuable. Now, you may not ever get there. But once you're there and you got the leg up in terms of possessions, I mean, it's like going to extra innings, and if nobody scores in the 10th and a team scores in the top of the 11th, game over. That's a pretty big advantage. 248-539-9797. Anyway, but both NFL coaches chose to kick and gave up the third possession so they could take advantage of the fourth down in the first inning, if you will, of overtime. Because that's the only thing you're guaranteed is one possession. 248-539-9797. Jim is in Windsor and next. Hello, Jim.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I was calling. I didn't call to upset you or nothing, but there was a caller, Ray, about 10 minutes ago, and I was just going to call before him. He took the words right out of my mouth when he was talking about Jared Goff. I'm kind of tired of the Lions trying to have to rebuild and do their offensive line so this guy can be effective.
Hold on. Do they need to rebuild?
Well, they're saying about how the offensive line's got to get better for Jared Goff. I think if he was more mobile, like a lot of the quarterbacks now,
Jim,
he
it's
could
a
be a lot
non-starter.
more.
He's had such a big contract. He's not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that. So I say 4 more years of him. It's not
Jim,
what I want to hear.
Jim,
yep.
There was a game yesterday, the less mobile quarterback won. There was a game on Saturday, Darnold beat Purdy. Less mobile quarterback won.
Yeah, but a more mobile quarterback is always better, especially when you can run, get out of the pocket and scramble, make a throw on the play.
I mean, we don't have a golf topic in Detroit. We know he can't run. We know he's not mobile. That doesn't mean he can't win. What he does do is great. And if they don't fix the offensive line and come back next year, I mean, we just did the year-to-year comparison. Was the offensive line as good as it was the year before? No. Were the receivers as good? No. They had more drops, and they had 2 key guys get hurt. The running game wasn't as good. It went from top 10 to middle of the pack, and Goff's numbers stayed the same. Not exactly. He threw for 65 less yards. He threw for 3 less touchdowns, 37 to 34, but he threw 4 fewer interceptions. He had a better completion percentage last year. I guess I shouldn't argue it, and I stopped because we don't have a Goff topic here. And if you think mobility is the only way you can win, then fine. I mean, I guess. We just had playoff games over the weekend in the NFC where the less mobile quarterbacks in both games won. DeAndre in Detroit. What's up, DeAndre?
Hey, so I wanted to start with the Rams, Chump being the Bills. And I really just wanted to say in regards to the Lions, as long as they remove the words "we're good" from their vocabulary, I'm fine. As long as they look to improve by any means necessary, no matter what the case is, no matter what they need to do, like look at all options, that's what I'm here for. The whole "we're good," I'm so done with it because it's a delusional confidence. It's under the premise that everyone else is going to stay the same while you're the only ones that get better. And that's just not the case.
Well, look, I mean, don't let those words bother you too much. He was speaking specifically to the edge rusher opposite of Hutch, and the guy that they had finished in, I think, 11th in the NFL in sacks. But no, they should have a sense of urgency to get better this offseason.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm here for, the sense of urgency to always look to get better. One other thing I want to say in regards to the whole Jared Goff thing, we got to just work with what we got. I mean, there's plenty of mobile quarterbacks that's in this league that haven't won anything, i.e., Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. So I think you got to forgive these people. They're suffering from what they see right now because we have plenty of times where people hate it when quarterbacks try to run too often. So, I mean, whatever. Like, just build around who you got and move forward.
You can win with this guy. I mean, he's got 2 playoff wins in Detroit. He took the Rams to the Super Bowl. I mean, Stafford wasn't mobile enough for a bunch of people, and Stafford's won 7 playoff games since he left Detroit. 7 in 3 different years, including winning a Super Bowl. Goff's left mobile than Stafford. Yep, and Stafford is one of the most immobile quarterbacks left. He's still standing. You better be great at everything else, and I would argue that Goff pretty much is. Jack in Grosse Pointe. Hi, Jack.
Hey, Doug, how are you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, hey, hopefully I'm a breath of fresh air here. I couldn't handle everybody being negative about Jared Goff. I get it. He's not flashy, but I'd rather have a quarterback who gets the job done. Like, I was watching Caleb Williams play yesterday, and it was really amazing. Like, he was incredible.
Yep.
And he made a throw Jared Goff's not going to make, and, that's just the truth. But Goff's not throwing 3 interceptions and overthrowing his receiver every other down. And maybe they have 25 points yesterday if the Bears have Jared Goff. Jared Goff, numbers-wise, is one of the best quarterbacks in the league, has been so in the past 5 years. And if we want to talk about big games, yeah, you're not going to throw for 330 and 3 like you are against the Tennessee Titans. Every quarterback in the NFL isn't as good in big games. I mean, Sam Darnold put up 41 points the other night and threw for 150 yards and 1 touchdown. It's the playoffs. It gets tougher. And then Brock Purdy, Caleb Williams. Both those guys, they're incredible, right?
Jack, there's plenty of examples of him playing well in some big games. Now, this past year, they didn't have a great year. And in the postseason last year, he did throw 3 interceptions. He did.
Yeah, he did. He has had rough days, and that's true. But he's also won 2 playoff games, like you said. He had a great game against the Buccaneers, played great in that 49ers game. Wasn't his fault we lost. You can definitely win with him. So I think we agree a lot on the most part. I love Jared Goff. And here's the other thing, too. The Lions need to improve the offensive line. Everybody knows that. But there was only one team this playoffs that had a bad offensive line and was a real threat, and that was the Texans. And how did they do yesterday? I mean, Patrick Mahomes, bad offensive line this year. He didn't get the job done. Caleb Williams, good offensive line. They got the job done getting into the playoffs, right? So the offensive line, it doesn't matter if you're mobile or not. It matters if you're good. And Jared Goff puts up the numbers. He doesn't get hurt, and he has won games. And there's only a handful of quarterbacks that have actually won the Super Bowl. So I hate the Goff narrative. Anybody I've had a conversation with that hates Jared Goff, they can't back it up with numbers. And when they say he doesn't perform in big games, yes, sometimes he doesn't. But the numbers never look as good when you're playing top defenses in the NFL.
Well,
and he has looked good in big games, right?
He's got examples of it. The problem is that they lost a playoff game last year and he didn't play well. And there's no question about that. And additionally, they didn't have a great year this year. Now, I would argue that it wasn't mostly on his shoulders. I thought his year and, numbers aren't everything, but they are comparable. It's not like in spite of all that went wrong this year, he still went out and had a pretty damn good year, but whatever. Let's go to Nick in Shelby Township. You're next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Hey, look, how do we get to this Jared Goff narrative?
I don't know.
I really don't understand. I'm so like, if you watch, what we need to establish is the running game, and that's the one thing I'm going to bring up the offensive line issue. When we needed to run the football in games we needed to win, we could not run the football. I don't know how people are talking about Jared Goff when you're looking at offensive line where we were just terrible at times. That's what we got to rebuild and reestablish. For us to be really good and for Jared Goff to be really good, we got to establish the running game, and that's how you win in the playoffs.
Well, I'll tell you this. If it helps a lot. Their run game last year was top 6 or 7 in the NFL, and it was middle of the pack this year. Let me just double check and see if I can get the direct numbers because, we all saw it. They just weren't as consistently good in the run game, and it changes everything when you can run the football. It sets up everything. This year they were middle of the pack this year, and the year before they were 6th in rushing yards per game. Carries per game, carries per rush, like yards per carry, went from it dropped year to year. I mean, they've got to. That's important to do. They can still improve defensively. And look, let's face it, they got to get an offensive coordinator in here, and they may need a defensive coordinator. As much as I do like Calvin Shepard, if there's somebody out there that can make him better, don't hesitate. Make that move. And that's where I'm getting into the sense of urgency this offseason. Is if Shepard still needs seasoning or he's, inexperience showed this year in any way, they know better than we do. And you can get Brian Flores or somebody of that ilk. I don't know if there's anybody of that ilk, but hey, let's make an aggressive play. Now, a lot of these best coaches available are going to end up with head coaching jobs. And Flores is interviewing for those jobs. He's probably going to get one, but I'd try to get him if he doesn't.
I do want to share, as of about an hour or so ago, It was reported that Kelvin Shepard is having his first in-person interview with the Miami Dolphins for their head coach position as of today.
Okay. Thank you, Corbin. 248-539-9797, 97.1. Doug Harshgater out. He'll be back tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Mondays mean champ and chump. And look, we were talking about mostly the Bears and a division rival making a real play for the NFC Championship game and coming up short, ironically, to old quarterback in Detroit that many people wanted to run out of town, and now those people have repurposed their arguments and are using it against Jared Goff. 248-539-9797. And look, I don't have a problem with people who see things differently. Like we talk about it all the time. We're all entitled to our opinions. But if you sat here for years saying Goff couldn't win big games, Goff was the problem, Stafford. If you sat here for years saying Stafford couldn't win big games, Stafford was the problem, then Stafford goes elsewhere with a more complete team around him, wins a Super Bowl, and has now won playoff games in 3 separate years. I feel all it does is vindicate those of us who defended him. And we put a embargo in place on that because it was over and we didn't need to do it. But if he wins the Super Bowl, he's probably going to the NFL Hall of Fame, the Pro Football Hall of Fame. There's only one quarterback with 2 Super Bowl wins who's not in the Hall of Fame. And that's Jim Plunkett. Eli Manning probably will be. I don't think he's there yet. Anyway, but the point is, and people ran him out of town. And if you ever say, I shouldn't say people, some of you wanted to run him out of town. And if you ever say, oh, blah, 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 one of the key things to have is a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback, when it's all said and done, we might have had that. Now, my argument was always people are blaming the best player, not the worst players. And look, when Stafford was the quarterback of the Lions didn't get it done. And I looked at a team filled with flaws, had a bunch of flaws. Now they have a more complete team. They actually have a somewhat similar quarterback. And it's starting all over again. And the frustrations are there, man. The frustrations are real. Because what has happened under Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes is not good enough. But they're pretty good. They're pretty damn good. And when you're pretty damn good, certainly you deserve the opportunity to answer the bell. When you put on a front like this and you got to come through, you have to answer the bell. And I suspect that they will. Dan Campbell's a damn good coach and Brad Holmes is a damn good GM. You know how Harbaugh got fired and everybody wanted him? If Dan Campbell got fired, everybody would want him. If Brad Holmes got fired, everybody who needed a GM would want him. But, they need to take a long, hard look at the mirror and figure out it's probably moves on the margins philosophically and with the roster. It's probably moves on the margins. But, man, the sense of urgency was there. And are the Bears here to stay? They might be. They might be. Lions, to their credit, have beaten the Bears 7 of the last 8 times. Like they've got the Bears number, even this year. But that wasn't good enough. Bears won the war. But hey, let's take a sense of urgency into this offseason. 248-539-9797. All right, I guess we can't avoid it. Rod, you're next. Hi, Rod.
Hey, how's it going, Doug? How you doing today?
Okay.
Good. The thing I want to say, I'll just make one point. So I hear people, make the reference to Jared Goff being like the last of the dying breed, and not mobile. My thing is that I try to get people to see is we know that he's not a mobile quarterback, but my thing is just move a little bit. Like, the center is the weakest part of the line. Just move to the left, move to the right. Stafford is not mobile, but he'll move and get out the way. And it seemed like too many times you just watch him stand there. And it's really frustrating. And then you standing behind the weakest part of the line. Like, we got a weak line this year. We had a really good line last year, but this year, Ragnall's not there. So why stand there and just let the pressure come? So that's my question. Like, just move a little bit.
Thank you, Rod. Brad in Toledo, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Brad.
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Okay.
Good. Hey, so here's my thoughts, just my opinion on Goff and Stafford. Listen, Stafford always has been, probably always will be top 5 quarterback. Goff, top 10 quarterback. He's kind of proven that with the stats. You know, so straight up trade, who would you rather have? Well, of course you'd rather have Stafford. But that's not what we're dealing with. I mean, you have Stafford, or would you rather have Goff and Branch and Gibbs and Laporta? Like, it's a no-brainer, hands down. Every day you'd rather have those four than just Stafford. Stafford's problem in Detroit was not Stafford. It was the leadership of the Lions. It was the GM. It was the coaches. And he's kind of proven that. So, you know, good for him. Too bad for us right now. Tough season, but, you know, there's always next year.
Well, look, the Lions aren't in a position where it's hopeless. They got a good roster. They got a damn good roster. With some holes, they, you know, need to improve their depth for sure. They probably have to replace a few guys and make some tough decisions. They got to restructure some contracts. And maybe they need to get a little bit more aggressive. The only person that well, it's not the only person, but the person that made the call on how aggressive to be is Brad Holmes. There are others that are in his inner circle. They probably know how aggressive or unaggressive that he was, Brad Holmes, in the offseason. Was he really super aggressive? Did he turn down deals that everybody would have turned down? You know, he's like suddenly people think he's a moron and, you know, turn down obvious trades. But I mean, right now, the favorite to win the Super Bowl is the Seattle Seahawks. In terms of mobility, where does Darnold rank? In terms of the top quarterbacks in the league, where does Sam Darnold rank? The second favorite is the LA Rams. In terms of mobility, where does Stafford rank? Now, as far as top quarterbacks in the league, he ranks much higher than Darnold. But you have to have a guy that gets you in the mix, that makes you competitive, and he's got to do enough elite. And Goff does that. Goff is so good at diagnosing a defense, pre-snap, post-snap, and delivering an accurate football in stride for yards after catch to the right receiver. Really good. Getting him into the right play before the ball is snapped. You know, I mean, he does a lot of that stuff better than most. That's why he's effective. 248-539-9797. Don in Armada. Hi, Don.
Hey, good afternoon, Doug. Peace be with you, brother. Hey, you know, people, I mean, it's frustrating. I'm going to be 55 in a couple weeks, and I'm a huge fan, but I've always tried to take my sports opinion to be based and realistic about it. And, you know, when it comes to Goff, is not at all our problem. And what good franchise out there doesn't build around their quarterback, his strengths and weaknesses and so on and so forth? So people calling in saying, oh, well, why do they have to do this for Goff? Because that's who Goff is. That's the quarterback we got. He's plenty of good enough to do it. I mean, if we had a Lamar or if we had a Josh Allen or even Stafford, I'm sure our roster makeup would look different with that. Not what we have. And I think Goff's plenty good enough. Just look at the last couple of years. Maybe the last 2 years or 3 years, I can think of the amount of dud games that he's had on probably one hand. And one of them, he managed to win that game in Houston a couple of years ago where he threw 4 interceptions or whatever, but still found a way to get us back to win the game. And the guy that called just a minute ago said he needs to move this way or that way. I personally, watching him this year, I thought he did a lot better of little subtle movements in the pocket to give himself a little bit more time in a bad situation. So,
thank you for the phone call, Don. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to warm up the winter with hot deals like a 3-year lease on a 2026 Chevy Trax LT for just $239 a month with $19.99 down. You heard it right, $239. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through Ally Bank, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends February 2nd. Doug Harsh, Gator out, 248-539-9797. Okay, so, hey, look, there's a lot of reason to be encouraged what's going on in Detroit from a sports standpoint. Red Wings are a very healthy team coming down the stretch here. Hopefully they keep it up. The idea of being in the postseason but being competitive in the postseason feels like it's becoming more and more of a reality. Question is, will they give it gas? Rasmus Anderson traded to the Golden Knights, talked to somebody in the league, said the price that they paid for a rental was steep. And it's something that Yzerman doesn't want to do. But, I know that there's people out there that are adamant they want to see him make a trade. I will say this. I'd like to see him make a trade that helps him too. And everybody says the same thing. I don't want him to make a trade for trade's sake. If you don't know the asking price, but you still want him to make a trade, that to me is the definition of trade for trade's sake. But, the question becomes is, do you think they're one player away? Would you give up the quality it would take? I would say that they probably aren't. It feels as though much of the reporting is that Yzerman sounds a lot more aggressive this offseason. There's a player that this season, rather, as we come to the trade deadline, there's players out there that I always liked and thought was hard to play against. I would love to see him in Detroit, and that's Evander Kane. But is he really available? What would the cost be? Comes with his warts. But at the end of the day, he's a guy with some sandpaper, as they say. So 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Pistons with a big game tonight against the Celtics. We got one call on that. It was from Celtics guy who predicted doom for our Pistons. And then he hung up. Didn't want to have a discussion, which usually means he doesn't even believe it. Maurice in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Maurice.
Hey, how you doing there? How you doing today?
Okay.
Yeah, that's a blessing to be on the radio, man. Let's just call it what it is, man. I'm still hurt from the game when the Lions played the 49ers. They were up 24-7, and they blew it at halftime with the opportunity to go to the Super Bowl and face the Kansas City Chiefs. That was the big spear in the heart right there. Now, what we've seen so far, we know what to expect. What to expect. We really missed Laporta when he got hurt. That really kind of put a dent in our offense. And just watching what Minnesota did to the Lions, or how they rushed them, they got to get Goff some protection. He needs some help. That's all. He needs some help.
Well, I mean, the crazy thing is everybody saying that, and I echo it. It helps a lot. His numbers didn't change much year to year. And
he's got great numbers.
Yeah, but the numbers don't tell all the story. But it would. You want to get better everywhere, and if really what they need is they need the run blocking to be better, and they need to run the football better, and they need to be better against the run. And maybe help the secondary.
Not cutting you off, but I think maybe the play calling. When Dan Campbell took over the playbook, that was the kind of letting us know what was kind of going on behind the scenes. Some of the play calls were kind of predictable, but I still think Goff is a great quarterback.
Thank you for the phone call. Appreciate it, Maurice. We go to Tony in Key Largo. You're next. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
What's up?
Yeah, I still think I don't think Goff's the guy. He for a number of reasons, and I don't think he does all these things great like you say. He kills a lot of drives, and he doesn't make those plays that really matter to extend the drives, win the games, and keep on going. He just you could have put him in any one of these losing roles this weekend, and those teams would have lost bigger and quicker in the games. The games would have been spiraled out of control. You need a mobile quarterback, and if you keep arguing it, you're going to see it next year. This is going to spiral out of control, and the calls that you're getting now are going to seem like kindergarten calls compared to what's coming this time next year, in my opinion.
Monty in Maryland, you're next. Hi, Monty.
Hey, Doug. How you doing today?
What's up?
Hey, man, this whole Goff thing is asinine. Just hearing these conversations. For the last 2 years, minus this last one, we've been singing this guy's praises. He's taken us to places we've never been, successes we've never had, because what did he have? He had a decent offensive line in front of him. Now, in a year that we can't run as well as we did and we can't pass as well as we did, we know the offensive line is faulty. But it's the same thing. Everything is his fault. It's ridiculous. The concept of it is ridiculous. If you look at the 4 teams that are still in the playoffs right now, they got 2 things in common. They got a decent offensive line and a defense that can support the offense we've never had that. We've been asking for that for the longest time. When they were 15-2,
well, they did have the offensive line.
Defense.
They did have the offensive line.
Exactly. Yes, we had it at that time, but we've never had that defense to be the super complement to the offense. And people keep saying the same thing about Goff. When do we fix the defense to support? And when do we now, since we know the offensive line is a problem, since we haven't been able to run like we've run, when do we say, okay, let's build this team around our QB? Get him an offensive line that can block and let him run. Get him a defense that can hold them down. We got the QB. And like you said earlier, we're going to have the same thing where they run this guy out of town, then he goes somewhere else, gets successful, and then we're going to have that Matt Stafford longing and trying to take credit for successes he had somewhere else because he got to be with us. Just build a damn team around him. But thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Joe in Southfield. You're next. Hi, Joe.
Listen, guys. I'm from Washington, D.C., born and raised. When Joe Gibbs came in and was our coach, he went 8-8 the first year. The next year, we won the Super Bowl. We won the Super Bowl 3 different times with 3 different quarterbacks, 3 different sets of running backs, interchangeable receivers. But the one thing that was consistent was the hogs. And as one went down, the next man up, and come to find out a lot of those guys didn't get their positions back. Jared Goff is fine. Go get a line, because that's the one thing I noticed. I said, wow, this week they okay. The next week one of them went down and 2 went down. Listen, and Laporte, I was upset about Hawkinson being gone. I didn't realize how good Laporta could block, catch, and do everything, and he wasn't there this year. So stop. Goff is okay. No, he doesn't run. You have to be able to do 3 things: run, pass, and scramble. Okay? He doesn't run, but he can pass and scramble. But give him a line in front of him, and everybody stop bitching. We had a shot at the title, and we lost, against San Francisco, but at least we were there. And we're balling now. So give him a chance. And as far as General Brad Holmes, he's going to do some things right he's not going to do. Don't go there about him when you've accepted a lot of the other crap on the other teams that we've had prior to Brad Holmes. But now that Brad Holmes is there, at least we're going to the playoffs. Guy,
Brad Holmes is a good GM. He's got work to do because what's happened here isn't good enough. It's close, but it's not good enough. He doesn't, they don't need to fire Brad Holmes. They don't need to fire anybody. They just need to figure out why it hasn't worked here. Because if you don't win the Super Bowl, it's not that you're a failure and you need to go. You need to get yourself back in the mix where you're a more legitimate Super Bowl contender. And that means he might need to change some of his philosophies. He's earned the right to try and do it his way. And if his way isn't going to work and he sticks with it, he will lose his job. But we're far from that. And the man deserves the right to make any on-the-fly adjustments that need to be made to try and get him over the top. The totality of his work is really good. Is it good enough? No. Needs to get better. I think he's a pretty smart guy. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump votes last hour to get him in is straight ahead. That is next on 97.1.
We're getting ready for a big Pistons game tonight as they're set to take on the Boston Celtics from Little Caesars Arena at 8 p.m. Today, the NBA will announce the starters of the 2026 All-Star Game, and Cade Cunningham is almost certainly a lock to be a starter this season. Jalen Duren said at shoot-around this morning that's something we can expect for years to come. This will be Cunningham's second consecutive All-Star selection and likely his first as a starter. You can hear Cunningham and the Pistons tonight right here on 97.1 as we'll have the game at 8 o'clock. Pre-game coverage courtesy of Jeremy Otto begins at 7:35. You might not hear Ron Holland's name as he was just recently added to the injury report. He's questionable for tonight with an illness. College Football National Championship will also take place tonight between Indiana and Miami. The Hoosiers are in search of their first ever national title crown, while the Hurricanes are trying to return to the mountaintop, having failed to win the national title since 2001. That's a 7:30 kickoff down in Miami. And with the Bills firing Sean McDermott today, an unfortunate name for Lions fans is the favorite to fill the vacancy. BetOnline says former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel is a 3-1 favorite to be the Bills' next head coach. McDaniel, of course, interviewed for Detroit's OC job last week. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Somehow, someway, today's show turned into a Jared Goff show. Did not expect that, but is what it is. Here we go. 248-539-9797. NFL playoffs over the weekend. Look, I mentioned at the beginning of the show, and it's kind of been a theme throughout. Watching Green Bay and Chicago play in the postseason bothered me. And I really hope and suspect that it bothered the Lions too, and it should. It should, because those two teams this year passed the Lions. Are they there to stay? Well, it's debatable. I know in listening to the Bears postgame show last night, God bless them, did a nice job, but that's what they declared. Bears are there to stay. Bears belong. Don't want to be the Lions. And by that, they meant go back to missing the playoffs, and nor do the Lions want to be the Lions missing the playoffs. Do want to be the Lions with their roster. Very good. Good coach, good GM, but they got to be better. Pretty simple. Got to be better. Do I think they're capable of upgrading the roster and coaching better? Yeah. And I think a real telltale thing is if anything happens with the defensive coordinator. I don't know whether it should or it shouldn't. But if you look at the list of coaches that are now out there looking for jobs, and if you missed it today, Sean McDermott out in Buffalo. The more and more coaches that get entered into the pool that are looking for jobs, well, the more and more that you will see those guys, either if for every one of those guys that doesn't get another head coaching job, they become coordinator candidates. Do the Detroit Lions need an upgrade at coordinator? Well, Sean McDermott made a name for himself as a defensive coach. Made a huge name for himself as a defensive coach, so much so that he got this opportunity. Is he somebody that if he doesn't get a head coaching job can be a defensive coordinator here? Yeah. Guy that was on both sides of the football, Raheem Morris. He's out there. You got Brian Flores out there. You got to ask yourself, will one of these guys do better with the personnel, with the defense that the Lions have than Kelvin Shepard? The Lions should be interviewing candidates because Kelvin Shepard now, he had one, and this is his second interview, I believe, this one in person with the Dolphins. So take a look. Start preparing yourself for losing him. And then in the meantime, if he doesn't get that head coaching position, which he probably won't, but if he doesn't, guess what? Maybe you make him change anyway. It's tough. It's tough, but you got to do what's right for the team. And that's what I'm talking about. Is there a sense of urgency to win right now? And maybe that's an example of it. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Chuck in Muskegon. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, how are you today?
Okay.
Great. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Well, as a quarterback, I think Jared Goff is a good quarterback, and he seems like a good guy. But let's just look. Since he's been in the league, yes, he's had some real impressive numbers. Yeah, he did take the Rams to the Super Bowl. But, McVay, who's one of the top, I think we could agree, probably one of the top 5 coaches, if not the best in all of football, especially from an offensive standpoint. There's a reason why he didn't think he could win with Jared Goff. So why would he get rid of a quarterback that he thought he could win a Super Bowl with? He's got one of the best quarterbacks, in my opinion, ever on his team right now. But and the other thing is he just doesn't have the it factor. And I know that's just kind of a cliche, but, and I hate to say this about the guy, but, I mean, it's true. He can't win a big game. And if you look at his career,
Are playoff games not big games?
Oh, they are. They are. But, I mean, the one in Washington, he had 4 turnovers.
He's lost. He's okay. Fair enough. He took a team to the Super Bowl, and you're telling us he can't win big games.
I think he can't win big games. Nope, I don't.
How do you get to the Super Bowl without winning one big game?
Well, he had a pretty good supporting cast around him, and yes, he did some good things there. But I mean,
Chuck, you made the declarative statement he cannot win big games.
Well, my definition of a big game in maybe years is
only the ones that they lose. Got it. I mean, you can't come on and say he can't win big games. And then I point out big games. You go, well, he had some good people around him. No crap. That's how you make the playoffs. You have a good team. And then you sit here and talk about he went to the Super Bowl, but he's never won a big game? What's a big game if a playoff game isn't a big game? You don't get to play the next week if you lose a playoff game. It doesn't get any bigger than that. Your season is over when you lose a playoff game. And you're going to sit here and tell me he can't win a big game. He took a team to the Super Bowl. He won 2 games here in Detroit in the postseason in front of your eyes. And you're going to sit here and tell us he can't win a big game. Did he contribute mightily to the loss to Washington? Of course. But that wasn't what you said. You said he can't win the big games because he doesn't have the it factor. This undefinable feeling that you have. He doesn't have it. It's only a big game if he loses it, is the definition that you gave us. Playoff games, they're not big games unless you lose them. The Washington game was a big game. He lost it. But the other playoff games that he won, including one where he came off the bench for the Rams and won it, those don't count. Those don't count. Those aren't big games. I mean, come on. You know what? I wish I could reason away every argument that easily and say the only thing that supports me are the things that support me. Anything goes against me doesn't count. Yeah, you got that. You got it. You got it. You got it. You're right. Are you kidding me? Kevin in Grosse Pointe, you're next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Doug. Sorry to. I hope I put you in a better mood.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Hey, I think the mistake the Lions make is the same that Dan Campbell made and the same that Brad Holmes made, is that, winning has been something foreign to them, and so they don't quite understand it. And so what I would offer is that the mistake that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell made is, as first-year GMs and first-year coaches, is not understanding that the path that they laid out for success was there and they didn't realize it. So I think they both came in with a plan of how this was going to go and what they were going to do and put together to make sure this team was a winning team. And that season that came where we got to the NFC Championship was a total anomaly. And I don't think, and Dan alluded to it, he said, hey, look, we might not get back there again. So maybe he understood it a little bit, but I don't think other people did. There's just not a natural progression to get there. When you're in your window, and this is where Brad failed, you have to recognize that and go for it at that time because you don't know when it's going to happen again. And I hope both of them, Campbell and Holmes realize that next time we're in that window. But I think it's going to be another, couple year build to get to that point,
Kevin,
and more along the progression.
Do you? I mean, it sounds to me, and then correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds to me like you don't give them credit for building the team that went to the NFC title game.
No, I absolutely give them credit. I think that the success came earlier than even they imagined. I think that the whole program was dynamite, that they executed it perfectly. I think they thought that maybe that would take longer, so that when it came, they weren't ready to adjust to the new short-term plan, which is we have to win the Super Bowl right now. So I don't know if their directive is like, hey, we've been a laughing stock for 50 years, make sure we have a winner on the field for the next decade, or if it was put us in the path for success, and when we get there, go for it absolutely. I just am not clear on what it is.
I would think that they would probably laugh at the thought that they're not trying to win a Super Bowl. I think they would laugh, like belly laugh at that thought. But, I mean, look, should they have given it more gas after the NFC Championship game? Sacrifice some future resources, maybe, but the thing is, they've locked up. Clearly their goal has been to lock up their best young players that they have drafted and developed for a long time to keep the window open for as long as possible. I think they're far from done, and maybe they give it more gas in the future and maybe part with some future things, but Brad Holmes came from an organization where they were in the playoff 3 of his last 4 years with the LA Rams, and you said they're not used to winning. I think he was getting used to winning when he was with the Rams. But 248-539-9797, 97.1. Hey, the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Call them at 1-800-CALL-SAM. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for over 50 years and earning respect from insurance companies along the way. Get respect, get results, get experience. That's the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. I don't know how this happened. Today's show's gone off the rails. It's turned into a golf show. And which was just weird. Like the quarterbacks, the won both the NFC games were the less mobile quarterbacks in both games. But you can't win with golf calls are flying in, which stuns me. 248-539-9797. Kevin in Marysville. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Here's what I can't understand. In this town, you can't be a quarterback or a goalie because you're to blame for everything. I mean, Matt Stafford. I root for Matt Stafford every game, every year, just because people complained about him so much that they felt like they had to get him out of here. And now he goes someplace else and he's successful because he has all the tools that he needs, which he never had here. There is nothing wrong with Jared Goff. If you don't know football and you don't understand that you've got to have an offensive line that is efficient so that the guy can stand in a pocket and make plays, which they didn't have this year. Their run game was down because they didn't have a proper offensive line. And to go back a couple callers where the guy's talking about having a defense that can actually stop people, I mean, holy smokes, if you're scoring 28 points a game, most games, you should be winning those games. You shouldn't be in a track meet every friggin' game. So I just don't understand it. I don't know what we want here. I really don't. You know, it's insane to me. It's insane.
I mean, look, I don't know that that Stafford left for any other reason than Stafford requested to leave. Now, did he request to leave because he felt maybe a toxic environment around him? We had to put an embargo on Stafford calls. And I think a lot of people didn't like him because he wasn't mobile. He wasn't particularly mobile. And yet, you know, here he is. He's won 7 playoff games since he left. He's won a Super Bowl. Might win another. When it's all said and done, he might have a Hall of Fame career. And people wanted him out. And, you know, look, I always argued people are blaming the best player. They should be blaming the worst players. And the lack of being able to build a team around him. And this whole notion of, well, you got to build a team around Goff to win. Yes. Also, every quarterback. 248-539-9797. Nobody does it by themselves. John in Battle Creek. Hi, John.
Good morning. How are you? Or afternoon now. Sorry about that.
All good.
Sounds like you're having a rough day, dude. The last, 10 callers, is it have your head up your butt day? Because, seriously, who was the fault for this year last year? Dan Campbell. He didn't call the plays the year before when they went 15-2. He called them this year. And you had people on the front line hurt and on the defense. But I personally think it was the play calling. I think it was more behind the scenes than what we're looking at. Jared Goff's a good quarterback. Don't get rid of him. You can make him work. I mean, like you said, Doug, it's like he has won 2 playoff games. He went to a Super Bowl. In that 49ers game, he should have went to a Super Bowl. I don't know how they blew that game. That still makes me mad on the play calling on that game. I think that game's the worst game ever in Detroit's history. Dan Campbell, well, it wasn't Dan Campbell, but they called some plays that worked in that game that didn't get executed, like drop passes. And the one thing that Goff directly contributed to in that loss was the quarterback running back exchange with Jahmyr Gibbs that turned into a fumble and a turnover. I mean, I hate relitigating that game because it's frustrating as hell, but it was a very winnable game that Goff had little to do with the loss. He had more to do with the loss last year to Washington. He did not play well in that game, which we have discovered today apparently is the only big game he's had in Detroit. Let's go to Joe in Sterling Heights. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Doug. Dude, I'm sorry. You're going to hate my call, bro. I apologize. But I just wanted to go back to the point you made a few calls ago about Goff not winning big games, or the gentleman saying that Goff doesn't win big games. I don't know how you could say that Goff wins big games when the big games he hasn't won. So he got him. So he gets to the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is the big game. In his career with the Rams, the Super Bowl was his biggest game. He lost. With the Lions, his biggest game was the NFC Championship game. He lost. And I agree, he wasn't the main reason why we lost, but he also wasn't the reason why we won. He can't take over games for us, man. And I'm not trying to be the super Debbie Downer, but if we're going to take that next step, and I'm not trying to say trade him, but man, we do have to really prop him up and to get the best out of him. And I feel like there's a lot of other quarterbacks in the league that things fall apart, they can still take the game over. I don't see Goff ever taking a game over.
Who you got?
Dude, obviously I'm going to sound
Josh
stupid.
Allen? Josh Allen,
yeah,
Joe?
bro.
He lost all his big games by your definition.
This is true, but if he had a better cast around him, like we do here, he would win. Josh Allen can run. I was looking at the NFC Championship game stats.
Joe, that's the most convenient argument ever. Like to say that Josh Allen is an example of a guy that wins big games when the exact same argument you used against Stafford can be used against Josh Allen. Exact same.
So I see your point there, bro. I see your point. But what do you say about Goff winning taking over a game? Have you ever seen when it matters the most? The gentleman just said, "Yeah, we choked up an 18-point lead against or whatever it was against the 49ers. How come Goff couldn't take that over in the second half? Like Purdy took the game over in the second half. Purdy was a completely different player.
You look at the 2 drop passes by Josh Reynolds in that game. That both would have made a huge difference. Like, he can't throw and catch the ball. He also can't play defense. He can't play defensive back. And I'm not even sure Goff would have let the Kendall Vildor ball go off his face mask and be completed down to the 1. I mean, dude. And Josh Allen? Josh Allen, who fumbled by throwing the ball away right before half. I love Josh Allen now. I want Josh Allen to win in the worst way for a guy I have no affiliation with. I feel terrible for him. I think that guy wants to win in the worst way. And he had a brutal turnover, an absolutely brutal turnover. And you know what? You can win with Josh Allen. Josh Allen's in that group of quarterbacks that you can win with. And do you need to have a team around him? Yeah. Stafford, you took away what was the best offensive line in the league. His receivers didn't play as well. He lost both his top 2 tight ends. The run game went from top 6 in the NFL to middle of the pack in the NFL, and Stafford stayed the same guy. He completed passes for 65 less yards this year. 65. He threw 3 less touchdowns and 4 fewer interceptions, while the offense took a step back around him. And yeah, Goff has had some huge games in his career. Huge games. You don't finish second in the NFL in passing yards without taking games over and having monster games. The victory over the Bears earlier this year, for an example, he threw for 334 yards. He threw 5 touchdowns in that game and no interceptions against the Bears this year. Bears who won the division. It's almost like when he does, the people that want to argue against him want to dismiss all that he did good. Josh Allen? If you're going to say that the biggest game he played as a Ram he lost and the biggest game he played as a Lion he lost, and then cite Josh Allen as a quarterback that can win the big games, and you can win with Josh Allen. Jay in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Jay.
Hey, Doug. I love the show. I'm gonna agree with the last caller, though. I wouldn't say that Goff has to leave, but each big game that he faced this year, either Thanksgiving, Christmas, this last game to get us into the playoffs, he lose them. I think we need a more mobile quarterback. I'm not saying again to get rid of Goff. But
what are you saying? What are you saying? If you need a more mobile quarterback, but you don't want to get rid of Goff, what are you saying?
Well, if there was somebody that's better than Goff that's mobile, I'm saying I believe with the other caller that he don't win the big game that he needed to win. The big game this year was getting us into that playoff. He didn't win.
Yeah, this year he did not have they didn't win enough games this year. Agreed, but I mean it's not the only year on record. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Tuck Harsh, Gator out. One thing I'm watching tonight in the national championship game, because, you know, you can look at all the differences in the roster and the similarities and where Miami's good and where Indiana's good. I'll tell you one thing to pay attention to that very well might decide this football game and open up the door for the Hurricanes. The return game. Keep your eye on the return game. Just saying. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Anthony here on 97.1. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Hey.
I just want to say that the era of the running quarterback isn't this year. You need a guy. Look at Goff's touchdowns this year. How many people threw more touchdowns than Jared Goff?
I don't know. How many?
Not that many. Was it one guy?
I don't know exactly. I suppose I can look this up. That's why they made the internet to look up.
I'd look it up, but I'm driving.
Yeah.
But how far did Lamar Jackson get in the playoffs?
He didn't make it. The
Caleb Williams, how far did he go? Lost yesterday in a shootout.
Yep. Well, it wasn't exactly a shootout.
The legs, no, it wasn't. Yep. It was nice. It was a nice.
Here's what's funny.
Here's what's
funny, Anthony. The two quarterbacks that Detroit has bitched about led the NFL in touchdown passes. Stafford was first. Goff was second.
Oh, and we got him. We got a crumbling line right now. We got to fix that and give Goff some time to throw the ball, because when he's got time, we go pretty deep.
Well, you know what? I mean, did he have time this year? He still had a decent season. I mean, it wasn't the best. I'd argue that there were stats don't tell all the story, but he still threw the second most TD passes in the NFL.
You know what I mean? And everyone wants to say Goff's not good. Goff's not good. Goff's good.
Well, not everyone, but the people with phones today, it seems like it. Thank you. 248-539-9797. DJ in Detroit. What's up, DJ?
Doug, I think I'm in the back area to go in and out, man. I'm driving. But check this out, Doug, man. This is kind of driving me nuts. Like, I was cool about this, but it's driving me nuts. First off, I'm not really a Goff fan, but I try to be unbiased and not be a hater and just go by what I see. What I see is, and I have a pretty good memory, Doug, and you're a little bit older than me, so let's think back. Hey, Doug, how many Super Bowls did the Washington Redskins win with the Hawks? Do you remember?
Bunch.
3. Do you know what you have to ask all these fans out there who are listening, because y'all driving me crazy? Is Jared Goff better than Mark Rippon, Doug?
Yes.
Is he better than Doug Williams?
Yes. DJ, you're right about your phone. I hate to let you go, but you're breaking up. So try and reconnect. 248-539-9797. Aaron in Shelby Township. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, Doug. Good afternoon, man. Great topic. I agree with the last two callers quite a bit. It is, because it needs to be discussed, because there's so many people out there that want to get rid of him. He's a good quarterback, man. And I think we can win with him. Yeah, obviously, we can. He's second in touchdowns, second and third in passing yards. It's not necessarily everyone else around him, right? But everything plays a factor. The coaching, the GM, the injuries, the people that we play against, how high are they playing? A lot of these teams are playing their A-plus ball against us because they know how good we are. So, it just – I want to keep them. I want to see what happens in the off season here. I want to see what our team looks like next year. Our team's really good. We have a lot of good key players. Our coach is good. I think we need a good OC. I think we need to let Dan Campbell just do his job and have
Aaron, they are, if they have a good offseason, they add the right offensive coordinator, make an upgrade there, get Dan Campbell back to just being in charge of being a head coach. You get you maybe make a defensive coordinator upgrade. That is something that I think is worthy of a conversation. You make some changes on the margins of the roster so you have better depth. And I think the one big addition needs to be the center of the offensive line. I think they could be really right back to where they were.
Exactly.
So
there's just so many other things that play a factor in our success than just the quarterback position. There's what is there?
Well, if you look at the position groups and you go around the NFL and you say, what position groups are strong and which ones aren't, the Lions quarterback room would not be considered a weakness. It wouldn't. There are other positions on the team that would be in the lower half of the league. And those are the things that probably need to get addressed the most. Look, I mean, there are quarterbacks right now. If you look at the quarterbacks that are left, Stafford, I mean, I can't say this for sure, but I bet many of the same people that are running Goff out of town seem to want to would tried to run Stafford out of town. Right? Sam Darnold's not one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, he's having a heck of a year, but he's not one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, Jarrett Stidham, I guess Bo Nix had a hell of a year, but that whole thing, the way it's played out is really weird. So, I mean, you know, that Goff, one of these quarterbacks is going to win the Super Bowl, right? And it very well may be a quarterback that's worse than Jared Goff. And that should make people relax and just say, if Darnold wins it all, you know, Darnold's not going to end up ahead of Goff on a lot of lists in terms of best quarterbacks in this league, but doesn't that tell you that Goff could win it all? Robert in Southfield, you're next. Hi, Robert.
Good afternoon, Doug.
What's up?
Here's my topic. I am so tired of these coaches and this analytical of not going for it. For going for it on fourth down. It always comes back to fight you, i.e. the Bears last night. They was at, 3rd and 1, didn't make it. Now they lost yards. And then they come back on fourth down and try it again. And what happens? When you down there in field goal range, put the points on the board. I am so tired of it. And it seems like it always comes back to bite you when you don't make those correct, proper decisions of coaching.
Well, I don't believe in hard and fast rules in sports. I think there's a lot of stuff that's situational. I mean, the Rams went for it on fourth down once and made it. When it works, it kind of gets forgotten, lost in the wash. When it doesn't work, it comes under heavy scrutiny. At the end of the day, you better get more right than wrong.
But at the end of the day, just like you said, if you're going for it on 4th and 1, you need to be a half a yard so you can do the tush push.
Well, the Rams weren't. The Rams weren't, and they went for it and got a first down and scored on the next play. And they were in field goal range.
That's that Dan Campbell garbage, because that cost us the Super Bowl when you could have went down there and kicked the field goal. Instead, now you're back to chasing points. That's all I got, man.
All right, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Ed in Clarkston. What's up, Ed?
Hey, Doug. How you doing today?
Okay.
Well, from listening all morning, you've probably been better. And let me start off.
This is not. I got to tell you, a lot of work done this week to get this weekend to get ready for the show. The word that was not written on my show sheet once was the name Goff.
Right.
Didn't expect
your ability to remain respectful is amazing.
Well.
So let me just go ahead and quote Bugs Bunny. What a bunch of maroons. With no offensive line, I don't care who you put back there. Classic example. Arguably one of the best quarterbacks of modern day is Mahomes. His line was hurt and depleted this year. How'd he do?
He had his share of struggles.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't matter mobile, how great you are as a quarterback. You're not going to do anything if the rest of the team around you, because it is a team sport, by the way. I've always been a big Matt Stafford fan. And I thought, in Detroit, they wanted to build around him with specialty players, never wanted to build up the line. And I think that was the ultimate reason for him wanting to leave. And it's showing now. He's got a line in front of him, a good defense. Look what he's doing now. Possibly win a second Super Bowl. Jared Goff, I think, is an outstanding quarterback. When he first got here, I wasn't a big fan because he was replacing my guy. But, he, to me, is as good, if not better, than Stafford. You just got to have the horses around him. And people that don't realize that don't know football.
Well, look, I mean, there are quarterbacks that are probably better at ad-libbing and doing things off script. I mean, there are definitely quarterbacks that are better at that than Jared Goff. And, when the offensive line has deficiencies, I think strangely people blame Goff for that and start talking about replacing Goff rather than upgrading the offensive line. Like, if your brakes are failing, you don't change the oil. Just fix the brakes. Let's just fix the offensive line. Let's fix the offensive line and get back to being a more efficient offense. I mean, they literally might be one player away from being back to as good offensively as they have been, specifically better in the run game, provided Brock Wright and Sam Laporta get healthy. I think Isaac Tesla is going to be a factor moving forward. If you go out and improve that center spot with a veteran, that might be all they need offensively, and the young guards year to year get better, which is a natural and logical progression. It still has to happen. It's not a given, but this doesn't feel like it needs to be any more complicated than that offensively, and then use the rest of your resources to improve the defense and get yourself a better OC, maybe a better DC, and let's roll. 248-539-9797, 97.1. At CGC Home Services, they know your family's health and comfort come first. That's why they provide top-quality plumbing solutions, advanced Connecticut water treatment, and air purification technology, proven to reduce 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. I have them in our home. You should too. From your faucets to the air you breathe, CGC Home Services is here to protect what matters most. Call CGC Home Services today at 855-339-4242 for cleaner water, cleaner air, and complete peace of mind. 855-339-4242 or cgchomeservices.com. Sean McDermott fired today by the Buffalo Bills after 9 seasons. Rex Ryan immediately said, Bill Belichick to Buffalo. Well, that would be interesting. And that would be a job that Mike McDaniel wouldn't get. And on top of that, you would get me off the hook for my shoot the boot guarantee that one of the NFL jobs this offseason will be filled by a college coach. And Bill Belichick, currently the head coach of North Carolina, I made a shoot the boot guarantee. So I'm not against that. I hope Rex Ryan's right. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. DJ in Detroit. Are you there, DJ?
Yeah, I'm here, Doug.
Much
what
better.
Up, though?
How you doing?
Yeah, man. So like I say, man, I just try to be fair. Not a Jared Goff fan, but I'm a huge lifelong fan of sports and particularly football and basketball. So I've watched a lot of it. And what I was telling you, Doug, me and you, I think I can speak to you and we both can agree that he's better than Mark Rippon, Doug Williams, and Joe Theismann. And they got 3 Super Bowls. The reason being the Hogs. I can make an argument, even though people will rebuttal it because he has 3 Super Bowls. I'll put Jared Goff stat for stat, eye test to eye test with Troy Aikman. And Troy Aikman is more of a statue than Jared Goff, but he got 3 Super Bowls. Do we know why? Because both of those 2 franchises had arguably the 2 greatest offensive lines in the history of the game. So when you have that and you have a player with his caliber of talent, you definitely can win with him, man. Because there's been at least 10 quarterbacks, Doug, that is not even good as him, but their offensive lines were great, and they won. So be fair to the kid, man. Is he the best in the top 10? Maybe not. But can you win a Super Bowl with him? Absolutely. If Mark Rippon can and Phil Simms, for heaven's sake, I know Jared Goff can.
Is Sam Darnold the guy that if you want proof that a quarterback of Jared Goff's caliber can win it all, you're rooting for Darnold? Because nobody would put Darnold ahead of Goff.
Nope.
So is that the guy we want to win?
Yeah, basically. But I'm going to ask you, Doug, do you think Jared Goff is better than Phil Simms?
Yes.
I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. Maybe because it was 30, 40 years ago and people...
Things are a little different, but yeah, the quarterbacks throw it a lot more. The passing game's far more complex than it was. A lot more, I think they're responsible for a lot more. But at the end of the day, you got to build... You build a Super Bowl team. You build a team. And at some positions, they're good enough to win the whole thing, and others they're not. If you list their position groups that are problematic, quarterback's not at the top of the list. Let's go to John, who's next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
Okay.
Listen, man, I am sick. I've been listening now. I listen every day. I love your show. Great show.
Thank you.
But Goff is he's the quarterback we need. He's a scientist. I mean, the guy can read the defense. When he steps up to the freaking line.
Well, you can't say that, but yes, they need to improve the offensive line. Definitely need to improve the offensive line. And that can be done. That can be done maybe with just one player. We got to figure out what's going to happen with Decker. And the truth is, Decker, even if he's healthy, may get cut for cap purposes. Move Penei Sewell to left tackle and upgrade the right tackle spot with some cheaper alternative to try and make the team better. But you don't do that without upgrading the offensive line elsewhere. And Decker is probably in the twilight of his career here anyway. So, that's the way it's set up right now. There's no question that, in my mind, that they are close-ish. They need to have a good offseason. I don't want to see them come back with essentially the same roster. I think it's pretty clear they need to have a good offseason. But they're not like multiple off seasons away from being right back in the mix for the Super Bowl. In my estimation, they are one good off season away. It would be cool to help themselves with some good luck with injuries, but you can't really predict that, so you may as well do everything you can to account for it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Charlie next on 97.1. Hi, Charlie. Charlie, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Yep, go ahead,
Doug. Thanks, Doug, for bringing some sanity to this topic, and I just want to say that this is a team that struggled with injuries, and who's the one player that hasn't been injured? Jared Goff. Now, where would this team be without Jared Goff? That's my question. So, for all those Goff haters out there, I'd like to hear their answer to that, and I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Well, they're in a position where, I prepare for today's show, knew I was going to be solo, deep notes, multiple topics, and what took off today? Something I didn't even write down on my show sheet. Jared Goff. And, I would expect it if Caleb Williams and Brock Purdy had won their games because they were both in both their games the more mobile of the two quarterbacks on the field. However, two more mobile quarterbacks lost to the two less mobile quarterbacks in the NFC games. And I would have thought that would have supported the notion that a less mobile quarterback can be effective. Is he perhaps the least mobile quarterback, the starting quarterback in the NFL? Well, maybe. Maybe, but at the end of the day, not what I expected. And now we sit back and see what happens next. I'm just glad the Bears are out. I'm really glad the Bears are out.
Are you? What happened here? what just I was talking with Corbin. How did we get on Jared Goff today? What happened?
I don't know.
No, I mean,
I don't know, Mike. You never know what direction it's going to go.
So what's the genesis?
Need a mobile quarterback. I think it was, you know what it is? Caleb Williams the last 2 weeks scrambled and made some miracle throws.
Look, it's Mahomesian, right? The throw against the Pack, the throw against the Rams. But it's more – I think both things can be true. You have a dying breed of quarterback, but yet who are the two QBs that are in the NFC title game? They're not mobile.
Nope.
I mean, if you want to say Sam Darnold can scramble for 7, okay. Goff can scramble for 4.
Right.
But I don't think you have to. But is the sport going that way? Well, heavily, yes. But I don't think you throw your quarterback in the garbage based on that one thing.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a moot point because they're locked in.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Well, this is my thing, though. All right, and oh God, I don't want my show to turn out this way. I don't want to argue about Goff. Is there a real chance he's the third best QB in this division next year? Yeah, because you're dealing with youth. And upside versus established and performance.
Either Caleb Williams is the next coming of Mahomes, Brady, Montana.
Yeah.
Or he got lucky as hell this year.
Maybe next year's Jaden Daniels bomb squad.
Sure. And I'm willing to be open to both. And
this is the best division in football.
It's kind of cool.
But
I'm sick to my stomach. Like, I'm still rattled by the fact that the Bears almost won.
I know.
That's how much I despised.
I avoided texting Costa because he hates. He's been called, they're frauds, they're fake. And I'm watching the game and I'm like, this is legitimately good football. Dennis Allen, and they got healthy in the secondary. And yeah, the slot blitz stuff isn't sustainable, but I'm like, Houston, we have a problem. If the Bears just make a decent improvement defensively, we got a problem.
Look, they might have some cap issues too.
They could. But remember, look, first of all, I'm saying our guy, not your guy. I'm a slap for Colston Loveland. Those are my two Wolverines last year, Colston and Mason.
Okay. Yeah.
I wanted Mason Graham for the G-Man. I thought he was the best player in the draft. Doug, they've got cheap talent. Luther Burden's cheap. Trapulo's cheap. Manungai's cheap. They have some offsets there. We'll get to it, but I want to open up with, after a really largely wonderful weekend of football.
Yep.
Why is it all we can talk about is officiating?
Well,
and we're going to get into it.
It's a tough game to officiate. I feel bad for Buffalo fans because they could have gone either way. Hey, that's
don't turn
next.
it over.
97.1.
Welcome in on a Monday. Whether you're listening with the day off, we appreciate it, or if you're one of us working today, we'll get you to 6. I am making an alteration to the show. Not because Rico's not here or not because Kenny's not here. No, none of that. I'm making an alteration based on what Doug Karsch just endured. I had a topic that I was excited to do, but we're going to evolve. Is that really what you took out of what was largely an epic weekend of football? Doug just did 2 hours of your takeaway here in Detroit being, you have a Goff problem and we need a mobile quarterback to win. That's the takeaway. Okay, we can have a conversation because my takeaways were far different. But let me just ask you a question. For the people who just called Doug, and Doug had great phone traffic, for the people who called Doug espousing the demand, not a desire, like, man, I wish Goff were mobile, but hey, he's still good. Both of those things are true. For the people saying, well, we can't win with him, who's in the NFC title game? Largely immobile Matthew Stafford and largely immobile Sam Darnold. Now, you want to sell me that Sam Darnold, had a free square against the corpse that was the 49ers. All right, we can do that. But both things can be true here now, guys. Is it easier to win if your QB can move around? Well, sure. But it's still, here's what the takeaway should be. Your takeaway should be 3 of the top 4 scoring defenses in football are in the championship weekend. There is a revival in this league of running games and defense. 3 of the top 4 are in. You know who's not? Houston. You can't have 4 of 4 when 2 of them square off. To me, the takeaway I was prepared to come in with, aside from the joke of officiating or the joke of Josh Allen being a sympathetic figure when he turns it over 4 times, it was defense. That the thing that has ended your last 2 seasons is your defense. We can talk about your running game not being as good. That's factual. We can talk about your offensive line not giving Goff the level of protection he needs. But when we talk about scoring defenses, what we're really talking about is time to pressure. Watching last night, watching Saturday, it's not about a sack. It's about how fast I can get heat on the quarterback and force decisions. That's where, locally, you've been duped. You've been lied to. Well, the Lions are top 7 in sack. What's the time to pressure? When I'm watching these teams go out and kill each other, it's about how fast I can heat the quarterback up, period. And guess who was almost dead last in football? You. See, that was my takeaway. That Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, they got to go have some kind of seance and get their mind wrapped around fixing that defensive line as it pertains to time to pressure. You will never see Aiden Hutchinson have a game like Will Anderson had yesterday. Ever. Oh, but he's had a 3-sack game. Right, against a homeless person and a backup tight end. I'm talking about chips down, big game, fast pressures, strip sacks, electric stuff. Single-handedly destroying plays, plural. That was my takeaway. But yet, driving in, Doug's got a bunch of phone calls about mobile QBs. And look, do I think Caleb Williams is showing some Mahomesian traits? Yeah, of course I do. Do I think if he gets any better, you're probably screwed in this division? Yeah, I do. But that has nothing to do with your quarterback. It's puzzling to me. I mean, do I think Jared played his best football down the stretch? No, I do not. That game at Minnesota, nightmare fuel. And he was bad. The game against, Washington here last year. Look, there's a chance bad Goff is always going to creep out. That bad Goff is hiding under the bed and, maybe he's ready to always get out and murder you like Jason Voorhees. It's possible. But I don't think it's got to do with mobility. I'd like to hear from you guys. I kind of want to open this up in a different way. Give me your big takeaway as it pertains to the Lions from this past weekend of football. And if it's about mobile quarterback, you can call up. I'll talk to you about it. But I don't see it that way. I don't. Now, look, is it the easiest way to win? No, it's not, clearly. Jalen Hurts could move. Mahomes could move. Brady's just different. Brady's a one of one. There's no anything. He's Tom Brady, all right? You can't do any comps to that. You could arguably have, at the start of next year, the last of the true pocket passers. Doesn't mean you can't win. Might be a little more difficult. Might have to do it a different way. Might have to give him very specific support. But my takeaway was you better get serious about a real defensive line. You better stop the hero worship with Aiden Hutchinson and get with it. Because, again, the Patriots are a little bit of an outlier, but guess what? Yesterday, pressure everywhere. Everywhere. And the Bears, look, is it sustainable for Dennis Allen to be bringing corners and safeties every play? Not sustainable. But you know what the Bears are going to address this offseason? They're going to get another pass rusher. Bet your ass. The Houston Texans, I don't need to tell you what they do. The Seattle Seahawks, I don't have to tell you what they do. The Rams, I don't have to tell you what they do. The Broncos, who led the league in just about every bleeping category. Look, guys, to me, that's the takeaway. 3 of the top 4 scoring defenses are playing for a right to go to the Super Bowl. And damn near everybody who played this weekend, when you're watching these games, the way to play defense, it's about pressure and fast. Not taking 7 seconds. Pressure. Winning your individual. Splitting a double. Pressure. Wins. Interior pressure. So I'd love to talk to you about it because I'm really surprised. No yelling, no anger. Just surprised that the takeaway is, well, we need a mobile QB. Do you? Matt Stafford and Sam Darnold are playing this weekend. What you need is a better defensive line. Because I think you've been duped. I think you've been lied to. Because what happens is either team-friendly media or the team itself is going to tell you some blobbity-blue about sacks. And it's like, okay, Bob Muhammad had this big year. Yeah, in 7 games. The other 10, where are you? Aiden, do you really want to go over that film? Oh, he had a sack against the Giants. Yeah, after 60 minutes of doing nothing. You've been duped. You know what I know. That 4-man pass rush is the worst in football. That, not any conversation about Jared Goff, should be front and center. And look, did I like everything Goff did this year? Absolutely not. But to act like all of a sudden that's your problem, guys, come on, man. Really? If the only thing you'll ever be happy with is a unicorn quarterback, I suggest you stop watching the Lions then. Because that's just not in the cards. You're too good to draft that player, and you have a really good player. Do I think Goff is great? No. But he's really good. And I mean, again, is there any world I'm taking Sam Darnold over Jared Goff? No, of course not. And if Sam Darnold's about to go to a Super Bowl, because I'll tell you, the Rams are effed up, then that kind of gives you your answer, doesn't it? Seattle runs the ball more than anybody else, and their defense is wicked. Wicked. That's the takeaway from the weekend. That and Josh Allen melted down with turnovers, and because he cried in the postgame, everybody wants to surgically plant their lips on his ass. 248-539-9797. So that's where we're going to start today. I think Doug did a nice job. I think Doug was sideswiped by mobile QB talk. I'll allow for it. But I do, sincerely, what is your big takeaway from watching football this weekend as it would pertain to your team? And we can get into the officiating later. I have plenty to say about that. But for me, I think it's coaching. I think it's building a real defensive line. I'm not interested in selling T-shirts. I'm not interested in face paint. I'm not interested in antiquated things like not offering context to a sack or to a pressure. Case in point, don't tell me Aiden had 6 pressures against Jameis Winston. Jameis had over 3.5 seconds in the pocket. Those pressures are useless to me. You can go redeem those at Dave & Buster's. 248-539-9797. So we'll get with you. And if you don't like my take, if you think that the take about defense and D-line or, the scoring defense, we can have that conversation. But I did not walk away from this weekend going, we've got to go out and get a mobile QB. No, I didn't. Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And you'll go, Mike, how the hell are we talking about decks? It's 10 degrees out. Well, if you don't get on the schedule now, you will not have a deck built in the spring. So call them today or stop by the showroom, take home some samples, get on the schedule, and let's get this thing rolling for spring when we get to go outside again. It's Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay, let's get to business. But first, I do want to check in with Corbin. Now, look, you've had time to sit here and listen to this. I'm fair game. If you disagree with my take, that's fine. I don't think fans are focused on the right thing. You tell me what side of it you're on.
I agree with that 110%. I mean, obviously, when you look at the NFC title game, as we were talking about earlier before the show started, neither of them are mobile guys. And at the end of the day, and I know, and I think I've said it on this station as well, so I guess a little egg on my face. I've always said that the defense wins championship motto is a little overrated in some ways, because at the end of the day, it does come down to offense to get the points.
Sure.
But a lot of it, I mean, let's take the primetime game from last night, Rams-Bears right there. Sure, was it freezing? That plays a factor, obviously. But it came down to defense. I was genuinely shocked, especially as a Rams fan, how good Dennis Allen prepared those guys.
Yes.
And I forget what his one name is. Brisker? Is it Jaquan Brisker?
Jaquan Brisker, Penn
State. I
State.
mean, he was just an animal. I was scared. I was scared watching the game. I can't lie about that. But no, at the end of the day, it does come down to defense. And even when the Lions were 15-2, and, obviously just the top of the NFL. What was the main issue?
But remember,
defense.
And here's the thing. I want to be specific about it. It's important people hear what I'm saying, because this is where I think people get lied to. At the end of the 15-2 year, Aaron Glenn was blitzing at almost a 60% blitz rate. Unsustainable. You will get exposed. You must generate fast pressure in a dominant manner with a 4-man rush.
And at the end of the day, you just got to switch it up. I mean, you
can blitz to heat them up. I'm saying when push comes to shove, the teams that win the Super Bowl, I saw it with my own team twice, beating teams that were superior to my team. Get the quarterback.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, look at the game going back to the Rams-Bears last night. Stafford, he looked clueless out there because the O-line was... I mean, I can't even say diminished. They were healthy, but I mean, good God, they didn't know what to do.
There were a couple of plays
and the blocking was bad.
There were a couple of plays where a Chicago Bear defensive lineman simply destroyed the person in front of him, and it was immediate pressure. Don't give me the happy horse bleep, 4.6 seconds time to press. I'm not interested. And I get why people get seduced. Look, I think Caleb has come an awful long way. I defended him after his rookie year. He got sacked 800 times. He didn't have a 26 interception season. He threw 6. And Ben Johnson comes to town. They spend money on the offense. And by the end of the year, Caleb is out here winning playoff games. And Caleb's making these unbelievable throws in the seminal moment of their season. Yeah, you better hope he doesn't get any better. But that ain't got nothing to do with Goff. Let's go to people. Go to Walter to bat leadoff today. Walter, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's good, Mike? How you doing?
Good.
Huge fan of the show.
Thank you.
I just want to start by saying I totally agree with your take. I think that if you watch this particular weekend of football, specifically, I think the mobile quarterback thing, here's my take on it. I think the mobility is simply a premium. It's like if you got it, cool, fine. But if you don't, then guess what? You still got to go out there and do your job and play the quarterback and lead the offense. Despite all the gripes that we may have against Goff today, I'm not in no way, shape, or form a Goff defender.
Right.
But we did have one of the top offenses in the league. Despite how inefficient they were on third down, or despite, Goff overthrowing or underthrowing his receivers, he still put up a pretty damn good year. But what has been the main constant since this regime has been in town? It's been the defense. You pointed it out. And I actually think you were a little bit generous. I mean, you were saying against the quarterback. It took more like about 4 or 5 of some of the games I was watching. I mean, you can't ask a premium edge rusher who just broke his leg in half to go out there and carry a defensive line and have his best year, which he did, and not ask any of the other guys to hold their own.
No, and Walter, listen, you and I see it the same way, and I don't need to go yelling and screaming about it because I feel like it's all I've talked about for 2 years. And I'm sorry to those of you out there that are slamming your head off your steering wheel going, yeah, I know, you jerk. But I just understand. Your team, it's almost like they hate the defensive line. It's almost like, well, we have Aiden, so we'll just go bargain basement shopping. I'm sorry. Job number 1 is the offensive line this offseason. Job 2 is major upgrades on that defensive line. And whether they do it or not, it's immaterial to the conversation we're having. It's my opinion. This is what needs to happen. And I'm giving you reasons why, because when you watch those games, you see what it looks like. And you know in your heart that's not your defensive line. You know it. Go to Rick, 97.1. Rick, what's good?
Mike, love your take. Can you give me a minute? Because this is real stuff here.
The floor is yours.
Brady and Payne can't run to the refrigerator. How many rings do they have? The QBs today are getting the ball out of their hands in 2.5 seconds. It's about processing information and understanding schemes. The NFL guys call Michael Vick a coach killer, okay, running quarterback. Kill that myth. Those are the people that wanted Hooker to play over Goff. He got Dan Reeves fired in Atlanta because he got hurt. The same thing in Baltimore. The Lamar, he got hurt. He was healthy for the first 6 games when they were 2-4. Okay, and he's a running quarterback. He didn't make the playoffs. To all those people about running quarterbacks, buy a Baltimore Ravens T-shirt. Harbaugh just got fired because they don't win the big one, just like Dan Reeves in Atlanta did, and learn some football from Mike.
Well, no, Rick, I think you're speaking some truth here, and you can win it multiple ways. But look, if you want to win it with Jared Goff, the recipe is simple. You got to run the football. We need about 35% play action, and you better have a defense that's going to go and kill quarterbacks. That's it.
Mike, if you can't give the guy 2.5 seconds to get rid of the ball, which the average is now, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Come on, man, scheme it up.
No, and Rick, you're right. And again, that is okay. So your takeaway. How about this, Rick? We can shape another takeaway. We are woefully short on offensive play calling and schematics. That while you bodied terrible teams, you were half as effective against good. I think they averaged like 43 points against the bad teams and about 23 against the good teams. That would be a takeaway.
Can I give you something because you're who you are? People laugh at Mr. Millen. Mr. Millen played for the Niners. He won. He has rings. The reason he did what he did in Detroit, and this is coming from the owner, with the draft and the wideouts, because in San Francisco, when it was 3rd down and 8, check out the Lions' third and whatever conversion rate, right? Matt believed so strongly in it that Joe could always move the chains because they had somebody to go to, whether it was a tight end or Mr. Rice, okay? Learn to convert on 3rd and 10, have some good go-tos, and get it done.
Yeah, I mean, and Rick, you largely have that, right? Like, again, Millen was awful and he drafted, Mike Williams was the one that really tipped the scales there. But yeah, Rick, look at what teams do now. Look what the Bears did. Their first 2 picks this year, they drafted Colston Loveland and they drafted Luther Burden. And they already had DJ Moore. And they signed DeAndre Swift. Well, what? They loaded the wagon. Look at the Lions. The Lions have dedicated a ton of resources. Now, what they got, you got to have an offensive line. This offensive line was not good enough this year. And again, you're going to have to rebuild it in essence. But yeah, my focus is still, it's not about a mobile QB. It's about what is my defense and how do we function? The Bears, look, they played well against the Rams, but let's be clear. They shocked the Rams with kind of a one-off with this incessant slot corner secondary blitzing in a game where it was 0 degrees in the snow. You think you're getting away with that on the fast track? Like, come on. So I hear you. But I want to be clear for people just joining the show. Doug Karsh, it was an avalanche of Goff warfare. And I'm going, that's what you took out of the games this weekend? No. It's your running game's got to be better. And you need a front four that's capable of functioning on their own accord without incessant blitzing. Your front four isn't good enough. And why Dan and Brad seemingly thumb their nose at it and go bargain basement and do all this crap, I don't know. I don't get it. But they've got another shot to get it right. And it has to be this offseason. We'll get more of your phone calls. I also want to check in on the ticket text. Yes, we will get to officiating because Lord knows it's a problem. And yes, in the 4 o'clock, I want to mix in. Don't laugh. I just have to say something about baseball. And it's going to be coming from a Yankee fan, but it's going to positively surprise you, okay? We got a full show. I know nobody's working today, but we are, and we're prepped and we're planned, and we got good stuff for you. So just sit tight, relax, and we'll get with you. Great phone traffic so far as well. 97.1. All right, if you're just joining in, your takeaway from the weekend of football as it would pertain to the Lions. And Doug's show got overtaken by the we need a mobile quarterback crowd. I disagree with it. You can want one. I don't think you need it. And my takeaway was different. 3 of the top 4 scoring defenses in football are still alive. And front 4 pass rush is the separator. You know, it's going to get to a point where you're not going to be able to blitz. You got to bring 4 and cover 7, and you got to get home and quickly. And everyone in their lane, and interior and exterior pressure working in harmony. The Lions don't have that. It's why your 15-2 season partially ended too. Aaron Glenn, by the end of it, was blitzing 60% of the time. And this year, let's face it, you were bottom. I think you were dead last in football in front 4 pressure rate and time to pressure. So to me, those are my takeaways. I never for a second thought about Jared Goff. So yeah, that's what we're talking about. Corbin, ticket text though. I always ask David this before you even read these. I know you're canvassing all of them, even the ones that are just MFing us like crazy. But it's more, what is the percentages people obsessed about the quarterback or people that are bringing up something else?
I would say a lot more people are bringing up something else. A lot of people are agreeing with you as well.
All right.
And whether if it is the O-line or the defensive line, but let's get straight to the text here. We got one that says, I 110% agree with you, Mike. I literally told my brother, forget the QB talk. We need playmakers on the D-line. Everyone was singing Purdy's praises, and then he ran into the buzzsaw Seahawks. The Broncos made Allen look like a fool. Last year, the Eagles made Mahomes look pedestrian.
Yeah, and it look, that's the other thing. It stems from the front 4. I will say it again. I am not sure Aleem McNeil will be the same player, just like I'm not sure about Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph. I would love to see a big expenditure, whether via draft capital or via free agency. You need an interior war daddy. You need a hitter. Because, and again, you can go, oh, how could we do that? It's very simple. Strength on strength. Full stop.
Another text we have here, 2 takeaways. 1, our defense is nowhere near good enough to win a Super Bowl. And 2, Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell will not win a single thing until they start taking the points every time.
Yeah, I think Ben ended up +1 in the exchange, meaning he went for it, didn't get it twice. He settled. He went for the 3rd time, scored the TD. So you're up 7-6. Look, and by the way, when you're doing the math here, guys, you can't kick twice and then magically the 3rd time you get to go for it and score a touch. So I hear you. I would have preferred you take the points and you get 9 instead of 7, but that still doesn't win them. It won't win the game. To me, they lost because, well, one, they had the perfect play called, and DJ Moore dogged it. If you go look at the all-22 of DJ Moore quit on the route. Caleb, I'm not telling you it's the best ball he threw all day, but if DJ Moore runs the route and runs through the route.
He looked like Rieger running.
But that ball's not intercepted, Corbin. Now, a lot of people are going, well, why did they throw the ball? They were only 10 yards out of field goal range. It is -7. You're not in field goal range. Hey, why was Sean McVay throwing bombs the last drive of the game? Because you don't want to leave it to your kicker. And maybe he wanted to cover 3.5. I don't know.
Another text we have here, Mike, this should be the least stressful draft in Lions history, coupled with the most crucial free agency in Lions history. Draft trenches and buy straight dogs in free agency. The sky has not fallen, but the ceiling is cracked.
Yeah.
White Van Rob, whatever that is.
No, I think it's ultimately the restructuring of Goff's deal. You're married to him for 3-4 years, period. So how are you going to build this team with that as your reality? This offensive line needs a major upgrade. And the defensive line needs a major upgrade. It begins and ends right there. I don't think it has anything to do with the quarterback. Let's go to Albert, 97.1. Albert, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, Mike? How are you, man?
Good. What's on your mind?
So I think, first of all, if people came out of this weekend thinking that Goff was the problem, I think that's completely asinine. I think, like you said, Darnold and Stafford are left in the playoffs, and they have absolutely no mobility, especially Stafford. I think coming out of this weekend, it has to be, other than addressing that O-line, I think that, like you said, that is priority number one. It's getting another pass rusher alongside Hutch, because if you watch that Houston game, C.J. Stroud was essentially playing for New England, and they still were in it in the fourth quarter.
Correct.
Why? Will Anderson blew up that game. Obviously, the Texans have a fantastic secondary as well, but him and Danielle Hunter were in the backfield within 3 seconds of every single passing play.
Mm-hmm.
And I think obviously the Lions do not have a good secondary. I think you can counter that by either fixing that secondary or getting another player alongside Hutch that can create some disruption in the backfield. And I think that's a much easier way. That's a much easier plan rather than rebuilding that whole secondary.
Agree completely. And Albert, that's it. I mean, like, you nailed it. Like, C.J. Stroud, do you know how bad Stroud was in that game? Like, how
he was
bad?
Awful.
Well, it's worse than that. He was given a QBR of, I think, 28 point something.
Yeah.
If you just spike the football all game long, you get a 36.8.
Exactly.
They would have been better taking knees than having C.J. Stroud throw the ball.
He threw the ball more to New England than Drake May did, and they were still in it in the fourth quarter. And that's why it frustrates me so much, because I'm not the biggest Goff defender, but these same fans that were chanting Jared Goff at Red Wing games 3 years ago now want him out.
Well, it's the same. It's the same as the Aiden truthers. Watch Will Anderson play, and then go watch Aiden and tell me that's the same thing. Come on.
And I think people that defend Goff, I'm fine with Goff, like I said, but also people that say we don't need to fix that much because our offense was really, really good statistically, if you actually watch the games, like you said, they blow up these bad teams, but then when they play good teams, they don't score, and Goff throws empty calorie yards because they're playing from behind, because they can't run the ball, and they're forcing Goff to drop back with no play action threat, and he has to throw the ball every time, and it results in empty calorie points that just fuel those stats.
Well, I have some.
In reality,
Albert,
the offense is not.
Albert, I have some breaking. I don't mean to cut you off, but we have breaking news that's Lions related. I got to do this, Albert. Corbin, floor is yours.
So, per Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter, the Lions are hiring former Arizona Cardinals OC Drew Petzing as their new offensive coordinator.
Okay. All right. I don't hate it. I don't. I know some people will recoil. They'll say Kyler Murray. They'll say, well, if he's so sweet, why is he out of a gig? Look, my prerequisite was someone who's been somewhere else, someone who's done the job. I'm not going to sit here and tell you just hired the Pope. Okay? No, I'm not going to say, and the Mike McDaniel thing before you call, that ship sailed when this carousel imploded, including Mike Tomlin, including now Sean McDermott. I mean, Mike McDaniel hit the lottery by Miami letting him go. It's just like John Harbaugh. I think Mike McDaniel, and there's nothing wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just he's going to be a head coach. Or at worst, he's going to follow somebody somewhere for a year that he already works with, including maybe Robert Saleh when Saleh goes to Tennessee. But look, Petzing and what he did in Arizona, I like it. Different eyeballs, different ideas, and you know what's most important? Different opinions of your players. Brad and Dan have been in an echo chamber for 3 years. We love our own people. You know what? Good. I hope the new guy hates a few of your players. So I'm good with it. They hired somebody with experience. They hired somebody who's been somewhere else. I don't know his entire tree. I will be right back, and I'll let you know. But my point is, I'm not going to go crazy, and I'm not going to knock it. Experience, ideas, I'm good. If they had promoted from within, my head would have exploded. So I'm fine with it. Now, maybe it comes out that Petzing was like the babysitter for the Campbell family. I don't know. But my point is, I'm good with it. I just don't think you could hire inexperience again, because it would be too easy for Dan Campbell to leverage. It would be too easy for Dan Campbell to get that urge to take the play sheet and put on his readers, and I don't want that. I want Dan Campbell as far away from play calling now as possible. He did what he needed to do in a wartime situation. Now, go back to being the CEO.
I pulled up his.
What do you got?
I pulled up Drew Petzing's Wikipedia. I'm getting his whole career history right now. Working backwards, obviously now Detroit Lions offensive coordinator, was with the Cardinals, and before that he was the QB's coach for the Cleveland Browns in 22, the Cleveland Browns tight ends coach in 20 and 21. In 19, he was the Minnesota Vikings wide receivers coach, and 18 he was an assistant quarterbacks coach. So it seemed like in 2019 is when he became like a coach of a set position or whatever, and then
no connection
there.
to the Lions or Campbell. Perfect. I'll live with it. Whether it goes good or bad, hey, I'll be here for it. You can rip me apart. I'm not telling you it's the Grand Slam McDaniel is. I'm just saying they stuck to the rules. Not that my rules matter at all, but they stuck to the rules. Get out of your own bathtub and go hire somebody who might have different opinions about you. It's important.
And obviously we do not know what has happened in interviews or whatever, and we don't know if it'll ever come out. But in your opinion, Mike, what do you think may have happened to where they wanted to go with Petzing except Mike McDaniel, who obviously was the bell of the ball?
I think McDaniel just slipped away because of the carousel. I mean, Corbin, you're talking about there were 10 openings, not 4 or 5. And to me, McDaniel now has some options that do include, and you can't overstate this. Robert Saleh worked with Mike McDaniel when McDaniel was the run game coordinator of San Francisco. If Saleh is going to be a head coach, and I sincerely believe he will be, that can be a 1-year ramp up with a limitless quarterback like Cam Ward. Maybe McDaniel wants that more. But ultimately, I think he'll be a head coach. So that's not on the Lions. That's not their fault. They can only do so much. 248-539-9797. FanDuel, all customers, a profit boost for the College Football Championship tonight. Last boost of the season in the last game of the season, which, by the way, we really have to do better with college football. I mean, it's damn near February. What are we doing? It's ridiculous. Feels like the regular season was 7 months ago. FanDuel Profit Boost. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. Get your college football profit boost today. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Continue the football conversation. Corbin, hit the button.
So
sorry, Stroud just threw another pick.
And
that was awful.
Josh Allen's still crying.
Yikes.
So let's break down this past divisional weekend's round.
Can I start with Josh Allen?
The Bills-Broncos was going to be the first game.
Let's do this. So look, let me say this. I'm not knocking the man's emotion, but I'm knocking all the people who want to cape up for him. How about this, Josh? Don't turn it over 4 times. Don't be an idiot before the half. Just what are we talking about here exactly? You've had how many chances to break through, and you got put out by Bo Nix. You want to cry about the officials? How about your turnovers? I mean, I appreciate the emotion. I appreciate you seem like a genuinely decent human being. But you just blew the easiest shot you're ever going to have to make a Super Bowl. I'm not turning you into a sympathetic figure.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. I mean, obviously he did still put up a good stat line minus the turnovers, 25 for 39, 283 yards, 3 touchdowns, but it was those stupid decisions. And like I said, obviously we know the game went to overtime. He gave up 3 crucial points at the end of that first half.
Correct.
He put them in a prime spot to get that field goal. And I want to say this, obviously I wasn't on air over the past week or so, but ever since that Jaguars game and this game against the Broncos included, Josh Allen seemed like he was putting way too much pressure on himself, which is understandable. But I think that kind of led to him doing stupid things like running with the ball like it's
this Bills team,
cup or whatever.
This Bills team stinks. This is the worst Bills team since his rookie year or second year when they got housed by the Texans. But it was all on him, and he didn't do a good job in that game. I'm sorry. Carry on.
And another side of the game, obviously, I would say the biggest news coming out of it, Bo Nix out for the remainder of the playoffs with an ankle injury. Second to last play, which is really just, adding salt to the wound.
Well, they called the QB power, and I don't know why.
I don't know why either in the moment, but
can anybody just hand a football off once in a while?
And I guess on this show, it is a Can We Say It Monday? Can we say that Jarrett Stidham will have a Nick Foles moment in the playoffs?
I might be out of my mind. I don't hate in a 1-game sample size with no tape. Broncos catching 5.5 at home feels like a little bit of an overreaction. I mean, no quarterback in football is truly 7, 8, 9 points. I don't know. He could, but that defense is going to have to carry the day. And Stidham, look, they're going to have to rely on his feet. And Sean Payton clearly likes him. He didn't have to be the backup on that team.
And we'll move on off this game in a moment here. But obviously with how the Texans defense played against the Patriots, I don't think it's out of the realm that the Broncos can stay in. Obviously, it would all depend on him. But let's move on to the game on Saturday night. Not a whole lot to talk about here. The Seahawks being the 49ers, 41-6. In my notes, all I put was over before it started.
Can we say... I don't have to give Sam Darnold any credit. Guy threw for 125 yards. You played a corpse. It was the most predictable result of the weekend. We talked about it. When Sam Darnold is favored by at least 6.5, I think he's 10-2, now 11-2. They were telling you the Niners were going to Seattle to attend their own funeral. And it showed. And I don't take anything out of it. You want me to be impressed? Go beat the Rams.
And I get that the 49ers we're basically a walking corpse at that point. But can we say that the 49ers as an organization are stuck?
Meaning what? Elaborate.
Just looking back at what they've done, I believe it's up until 2019. I think they've only missed the playoffs twice. Obviously, they've been to a couple Super Bowls. They just can't seem to put it together, even with a loaded roster on both sides of the ball.
They're certainly a level above Baltimore or Buffalo. You want to talk about being stuck? I think when you've broken through multiple times, you've had the lead in 2 Super Bowls, I'm not going to say that. I think they're built to be a threat, and I think they already had their transitional years. And next year, healthier roster? No, Corbin, no. I'm going to say no to that.
Interesting. All right, so let's move on now to the Sunday slate of games, starting with the Patriots versus the Texans. Another game plagued by turnovers from a quarterback, C.J. Stroud, with 4 interceptions. Obviously, we've been talking about it all day.
Can we say it's not a sure thing they pick up his 5th-year option for $26.5 million?
I think they do, just because of the QB play in the NFL.
But can we say next year is bleep or get off the potty?
100%.
For CJ.
And I put in my notes, can we say this was the Texans' best chance at a Super Bowl?
100%, because the AFC looks awful. No Mahomes, no Allen, no Lamar, no Burrow. There will never be a year like this. So, yes, and that defense played good enough for them to win that damn game. CJ Stroud would have been better off taking a knee on every play.
It is interesting with how many potential interceptions he could have had with just balls that hit the Patriots secondary right in the hands and whatnot. Obviously, there's an element to the game. But now moving on to, in my opinion, the most, and obviously I know I have a stake in this game, but the most stressful game to watch this past weekend, Rams, Bears, Sunday night. It lived up to the hype. My two things out of it, and I'm going to go with a little bias thing here real quick. Is Sean McVay all right? His play calling has been very mediocre in the playoffs so far.
I think we can say you stole that game. You didn't.
I agree.
You didn't deserve to win.
Bears were a step quicker the whole game.
But McVay refusing to run the football. At one point in the first half, Matthew Stafford had attempted 23 passes. Every time you ran the ball, it seemed like 6, 7, 8 yards. That was a game to me. Your O-line is bigger, stronger. You lean on an undersized Chicago front, Sans, Grady Jarrett, and they wouldn't do it. And then even on 4th and inches, we're running pitchy woo-woos and jet sweeps, and I'm going, Sean, you okay? I mean, I looked over at him. The cold made him look like his soul left his body. I hated the game he called. Hated it.
It was awful. And on the other side of it, can we say Caleb Williams is better than David Blaine at making magic appear?
Yeah. I think you can say the Chicago Bears are going to be a distinct problem in the NFC North. In fact, they have risen above the Lions and above the Packers. That Caleb Williams, with any amount of incremental improvement this offseason, will be the best quarterback in that division. And he's really hard to stop. You can't tackle him. He's one of the 3 best throwers out of the pocket on the edge. And we got to remember it's only year 2. This kid has unlimited potential. And imagine another year in Ben Johnson's system. So, yeah, I that's what I'm willing to say about
One
that.
more, because obviously we're up against the clock. Can we say the Bears will win a Super Bowl within the next 5 years?
I can't imagine the Bears winning because of their franchise, but I'll say yes. If you have that type of quarterback, it's like a Josh Allen, you always got to say yes to it.
And that is the NFL Breakdown.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Kate Cunningham has been named the first Detroit NBA All-Star starter since Allen Iverson got the nod in 2009. He's joined by Giannis, Jaylen Brown, Jalen Brunson, and Tyrese Maxey in the East. It'll be Kate's second All-Star appearance, but first as a starter. The game coming up February 15th at the Intuit Dome. His teammate Jalen Duren may just make the team himself. Hear the game tonight against the Celtics right here on 97.1 at 8, pregame at 7:35. This according to Adam Schefter. The Lions are finalizing a deal to hire Drew Petzing as their next offensive coordinator. He served as the Cardinals OC from 2023 through last season as well. For Jeremy Fowler, quote, "This should be a play-calling job for new Lions OC Drew Petzing. The expectation during OC interviews is that Dan Campbell would relinquish play calling," end quote. The Dolphins announced that they've interviewed Lions defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard for their head coaching gig as well. Meanwhile, Bills coach Sean McDermott has been let go. Tonight, the College Football National Championship kicks off at 7:30 as 15-0 Indiana looks for their first title in history with a win over the Miami Hurricanes as well. At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, good to have you, and we get a little more color on Drew Petzing. So let me just set up where we've been and then where we're going. I'm going to get to the phones, I promise. What was your big takeaway from the weekend that was, as it would pertain to the Lions? And it's kind of a continuation. I was stunned to hear what Doug was dealing with. Many people's takeaway was, we need a mobile quarterback. We can't do it with Goff. My takeaway had nothing to do with that. It was, your defensive line is nowhere near good enough. You don't get enough quick pressure. And 3 of the top 4 scoring defenses in football are about to play for a Super Bowl. That, to me, is what it is. Goff didn't enter my mind. So we're going to talk about that. But the Drew Petzing thing, I think this is really interesting. So just a couple of text messages, couple of things. Drew Petzing is incredibly close with, wait for it, Ben Johnson. Drew Petzing coached with Ben Johnson at Boston College. And Petzing is so close with Ben Johnson, he was in Ben's wedding. He was a groomsman. What does Petzing like to do? Well, this is the part that makes sense as to, okay, why it didn't work in Arizona and why it can work here. Run-heavy scheme, play-action reliant, lots of 2 tight ends. Does that not sound like everything you need for Jared Goff? Schematically, run the ball, 32 to 35% play action, and multiple tight ends on the field. That's what you need. You come here, you upgrade what Drew Petzing gets to work with in every way, shape, or form. Quarterback, better. O-line, better. Weapons, better. You want to say you're inside on the fast track? We'll call it a push. They play indoors too. But I like it. I'm good with it. I don't really have anything bad to say about it. I think flipping out about OC hires, it's just, look, I got to say this. I'm in a good mood. I'm not trying to be a Richard, but I have to be in this moment. For everyone who hates Ben Johnson because he left you, this is the absolute reality. It's an admission. You needed him. You missed him. You missed what he brought to the table, and schematically, you were incapable. You were inferior to replacing him. So what's the next best thing? You hire a guy who has some of the core beliefs that he has, and he was so close to Ben, he was in his wedding. Heavy run game, heavy play action, 2 tight ends. And this time, he's got a quarterback that's tall enough to ride the rides at an amusement park. So when I tell you I like it, I do. He didn't work here. He doesn't know Dan Campbell. He couldn't identify a coney dog if you threw it at him. Good. In fact, I hope Drew Petzing comes in and hates some of your players, because this thing has gotten Kool-Aid centric. I like it. I'll live with it. And if you're going to bag on Drew Petzing because he's not Mike McDaniel, I can't help you. Yes, I wanted Mike McDaniel, but I think McDaniel's either going to get a head coaching job, or you're already seeing reports of McDaniel being the head coach in waiting with Todd Bowles in Tampa. Mind you, McDaniel coached Miami. Zero tax state, wouldn't have to sell his house even, and he goes and has Baker and Mike Evans and Godwin and Ibuka and Bucky in a soft division. And maybe they promise him a year from now, you're the guy. You guys, it's not for everybody up here. I hate to break it to you. I don't know about you, but 16 degrees, cold, snow drifts, wind, and going long swaths of time without seeing the sun isn't always for everybody. So I'm not mad. I'm glad the Lions interviewed him. I'm glad they tried. But the coaching carousel got so out of control, I think it made getting him really difficult. But I love the fact you hired kind of a Ben Johnson guy. And I love the fact that your coach, I appreciate what he tried to do because Morton was awful. Dan Campbell should be nowhere near the play calling. Now, if this doesn't work, if Petzing comes here and is terrible, I hate to break this to you. In the NFL, you usually don't get to hire a second OC. Dan Campbell's now hired 3 different OCs. If this doesn't work, you got to kind of look at that and go, you know what, Dan? You're next. Go look, guys. You don't get to just clip OCs left and right. OCs can leave. But he hired Anthony Lynn, and he fired him 10 minutes in. He hired John Morton, and he fired him. You call it whatever you want. He fired him 10 minutes in. If the Petzing thing doesn't work, the blood's on his hands. So just keep that in mind. But the backstory of it, hey, look, Corbin, you were saying you're on group text with your friends. They're all bagging it. Well, argue it. Argue hiring somebody who has a lot of the same beliefs as Ben Johnson, who wants to run the ball, who wants to have multiple tight ends on the field, who believes in a heavy play action scheme. All of that on paper, if you take away the name, and how much do I have to consider what he did in Arizona versus what he will do here? I think this is an upgrade for him in every way. I mean, Arizona, all the time when Rico's here, I always say it, they refuse to build an offensive line. How the hell do you want to have great success? So we'll take your thoughts on Drew Petzing being the Lions' new OC, as well as your takeaway from the weekend as it would pertain to the Lions. Mine was nothing to do with Goff. It was everything to do with your front four. It's not good enough. It's never been good enough. So 248-539-9797. Corbin, ticket text on the Petzing thing, and I'll get to the calls.
Yeah, so a lot of it so far has been fairly negative, might I say.
Can I make an ask of people, if you're negative about Drew Petzing, can you call? Can we have a conversation? And if you think I'm wrong for not taking a lot of what he did in Arizona into account, that's fine. I like the relationship to Ben Johnson. I like stylistically they're similar. And what he wants to do, you couldn't execute in Arizona. Go ahead.
So one that I didn't put down, but I'll take off the little message stream coming in. What a horrible hire as OC. Arizona ranked 19th in yards and 22nd in points scored. We just got worse.
Okay, arguably the best division in football. Bad O-line. Starting quarterback died. Multiple receivers hurt. Starting running back hurt. You had Jacoby Brissett, and you want to hold that against Drew Petzing. Or you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I just, to me, I'm willing to give that a chance. To me.
Another text that we have here, this one's kind of a little positive. As far as the run game is concerned, Drew P was the next best thing after McDaniel. Trey in Belleville.
Okay, we'll go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I just had a couple things. With my takeaway from this weekend is coaching, and that has to do with. So we have Sean McVay, Sean Payton, Mike McDaniel, McDonald, excuse me, and Mike Vrabel, right?
Okay.
They're all, every single one you say, they're an elite. They're like top 3. I would say top 5 in their respective. So like McVay is like probably the number 1 coach in offense. I don't think anyone would argue that. Sean Payton is like old school, but still probably top 3, top 5. And then you have Mike McDonald, who's new school, and Mike Vrabel, who's new school, but they're both probably top 5. My point is coaching is way underrated. And everyone wants to say like, oh, we can do this with Caleb Williams, or we can do this with Jared Goff, or we can do this with this quarterback. Coaching is what does this to these players. And I saw this stat that Colin Cowherd put up. Like the Rams, like 15 or 10 or a lot of their players, shoot, their starting left tackle was undrafted, right?
Trapullo, or whatever his name is?
Yeah, he's undrafted. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's called developing and coaching. So for people to sit there and talk about, like, Brad Holmes' draft and all that, like, hey, maybe if you actually coach your players, you can develop them into being, great players, and all of a sudden it's not about a draft pick. It's about
it's both.
Like there's
I mean, I hear you, but it is both. We have to be fair. I mean, Brad Holmes has drafted a lot of players now. It's adding up who simply can't play football. Broderick Martin can't play football. Hendon Hooker can't play football. A lot of these mid-round guys, it's been awful. Ennis Rakestraw, look, it is what it is. Guy's gone 2 years without taking a snap. Can't play football. Manu can't play football. It adds up. And the first round pick stuff, it started out with a bang. He did a great job. But he was always due for some regression. And you're starting to see it a little bit. This is a critical draft. It is a critical offseason. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up next. 97.1. All right, David Femininio. Every lawyer says the same thing. They talk about experience. That's wonderful, but that doesn't mean anything if you're just treated like a number. The difference with David, he's got a track record, but you call, he answers. You call, he reps you. And you're not just a number at the deli. He fights for you. Your experience matters. So if you've been in a car accident, call 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him online anytime at GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. Straight to the phones. A couple of things in the hopper, including the Lions' new offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing. And again, I'm not going to sit here and do cartwheels, but I think anyone panning it, I don't get why. You didn't know who Drew Petzing was 10 minutes ago. Now you have a bold opinion? I mean, I'm giving you background. I'm giving you what the guy likes to do, and I'm trying to use some common sense here because Corbin's getting flooded with people bashing it. It's like, you do realize, like, this is the beauty of things happening live, too. Give me a few minutes and I can give backup to the opinion I have outside of my initial reaction, which was, I'm good with this and here's why. You realize the Cardinals were top 7 in running the football in 2023 and 24? No? Then factor in Kyler Murray's not a play-action quarterback. Kyler Murray might not be a quarterback. I don't know what the hell's going on with Kyler Murray.
Sorry to interrupt. I do like how you mentioned the rushing attacks in 23 and 24 because someone did put that in the text, and I put that on the little sheet. And they ended it with, and I do agree with this, go back to your identity.
Yeah, and the identity with Jared Goff, we talked about this. For all these hyenas, that their takeaway from divisional round was we need a mobile QB. No, you don't. You need to get back to having a dominant running game. Your running game wasn't dominating. Oh, but Jameer had 2 big runs against the Giants. All right, okay, guys, your running game slid from the first 4 weeks on down to where you were outside of the top 10. Your third down conversion rate was largely outside the top 20 in the NFL all year long. The effectiveness of play action is directly tied to your running game. And Jared Goff is a very good play action quarterback that fits in what Petzing wants to do. And if you think, hey, you're going a little too far with the connection to Ben Johnson, I'll own it. I'll own it. Because I can't quantify how meaningful that is. I can't give you a number like you earn bonus 3 extra points a game because you're super close with Ben Johnson. You were in his wedding and you've coached together. But stylistically, everything I described to you is a Ben Johnson offense. I think Brad and Dan recognize Ben had a major role in making us. We got to get back to that. Did I want Mike McDaniel? Of course I did. You weren't getting him. There are too many head coaching jobs available. Another one came open today. And guess what? You tried. I'm not mad at the organization in the least. Because Mike McDaniel probably doesn't want to leave palm trees and Ferraris and he'll go coach Tampa for a year. And then Todd Bowles will mysteriously retire and he's the head coach down there. Let's go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I appreciate you taking my call. Mike, I just think, just personally, the scope that you have, not just for the Detroit sports, but all sports, man, and just how you do things, man. I absolutely respect you. So thank you, man.
Aaron, I can't, that means a lot, buddy. Cause I try, man. I think, look, I'll give you all the time you need. Just understand why that matters to me. It's like, I do, I work at it. I try, I care. I want to be able to provide you guys besides laughs and ball breaking is like, real stuff. And we can talk sports. And I think that's, currently, I think our industry's a little light on that. So I thank you for that.
Well, you're more than trying. You're succeeding, man. I mean that. So I just wanted to say that. And honestly, before I even get into what I wanted to talk about, I agree. The more insular that you are with keeping things in, and this is just not with sports, but with anything, the less of a perspective you have. If you have an outside perspective with anything, that's going to allow you to at least be aware and grow. And whether it's football or anything. So I like this hire. I do. So going on to what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
There was a call earlier with the correlation that someone was making between like QBs being fired and with mobile QBs. Okay, what about Sean McDermott? And what about what happened with him and the Bills? He wasn't out there with Josh Allen threw 4 picks. He didn't tell him to do that. And he's sitting there crying and everything like that. The coach didn't throw those 4 picks. And not only was this Allen's best chance to win in the AFC with the landscape, but I think, honestly, because of Josh Allen and how he is with his loyalty, even going back to Wyoming, I think this is going to mess with him psychologically. Now that
No. Let me say this. There is a 0% chance they fired Sean McDermott without Josh Allen's blessing. At full stop. The blood's on his hands, too. If he said, don't you dare fire him. And remember, early in McDermott and Allen's career together, that relationship was not good. It's grown, and it might be good now. But remember, McDermott's a defensive coach whose defenses always spit the bit. I actually look, and Aaron, I've held this opinion for 2 years. This isn't a result of this weekend. The optics are bad. I understand that because the league, it looks like they screwed the Bills. But Aaron, you got to understand something. I think McDermott's a loser. I mean, when you hire Leslie Frazier at any point of your career, you're a loser. I think it was time. And if you don't think Allen played a role in that, and by the way, Brandon Beane, the GM of the Bills, is safe, that tells you everything you need to know. To me, I think it was time. Just like I don't think Mike Tomlin's some terrible coach. It was time. John Harbaugh, I would have backed John Harbaugh. I would have traded Lamar. I would have been out of Lamar Jackson business as he's headed to 30 years old. But guess what? Okay, it's time. It just, to me, I think the Bills did the right thing. How many trips to the buffet of misery are you going to make before this isn't the guy to get us home? That's it. I mean, it's just enough. I got to try something else. You can't keep burning your hand on the stove. You got to try something else. Go ahead, Corbin. What?
No, I agree with you. And I mean, I guess the theme for me this episode will be, the fact of my group chats or whatever. After the whole Steelers, Mike Tomlin stuff, I said things just get stale. And a lot of people think that it's, kind of ridiculous for these NFL teams to drop their head coaches who have regular season success, which I understand.
Why? They'll drop a player after a bad 3-game run. Why can't coaches get dropped?
No, and I agree with that sentiment. That's what I would.
Who is your group chat with? Who are these people?
It's one of them. There's many I'm in. But
hold on, stop, because I got to get back to the people. But I want to hear this. This is what I don't understand about younger people. What is it with? I hate group texts. This is currency. You're in several of these. You know what I would do? I would take my phone and I would throw it out the window on the way home tonight if I were in several group texts. I can't stand them.
I got multiple, the friend groups bleed. They get a little different around,
But these people have terrible opinions. Why would you subject yourself to this?
That's why I work here and they don't.
Okay.
But anywho, at the end of the day, I feel like, especially when it comes to coaches, when things get stale, sometimes it needs to be. I've been saying Tomlin needs to step down or get out or whatever for years now, and I'm happy it did. Same with Harbaugh.
Yeah, and I the McDermott thing, I'm actually good with it. And guess what? Josh Allen's no innocent guy. He sanctioned the hit too. Go to Nate. Really, Nate? Really? We'll check back with Nate later. We'll go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, I'm doing good. Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I've had a couple tough months health-wise, and I'm just glad I'm still talking and alive.
Well, so am I, Jeff. Jeez. Well, welcome. How you doing?
I'm not doing too bad, but recovering. But, no, what you've said about the defensive line, I look at we got 25 sacks on the edge, but does that matter when there's the quarterbacks have constant time to throw? Just constantly. And I mean, this has been years, and the edge, I also would like to see more up the middle, because I think when McNeil come back, he didn't come back to nearly 100% of himself. I'd say he's, half speed. And, he was trending to be an Aaron Donald-like player, but just all the breaks, it just seems like if you can't get quick pressure, then all those breakdowns we had in the secondary happen. One hurts the other real bad. So
correct.
Just watching this over this time has showed me that. But
yeah, I'm with you. And listen, that to me was a far bigger takeaway than any. I was shocked at people calling Doug. And look, you can watch Caleb or watch Drake May or Josh Allen. Of course, you can. There's an allure to it, and go, damn, that'd be fun to have that type of quarterback. But both things can be true. You can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff, but it has to be done in a very particular way. That means a full rebuild of this offensive line. I think the hiring of Drew Petzing, which, by the way, let me throw this out there. The Detroit Lions are not hiring an OC without talking to Jared Goff. Okay? And Goff would have to be polygraphed for you to have me believe he didn't have a say in it. It's Boulder Dash. Your quarterback is the guy you talk to. It's the same thing as Josh Allen with McDermott. So I'll trust that Jared Goff is aboard. The Ben Johnson thing, I think helps. Heavy run game, heavy play action, multiple tight ends. And he's coming from a place in Arizona where he had produced 2 top 10 rushing attacks. All of you make fun of that quarterback to no end. So the fact that he did that would seem to be amazing. You got a better quarterback, a better O-line, better skill players. Why can't it work? But I will tell you, if it doesn't work, Dan Campbell's on a hot seat. Now, you can laugh. How could you say that? His commercials are great. Because you don't get an endless stream of bad hires. Like in the NFL, he has now fired an OC and taken over play calling twice. You don't get a third time. This has to work. Otherwise, you're not capable of being a CEO. CEOs make good hires, at least the ones who are employed, they do. Keep that in mind. 97.1. All right, we'll get to the people. And we still got to do, can we say that? I do. I have a baseball topic I want to bring up. And you'll be surprised because it's from the point of view as a Yankee fan, but I think you'll agree with my take. And we do. We'll get in the 5 o'clock, get a little bit of talk about the College National Championship because I got to be honest, I don't think anybody cares. And they've tried to out NFL the NFL, and I think all they've done is just destroy it. Who's amped on January 19th to watch a college football game? I'm immersed in the NFL right now. I don't have any bandwidth for it. I don't care.
I already planned to just, I've been binging Entourage lately. Great show, might I add. That's why I plan on doing tonight. I don't care about the game.
And what does your group chat say? All right, we'll back to that later. By the way, Corbin's in 7 group chats. That sounds like hell, quite honestly. We'll go to Jason on a cell, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy? Jason. Hey, Jay's breaking my balls over here. Same guy was on hold last segment. I'm trying to help him out. We'll go to Alex. Alex, how you doing, bud?
Hey, not too good, man. So what week is Dan Campbell going to take over play calling duties this year?
Uh-oh, you don't like the hire. Okay, well, why? Let me hear why.
Okay, so his tight end play in Arizona was good, right?
I didn't hear what you said. His what was good?
The tight end, McBride, actually had
Trey McBride.
Trey McBride, solid. Running game, very solid. But when you have a number 1 quarterback drafted like Kyler Murray, and then you take Marvin Harrison, which was probably going to be the number 1 pick after his sophomore year in college, these guys haven't panned out yet.
Well, no, they stink. I mean, they basically soft benched Kyler Murray for Jacoby Brissett. It's why I don't value the numbers this year. I mean, what am I supposed to do evaluating any offense on any planet run by Jacoby Brissett?
I mean, what did Kyler Murray do there?
2 years and 3 years back, we highlighted it. They had the number 4 rushing attack and the number 7 rushing attack. Now, there was good Kyler and bad Kyler. The good was usually before the month of November. The bad, after. You can go look. That's factual.
In 2023, sorry to cut you off, Arizona went 4-13.
Right.
They were 24th in points per game and 25th in yards per game.
Right. What was the rushing attack?
I don't know, but it wasn't.
It was 4th.
Wins.
It was 4th. Look,
and then 8 and 9 and 24.
Right.
3 and 4, 3 and 14 this year.
Right. What does that have to do with Petzing's ability to be successful here?
Did we hire him because he was Ben Johnson kind of a disciple, one of his best friends? Are we still looking to replace this guy?
I think that's part of it. Yes, Alex. I think it's definitely part of it. And I think that the biggest thing is he's shown the ability with what you're saying, with a bad franchise and a bad team and a quarterback that people mock, that he's able to produce a top 10 run game. So what would he be able to do here with upgrades all across the board? I'd like to think there's a window into it working.
With what we have, it shouldn't be hard to produce a top 10 run game. That's why I'm not trying to give this guy all the praise.
Okay, that's fine. But Alex, guess what? I'm not sure you finished in the top 10 this year. So an upgrade's needed. It didn't work.
Are we assuming we're going to fix the offensive line? Are we trusting Brett Holmes to do that?
Well, Alex, if they don't fix the offensive line, they could hire Petzing. They could hire Evan Petzold. They could hire a number 2 pencil. It won't matter, and you'll win the argument. But if you don't believe they're going to fix this O-line, then why the hell do you even watch the team? What the hell's the point of any of this? I have to believe they're going to fix the offensive line. I mean, what... Alex, I just don't understand the angle there. I'm giving you the data. You damn well... Look, here, I'll add some things to the Petzing resume. And again, I'm not giving this some A+, but I always find it laughable that people want to pan something. They didn't even know this guy existed 10 minutes ago. Take a breather. Either listen to the words I'm saying or do the research yourself, then form an opinion. How about the fact the guy worked closely with Kevin Stefanski? How about the fact he was Baker Mayfield's quarterback coach? How about the fact he knows Hank Fraley? He was a former tight end coach, wants to use multiple tight ends. wants to run the football, wants to set up his quarterback for play action. Isn't that everything, if I take the name off of it, what you want? Because here's the other problem I do have, right? And I bitch about a lot of things, but I will have a solution for you in my mind of, hey, I hate this, go do that. I don't just go, I hate this, wah. Tell me who you wanted them to hire. Like who? Don't say Mike McDaniel. I don't think he's available because of the coaching carousel. I wanted McDaniel too. Take him off the board. Who are you hiring? Who? Is it because someone told you a guy's good? Is it because you heard a name once? Who is it exactly? That if you hate Drew Petzing from the Ben Johnson sphere, who has the same ideas as Ben Johnson, and you've rescued him from a god-awful organization with a god-awful team in one of the best divisions in football, look, I don't know that it'll work. I don't know that look, I have seen home run hires left and right fail, right? And then hires that get panned work. None of us know. But why am I dealing with phone calls of guys going, well, are you sure they're going to fix the O-line? Then what are we doing? If they don't fix the O-line, you hire whoever you want. You hire Bill Belichick, it won't work. I mean, that's the puzzling part. I'm equally confused by the Petzing hate as I am people's takeaway from divisional weekend being, we need a mobile quarterback. We can't win with Goff. That's just bizarro to me. And I mean, look, I'll give you an example. If you want to use the data from this year for what Petzing produced, Murray gets hurt, then they don't invite him back. James Conner dies. The O-line blows. Marvin Harrison was Herman Moore the early years with footballs bouncing off his head. The best receivers, Michael Wilson and Trey McBride, and they play the Rams twice. They play the Niners twice. They play the Seahawks twice. Guys, I mean, what do you want me to say? That's a gap year. He pulled the Doug Carr study abroad routine and took a year off. I mean, come on. 2 and 3 years ago, they had a top 10 rushing attack. But it still comes back to Kyler Murray. Goff is a clear upgrade. And stylistically, Goff fits what this guy wants to do. I have to give it a chance. Is it the perfect hire? No. Fine. Who was? There was Mike McDaniel and what? What name was going to be mentioned today? Or all of a sudden, were you going to be touching yourself if it was Mike Kafka? Really? Like, I'm asking. I'm sorry. No, Corbin, I'm not being flippant. It's just, I don't know how people can shred something. And even 10 minutes ago, if I said Drew Petzing, you would have said that's the latest guy the Tigers signed to a minor league deal. Or he's the guy from the Free Press. Nope, it's Evan Petzold. Whatever.
No, I find all that funny, and I don't know why. I guess I'm working here way too much because after you said the touching yourself part, I thought of the Rieger's Blue Chew.
I have that for you. Yes.
But the question I want now is, because the Ben Johnson connection is interesting, and I didn't know that until you had brought it up earlier. I wonder if at any point during Ben Johnson's tenure in Detroit, if he had talked to Goff about him, if he had talked to other people, just kind of.
How about this? You bet your ass you would have to polygraph Jared Goff. Have him say no and pass a polygraph that, they didn't talk to me about the OC. Boulder Dash.
Oh, they most definitely did.
Your quarterback signed off on the damn thing. Come on.
Yeah, especially, and obviously they have to restructure the salary, but especially when he has the cap hit coming in. No, I'm not saying he was the final guy to be like, okay, that's who I want, but his opinion did help at the end of the day.
But again, and nobody wants to face reality. If this doesn't work, your head coach is in trouble. You can laugh. If this doesn't work, you could presume they didn't win a playoff game next year, right? You want to go 3 years without winning a playoff game? Or missing the playoffs? Dan Campbell has to get this right. His job security is going to be tied to this hire. Not that he will immediately be fired, but you bet your ass if this doesn't work and he has to let go of another OC, at a certain point, hey, Dan, you're not qualified to hire people. That's how the league works. 248-539-9797. So again, if you're going to trash it, have a reason and have a name. That's all I ask. FanDuel, all customers get a profit boost for the college football championship tonight if you care about it. I mean, it's January 19th. The season ended 12 months ago. Indiana, Miami. I think Miami's got a shot to be frisky tonight. I don't know what it is. I just feel like that front is nasty, and that's a lot of points. FanDuel.com/Michigan. Get your college football profit boost today. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get to the people. A lot of conversation. Lions hire a new OC. Reviews on Ticket Text are not good. We've only gotten a couple of calls about it, so I'm not ready to tell you what the reviews are. I'm fine. I can't possibly feign outrage. It makes sense on paper. I can forgive certain things in Arizona for Drew Petzing. I love the fact he coached with Ben Johnson and Kevin Stefanski and Kevin O'Connell, people I have an immense respect for offensively. And factually, he produced elite running games on a dog water team. I know the system he wants to run. And you have the players to do it here. I have to give it a chance. But if you're super negative about it, here's your invitation. Phone line's open. Give me a reason and tell me who exactly you're going to hire. Who are you going to hire? Bill Walsh? You're going to dig up his bones? Who are you going to hire? Have Sean McVay moonlight as your OC? Maybe not after last night, but you get my point. Like, guys, you got to live in reality. And the truth is, here's the reality. You didn't know who this guy was 20 minutes ago, okay? Now, if you're a nerd like me and you've watched a bunch of Arizona games, because it's part of what you do, you get a little more leeway. I'm not telling you he's the hottest thing since pants with pockets. But, like, what are we doing? Who was the name that you would have been truly wowzers over? Not named Mike McDaniel. So, and then the other takeaway is people from Divisional Weekend, their biggest takeaway, that's Lions related. A lot of people are saying, well, they were saying, they're not doing it to me, we have to have a mobile QB. We can't win with Goff. My takeaway was your front four is not good enough. Time to pressure, quick pressure, rush 4, drop 7. You're seeing it, man. 3 of the top 4 scoring defenses in the league, they're still playing. And pressure is the name of the day. And not that nonsense pressure you get from Aiden or Bob Muhammad, where it takes 3-4 seconds. I'm talking immediate destruction. That's my takeaway. It's time for Dan and Brad to get serious about that side of the ball, specifically the defensive line. Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, sorry about the call earlier.
That's
My
all
phone
right.
was bugging out.
That's okay, man. The music was soothing. What's going on?
So, you know, I was gonna say a couple things. I'm gonna change it up a little bit. So, you know, to your point about the running game, if we're going all in with this guy, so help me God, Brad Holmes better not trade away David Montgomery. Okay, I mean, we have to keep Monty, and for a name that I would have liked to see instead of him, and you might clown me for saying this.
No.
Is Dan Orlovsky, because I actually think that, you know, you have someone who loves the Lions and someone who's been studying the game, you know, for the past X amount of years.
But he's
even
never.
though it's been on TV.
But Jason, he's never called plays. He's never called plays. He's never coached. I'm not going to clown you, but Jason, you know, if Dan Orlovsky wants to be an OC, maybe I could work my way to being an OC at his alma mater of UConn. Maybe. Even that might be over his skis. Jason, I could never go along.
I was also going to say Eric Bieniemy, but regardless, if you're going with this guy, you have to keep David Montgomery.
I'm going to tell you why I don't. Now listen, I'm not mad if they do keep him, but it sure sounds like he's gone. Jason, you got to draft somebody. You just got to draft somebody in the late rounds. Look at what the Bears did with Monungai. The recipe is right there, Jason. You got to go draft a guy who makes 10 cents on the dollar. And you got to allocate that money a lot of other places. Left tackle, a guard, a center, a D tackle. I need an edge. You're going to have some depth guys in the secondary, because until I see Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch out of a wheelchair, look, I can't speak in absolutes like that. David Montgomery is one of the highest paid running backs in the league. He's in the top 10, I believe. You can't have a guy make $8 million a year for 9 carries a week. It's just bad money. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't really have anything to say with the David Montgomery aspect.
Well, you look like you were ready to pounce. You're like,
I always look like I'm ready to pounce.
Gonna say,
it's in my nature, but no.
Intimidating.
I guess with the David Montgomery stuff, though, I'm in the belief, I feel like fans have to start living in a reality where he just won't be on the team. knowing how NFL players operate, the cryptic social media posts. And
it sounds
stuff
like he's
that.
gone.
Yeah, I'll even go back to Brad Holmes' press conference interview a while back. I forget exactly what he said, what it was word for word, but basically it kind of gave off like, we've had talks and thanks for your service. We're moving on now.
That's what it sounds like, seems like, feels like. We'll go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's good, buddy?
Michael, hey, always a pleasure. How are you, buddy?
Good, pal. What's on your mind?
Oh, well, no offense to Jay, but I think I preferred the smooth jazz instead of the commentary. Listen, I just want to talk a few things factual, okay? Fact. I'm 65. Holmes and Campbell have delivered more wins and more success than anybody else in my lifetime regarding the Detroit Lions. So I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. But everything is true. You need big, dangerous people on both lines, defensive and offensive. And if what you're saying about this offensive coordinator, who you are also right, I didn't even know existed, just as I did not know Ben Johnson existed when he first got started.
There you go.
And if he's going to do what you say he's going to do, I trust you. But again, everything begins and ends with these lines. This is crucial that Holmes and Campbell this season start building to get this right. And if this guy is going to go play action, thumbs up. It'll work with Goff. If you're going to run, thumbs up. We can do it, and we need to do it. Everything you say is going to click if these things are done.
Yes. And that's, no, Paul, that's none of us, there's no guarantee it'll work. I just want to make sure people aren't overreacting when you didn't know anything about the guy.
And one more thing, if I can.
Yeah.
The so-called mobile quarterback, we have seen it now over a 10, 15-year span. First of all, life expectancy. Second of all, it doesn't always work. Third of all, Matthew Stafford and Sam Darnold are going to the NFC title game. And so you can take your mobile quarterback and say, yes, it works in scenarios, but then I'd like to see their golf swing because that's where a lot of them are right now.
Yep, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. I'm with you. And Paul, look, I'm not going to lie to you and say I wish we didn't have a little bit more modern of a QB. However, you can win. It is incumbent on the organization. You've signed a covenant with Jared Goff when you paid him the money. You've got to do for him what he needs so he can do for you what you need. It's basics. You got to have an O-line. You got to have an elite running game. Play action passing. The processing, the time to run those deep crossing routes that you love, to take the occasional pop to J-Mo. And by the way, how about a defense? How about something that doesn't require a 60% blitz rate? How about a front four that can actually get the passer with a respectable amount of time? This is on Brad and Dan, too. We'll get more of your phone calls. Can we say that as well? 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. It looks like the Lions have found their next offensive coordinator. According to multiple reports, Detroit is hiring former Arizona Cardinals play caller Drew Petzing. Petzing was under Jonathan Gadden, who was let go this cycle as well. The 38-year-old is close to Ben Johnson, having coached with him at Boston College and even served as groomsman in his wedding. The Dolphins interviewed Lions defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard today as well. The Bills have fired their head coach Sean McDermott after 9 seasons. Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet suffered a torn ACL in his win over the Niners Saturday. According to Adam Schefter, he'll miss the rest of the playoffs. Kate Cunningham has been named the first Pistons All-Star starter since this guy did it in 2009. Well, they're not having many problems anymore. As they said, it's the number 1 seed in the East, 4.5 games above the Celtics, who they host tonight. I've got pregame coverage at 7:35 here on 97.1. Ron Holland is questionable to play with an illness. The AP College Basketball poll saw Arizona get a unanimous number 1 vote, while Michigan rose up a spot to number 3. Michigan State rose a couple spots to number 10 as well. The college football season officially wraps up tonight as Miami faces Indiana. Kickoff there at 7:30. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get to more of your calls momentarily, but right now, it's Can We Say That? Okay. Divisional round edition. Corbin, we'll get a few from you. Let me give you the ones I have, okay? Can we say, Corbin, Josh Allen can cry elsewhere, that while he's a fabulous player, 4 turnovers, yeah, you did cost your team. And I know the refs played a role, but Josh, not good enough.
I agree with that 100%. Usually in the past, there's always been another excuse, I would label it as, for why the Bills got bounced out and whatnot. This one is solely on him. And in a way, I do feel bad for the team because aside from Josh Allen, there's like a bajillion other players crying in their little interviews they did in the locker room.
And I was rooting for them. And it was their easiest path. And no one's here to watch the Broncos. But I'm not going to turn Josh Allen into a sympathetic figure. He cost his team the game.
No, agree 100%. And it goes back to when we were talking about it in, I believe, your first or second segment of the day. At the end of the day, it's the fumble at the end of the first half that put the Broncos in a primo spot.
And these games are decided on 3 or 4 plays. Everything else is white noise. Can we say the media feigning outrage over McDermott getting fired in Buffalo? He actually deserved to be fired. He was a defensive-minded coach whose defenses never came up with a critical stop, and their seasons always end the same way. And yes, again, refs played a role late. Broncos had already had their way with that defense largely. I'm actually happy he's fired.
To go back to my stale comments, McDermott is one of the coaches who've fallen in that. I just find it interesting that they fired him after this game, whereas we all know that it was Josh Allen's fault, like we've been saying, and I feel like there's been games in recent history of them being in the playoffs where you can put it on McDermott.
Fair.
So
it's fair.
So it's the timing for me that kind of makes me laugh.
Can we say this is C.J. Stroud's career-defining year coming up? Show or go. They're going to pick up his 5th-year option, but that was arguably a bottom 5 playoff performance I've ever seen from a quarterback. That was excruciatingly bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I liked him when he got drafted to Houston.
And to be fair, no Dalton Schultz, no Nico Collins.
No, yeah. And it sucks because I was rooting for the Texans yesterday. I thought that their defense was going to kind of carry them to a victory. Little did I know CJ Stroud would kind of, crap his pants at the end of the day. But it just sucks because they were in it until the end, until that one-handed touchdown by Booty at the end of the day.
Correct.
Yeah, so it sucks.
Can we say coaches continue to be their own worst enemy in the playoffs by outthinking, outsmarting, getting too cute? Whether it is the going for it and some zany play calls as a part of it, whether it is Sean McVay, which I know hits close to home for you. Sean, run the football. You're getting 5-7 yards a clip. Run the ball.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Obviously, the Sean McVay aspect is the best one I can come up with, because I forget, it was either at the end of the third quarter or the beginning of the fourth. I looked at the box score because obviously I knew that they were not running the ball. I want to see how many carries. They had 11 rushing attempts in comparison to 30 passing attempts at one point. They end up ending the game, I think, with 31 rushing attempts. So clearly it came in, but it just sucks. And McVay is one of those coaches, going back to the Super Bowl in 2019. He said he over-prepped. He got in his head. He himself lost that game for the team.
Can we say the Packers and Bears, not the Lions, will be your co-favorites to win the NFC North in 2026? Oh, I got him. I got him.
I don't know, because the thing that gets me is the Lions. I mean, obviously we still have a whole offseason, free agency, trades, draft, and whatnot. The Lions' weapons are still so good, and I think ahead of the NFC. It's just there was so many flaws this year with the team defensively, with John Morton that we've pointed on. I think the Bears would be the only favorite. I don't think the Packers will. I think they take a step back next year, but yeah.
Can we say it is well past time the NFL has full-time officials for a league that every week of the NFL on the games, they make $415 million a week? Can we please upgrade the officiating?
Yeah, no, I'm happy you brought that up, because in my Can We Say That notes I put, can we say that the NFL officiating needs to clean it up this offseason? It just keeps getting worse and worse, and in these playoffs games, it was absurd. And going to a recent game from this weekend, Bills and Broncos, you have a whistle for the reason. Josh Allen is literally being held by 50 players, it seems like, and they're just waiting for something to happen. And that was a reoccurring theme. I didn't really understand that, but they don't know what it catches anymore. I mean, the league in general doesn't know what that is.
Thank you for saying that. That was my last one. Can we say we have officially lost cabin pressure on what it catches? Devontae Adams, catch, down by contact. Buffalo, kind of, sort of, maybe dual possession, pitchy woo-woo. What was the difference in those two plays?
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny because when you bring up the dual possession, I think back to that Monday night game that kind of really kicked off things, especially when the refs were on strike, but the Packers-Seahawks game. Remember that, when it ended with the both catching, who it was it a touchdown, was it not? I don't get it. Every game, I think I said it on some show a while back working here. I said NFL officiating has become MLB umpires. You're going to get different rules, different games at strike zone. It's not going to be the same that you watched the night prior.
NBA officiating. Certain teams 100%. Have a certain record with certain refs, and you go, wait, what? Yes. Go ahead. Give me a couple of yours.
Scott Foster hates Chris Paul.
Yes.
So mine, obviously, still kind of tie into things that happened this weekend, but a little bit outside of the NFL playoff realm. And I'm going to start to one that hits you at home.
Okay.
Can we say that John Harbaugh should have waited a bit longer to make a decision on where to go?
I would push back on that. I'll say no, and here's why. You're getting a quarterback. Hey, he's not Drake May or Caleb. We don't know that yet. But you're getting a rookie scale QB, a rookie scale receiver in Neighbors, rookie scale in Scatterbo. You get a franchise left tackle. And defensively, Brian Burns, all-pro caliber year. You're getting Abdul Carter. You're getting Dexter Lawrence. I would just say, I can't tell you that a lot of these other jobs are better. Like, look, you want to say Buffalo's better because of Josh Allen, that's fine. Look at the rest of that team. That's a bad Bills team. I'd rather take the young team and the power structure he's getting than some of these other places. What would the job be if, okay, he should have waited? You want to go to Pittsburgh?
Well, that was the thing as well, and I know that there's a lot of people out there who kept saying, oh, him and Tomlin should switch spots, which I think would be stupid. And to your testament with the Giants, I did say before all these mass hirings, the Giants are the better-looking job in the offseason. It's just interesting because we know that there's probably some coaches who even have jobs right now. They're looking at, working with Josh Allen and kind of licking their lips as we speak. But moving on from there, one more coach I will touch base on. Can we say that Bill Belichick should have waited to come back into coaching?
He never should have come back to coaching. He should have walked out with a level of dignity and respect versus now he's having this, psychological break where he's dating someone young enough to be his great-granddaughter and he's coaching at a ridiculous football program like UNC. The whole thing, he should be on the beach in Nantucket, period, full stop.
I think he should have retired as well, especially when Tom Brady had left, because I'm on the belief that Tom Brady was the mastermind behind it all. But I think that he should have waited because there's a lot of good jobs out there as of right now. So one more out of me right here. Actually, two more. We'll get to one at the end to full circle everything. But can we say that the NFL has gotten too aggressive on fourth down calls, coaching-wise?
Yes, 100%. You can use the mathematics all you want, but I want to remind you, the analytics do not take into account injuries. They do not take into account weather. They do not take into account your opponent. You can't use static data. They're men, not machines. If I have Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen, I'm going to be able to do different things than if I have Jacoby Brissett. That data plays different. Hey, I'm down my right guard and my left tackle. That data plays different. I think these coaches have lost their bleeping minds.
100% abolish analytics in all of sports. That's my take. Final one here, Mike. Can we say that Josh Allen will never get to the Super Bowl?
Oh, man. I can't say never because of the truly remarkable amount of talent he has. But he's about to be 30. And for guys, follow the Cam Newton career arc. And Josh is a better player than he is, but they're both incredibly physical players. And when your body starts to betray you, that happens a lot earlier than your pocket passers like Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady, etc.
He was getting bent like a pretzel in that Jacksonville game just in the first quarter alone.
No, Corbin, I know. I'm only going to say no because he's still got it, but Buffalo's got major restructuring to do. Major. That team will not look anything like it looks this year, next year.
I agree. And if I were to answer it, I want to say no, he will get to it, but just with how his career has went, not being able to get past Mahomes, Joe Burrow, now Bo Nix.
He's still got a window where Mahomes is not going to be Super Bowl good next year. Burrow may not be in Cincinnati past next year.
But clearly that doesn't matter. He lost to Bo Nix.
Give it a year. If he doesn't do any damage next year, yeah, I'll be more inclined to go your direction.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Can We Say That?
All right, we're going to get to your phone calls in a second. I want to just roll another topic into the mix here. Lions hiring Drew Petzing. I've given you my thoughts on that. Your takeaways from divisional weekend, same deal. I want to just add one thing. I didn't get a chance to talk about it Friday. I wasn't here. And reminder, this is coming from a Yankee fan, and you'll understand why that should carry a little bit more weight. The LA Dodgers are destroying baseball. And it's not about my team. It's about 25, 26 other teams. If you're not the Yankees, the Blue Jays, the Mets, or the Dodgers, you're not even in the same sport right now. And I'm not trying to vilify the Dodgers. They're doing exactly what I would do. They have found market inefficiencies and loopholes. They own their stadium. They own all their parking. They have one of the most lucrative, if not the most lucrative TV deal in sports. And they've discovered the magic of deferred money. But what they did with Kyle Tucker was an effing disgrace. Kyle Tucker's not worth half that contract. Not half. And what it's created is entire divisions, like this joke of a division the Tigers play in, which is why I can't take their success seriously. It's a joke. Great, you won an arm wrestling competition at a homeless shelter. That doesn't mean you're going to beat Stallone in Over the Top. The AL Central, every team basically sat it out. Twins, Guards, Royals, you. Don't give me a qualifying offer to Glaber as not sitting it out. Well, how did any of these teams get wildly better? They didn't. They're not playing the same sport. They're not even in the same ecosystem. And I want to say this now because I want to get a jump on this. I am willing to miss all of 2027. I will vaporize baseball for an entire year to get both a salary floor and a salary cap. Period. I'm willing to have no baseball because this can't keep going on. It's a joke. And while there are terrible owners who don't do anything with the rev share money, looking at you, Pittsburgh, looking at you, Cincinnati, looking at you, Miami, I know we need a floor for a couple of fleas at the bottom of this deal. Hell, I'd call Cleveland a flea. You cannot continue this. Right now, the Dodgers' tax bill is bigger than a dozen payrolls. It's not fun. It's not engaging. And it's impacting the business of the sport. It's impacting free agency to where teams aren't even trying. It's impacting – look, guys, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, okay? But there's a reason I don't believe the Tigers are nearly as good as the Tigers think they are. This division is a non-competitive, unserious farce. It's not real. These teams aren't going for anything. They're just there. I mean, why do you think we're in the Skubal situation we're in? Think about it. You're reading articles that if they lose the arbitration, they might trade him. I can't take it serious. I truly think it's the end of the line. And look, kudos to the Dodgers for doing it. I'm not asking their fans to apologize. I'm not asking for Dodger fans to hand out plastic violins. But it's over. It's officially, it's been broken into a million pieces. And there needs to be a floor and a cap. And there needs to be, and this is going to be the fight. But remember, it's going to be 4 organizations versus everybody else. There needs to be a restructuring of revenue sharing in this sport. Because, look, the Dodgers or Yankees or Mets or the Blue Jays, it's the TV money. The Blue Jays are owned by essentially Mr. Xfinity of Canada, Ted Rogers. Like the Dodgers, with their TV deal, they're making 10x what the Tigers are making on TV, if not more. Yankees, yes. Mets, SNY. And then there's everybody else. Think about it in the same sport. It's like one team has an NFL TV deal and everybody else has a USFL deal. That's baseball, including the Tigers or 9 other teams who don't have a TV deal currently because the RSN collapsed. And mind you, I'm not some Pirates fan screaming this is unfair. I'm not a Yankee fan screaming it's unfair. My team spends. I'm not mad at the Dodgers as a Yankee fan. I'm mad as a baseball fan. And as a baseball fan who resides in the city of Detroit with a team that plays in a division that's a joke financially, with a team that is showing no ability to keep a 2-time Cy Young Award winner because they can't or won't spend the money, yet they won't trade him, I've had enough. I'm throwing in the towel. And again, I don't ask the Dodgers to apologize, but it doesn't mean I have to be excited about the sport. I think the sport is in a really bad place. But see, this is the problem. As long as fans in places like Pittsburgh and Cleveland and Miami and Cincinnati are filling these parks, those owners get to make money by not spending money. Then you get to the middle class like the Tigers. While they're making money, they're self-imposing budgets because they can't go any higher because, they don't have the TV money. They'll never have the TV money of some of those other teams. It's an impossibility. You would need to drop 8 million people on the Detroit Metroplex, if you will, to do that sort of thing. So look, I just wanted to get out in front of it. One segment. We'll continue the football talk. I'll certainly take your calls on it, but it's broken. And I'm not interested. Especially as somebody who's here in Detroit, there's no point. That Kyle Tucker deal represents Skubal plus Bo Bichette, basically. And the Tigers are busy signing guys who've been pitching in Korea for 4 years. I mean, come on. So no, and Corbin, look, I know you're a born and bred Dodger fan. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at your team even. I'm mad situationally that, look, I do a radio show every day. How the hell am I supposed to lie to my listeners and be like, no, you should be super proud the Tigers are going to compete with these teams? No, they're not. I mean, it's the same stratosphere. So I'm hoping, hear me when I say this, I'm hoping there's no baseball in 27 because it's the only way. Owners will break the players, but owners will break the owners. Think about what I'm saying to you. It's a war on two fronts. And there is no way you will get substantive change and still have baseball in 27. So I had to do that just for one segment today because I know it's all football and it's divisional and it's the Lions and OC. But Corbin, go ahead. I mean, don't freak out. I'm not coming at you, but
no. So
it's broken.
This is, as a long Dodger fan, ever since I was a kid, this is how I feel about it. I do agree that there are some weird things with, the TV rights deals going on. I mean, hell, what was it? 9 teams backed out of the FanDuel or whatever it's called nowadays with that partnership. The thing that gets me is, and you touch base on it, I think the big issue is the owners who do not spend. The owners like the Rockies, the owners like the White Sox, you want to know how much their biggest free agent deal is? Andrew Benintendi, $70 million. That's criminal in my personal opinion, especially for a team who won a World Series, about 20 or so years ago now. So what gets me is the Dodgers, even with a cap, Dave Roberts has been asked, do you want a salary cap? He said yes. And they said, do you think that'll affect the way you guys run business? He said, not at all. Give us a cap, don't give us a cap. We're still going to be aggressive. We're still going to make matters happen. And I think a cap obviously a floor influences the bottom feeder teams to make.
Can't have one without the other. You got to have both. You got to have a floor and a cap.
And I get that. And it's like we said when we were talking about before the show, and I made the point. The only thing that worries me about that is the players union. In my opinion, the players union for the MLB is the most we're going to put our feet in the sand and we're not going to move at all out of any sport.
They'll lock Tony Clark out and go on vacation.
So
They don't care.
But I look at it like this too. There's so many players who have come out, and I know now with the Kyle Tucker signing, things are a little different. But there are some players come out and said they don't mind what the Dodgers are doing. It is what it is. And in my opinion, baseball is such a predictable sport. You had teams like the Padres who spent money years ago. What have they done? Nothing. The Mets, what have they done with Stevie Cohen's pockets? Nothing. No offense, but your team a couple of years ago was top 3 in the payroll and did nothing at the end of the day.
We haven't won the World Series since 09.
So
we're there a lot.
Yeah.
Where we're battling. But look, the playoffs is the wrong barometer. Corbin, it's the idea of when we go to spring training, 25 of these teams have no chance. 0. None.
And I get that, but at the same time, and I brought up, when we were talking about prep for the show as well, last year in October, the Dodgers were dead to rights against the Blue Jays. They batted .203 in the World Series. The Dodgers are a beatable team. I know on paper it looks like it's impossible.
No, but it's not beatable because what it's doing is teams are looking at what's happening and going, we're just quitting. The AL Central as a division quit.
And I get that, but at the same time...
That's the other thing I need before I forget. Salary cap floor must do a redrawing of the revenue sharing. And here's the big one. And Tiger fans, you're not going to like this, but too bad. Complete restructuring of divisions. You cannot have poverty divisions anymore. You must. Like, I'll tell you what's got to happen. First and foremost, Toronto goes from the East to the Central. I'm tired of the Guardians and the Tigers and the Royals and the Twins getting away with murder in this homeless division.
Now, that I can agree with. I do think that there needs to be a realignment. I know we're up against it right now. So my final thought as of right now, unless we continue this later, is...
We can continue.
With the one thing I will say in terms of the bottom feeder teams, I know they just made the playoffs, but they're statistically one of the worst teams to ever make the playoffs. The Cincinnati Reds owner came out and said he only reached out to Kyle Schwarber in free agency is because it might increase ticket sales.
Yeah.
That's what those owners only care about.
And Cincinnati is one of the poorest owners in the league. I hear you, but it's broken. I mean, listen, enjoy your World Series. I'm jealous, but it's busted and it's got to change. We'll take your calls. And if you want to talk football, great. If you want to react to what I just said about baseball, I'm here for it. 97.1. All right, straight to the people. And I appreciate your patience. And we got multiple topics in the hopper. We'll go to Paul. He bats leadoff. Paulie, what's good, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, Paul. What's up?
Well, biggest thing, I like the hire. I like the hire for the OC. I kind of like the fact that they're not waiting for this coaching carousel to go through and then make a selection, that they think they found their guy. They like what he's going to bring to the table. His offensive style seems to fit, right? Trey McBride's is the top tight end, if not one of the top tight ends this year. They've had a lot of injuries, and their team was basically whoever had a pulse was playing running back. So I just think that they're going to be in a better spot with him and with his idea. Now, to your point, if it doesn't work out, Dan Campbell is then on the hot seat. But, one of the main reasons why I wanted to call was all these people that are talking about, Goff, we need a mobile quarterback, we need to get rid of Goff. Look at how many mobile quarterbacks weren't able to even play for portions of the season or had season-ending injuries this year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Bo Nix just had one going into the AFC Championship. Daniel Jones is out. Purdy missed time. Lamar Jackson missed time. I mean, the list goes on and on. Joe Burrow is missing time.
Jaden Daniels.
Jackson Dart's missing time. Yeah. I mean, when it comes down to it, what they ended up doing is a lot of these places, let me get a 40-plus-year-old quarterback that's a pocket passer to replace the mobile quarterback. Like, Goff has barely ever missed games for us. He's always available, and he's on time when he has time. So it makes more sense to me, longevity-wise, for us to look at it and go, okay, let's restructure his contract. Let's see how he plays out the next few years. If things go well, then we might have a guy that could be here for another 4 on top of that, and maybe get a guy in the draft that can sit behind him for a little bit.
Yes.
Right? We can pick our poison. And other thing...
Paul, I just want to say this because you're making a lot of good points. It's your O-line fell apart this year. The run game regressed. That kills play action. You're dead. You have a very specific way you have to play. And look, I don't know if Drew Petzing's going to work, but what I laugh at is people who didn't know the guy existed 20 minutes ago having Stephen A. Smith takes about it. I gave him, he had a top 10 run game in Arizona in 23 and 24. He had, first of all, he's got heavy Ben Johnson influence, coached with him. Guy was in his damn wedding. He's coached with Stefanski. He's coached with O'Connell. I'm willing to give it a chance.
100% agree. And, the biggest takeaway I had from the weekend is I think the Lions, over the past couple of years really felt like they needed to shore up their secondary because, 2-3 years ago, our secondary was a big problem. And not that it's changed, but I think they looked at it this year like, okay, we got 2 Pro Bowl safeties. We're going to bring in DJ Reed, Terrion Arnold should develop. I think they were looking at it like we're going to be able to get coverage sacks because Aiden's got such a motor on him. And in all honesty, that's backwards. They should have been looking at it like you also have Kirby Joseph, who is known to get picks and be in the right place at the right time and all those types of things. Let's get after the quarterback and let's let our safeties and our secondary all of a sudden start to get some of those turnovers. And that's what we saw this weekend. We saw pressure forcing turnovers on an epic scale. Josh Allen getting tons of pressure, having to scramble around, throwing picks, inaccurate passing. Yeah, Stafford throwing picks. Look, C.J. Stroud should have been pulled after the first half.
Yeah, and again, look, it can come in different forms, and I'm not saying you got to take a San Francisco point of view or a Texans point of view the whole time, where they have some of the lowest blitz rates in the league. But, Paul, the more you can rush 4 and drop 7 and be effective, impactful, disruptive, and fast, that greatly increases your Super Bowl odds. I've seen it in person with my own team twice when we have defeated far superior teams. Brad and Dan have got to they have got to have a come to Jesus this offseason. Prioritize the D-line. Stop saying, well, we have Aiden, da-da-da-da-da. I'm sick of it. Sick of it. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, how you doing, pal?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Corbett. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I really appreciate all the information on Petzing. Like you said, I had no idea who he was. I kind of had a question, though, in regards to the process of it. So we went with Petzing. Are organizations like the Lions, do they understand, like, like for Mike McDaniels as an example, like, okay, maybe they've gotten wind from an agent or from another organization that, hey, he's going over here. He's not coming to us. So we got to cover our ass.
1,000%. Yes.
Is that one of the things? Okay. And then I got a TV show question for you.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
I have not watched The Wire, Billions,
Oh my God.
and Ray Donovan.
Oh, dear.
Of those three, where should I start?
Wire. The Wire to me is
Definitely
a top
The Wire.
5 television show in the history of television. I think The Wire is absolutely fantastic. And I know, it's a little long in the tooth. You're going to see things like beepers and go, nobody carries those. You'll have to forgive it for that. But the acting, the plot, the character development, fabulous. The Wire's all time to me. All time good.
Okay. Wire it is. I'll give you a call back for an update.
Call back, and if it's terrible, I'll own it. But I'm telling you, Matt, legendary stuff. It's fabulous. 248-539-9797. Get more of your phone calls in a moment. Corbin, ticket text quickly, please.
Apologies, my computer spazzing out.
I'll
there
go
we
to
go.
the phone.
No, we good.
All
We
right,
good. We good. Apologies there. So this is obviously about the Petsing hiring. This team is wholly unserious about getting better. Brad's time in Detroit is ticking. We wanted Petsing out of Arizona a couple of years ago. Ryan in Arizona.
Okay. But you're only viewing it from an Arizona perspective. And we all know the shortcomings you've had. That's why you have a regime change. We all know you hate your quarterback. Then they had massive injuries this year. So here's what I'll say to you. Okay. Who is the hire then that you'd be excited about? You can't just bitch about it without having an answer to it. Go ahead.
Another one in relation to the baseball segment that we had. I'm absolutely ready to sit out of a season of my favorite sport to watch/follow in order to restore a competitive balance in baseball like you see in every other sport. Rick in awful Nashville.
I mean, I'll give you an example. Why should I take the AL Central seriously when 3 of the bottom 6 payrolls in the sport are here? It is a joke. It's a farce. And I can't help but downgrade the Tigers' success because they're doing it in a homeless shelter. And by the way, you didn't even win the damn thing last year.
One more here. A little positive about the Petsing hiring. He made Trey McBride look otherworldly. I'm excited to see how he makes Laporta look this year. Guy in a car.
Yes, agree. Look, I'm willing to give it a chance, guys, because I can't feign rage because you hired this guy. And I'm trying to offer some stuff that he does. He's heavy play action, heavy run game, 2 tight ends. That's Jared Goff. It's getting back to your roots. And it's an admission by this organization. They underestimated what the loss of Ben Johnson was going to mean. So let me take care of some business, will you please? We'll get back to your ticket texts. We'll get back to your calls. Just sit tight. We got a lot to do. Appreciate it. It's been great feedback from you guys today. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. How did they do it? Certified service, Brees. No games, no nonsense, and great pricing. Right now, you can get a 26 Trax LT, $299 a month, $999 down. GM employees and immediate family members, 26 Equinox LT, $299 a month, $999 down. MoranExpress.com, all certified service. Get the free loaner. It's on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Lions are hiring former Arizona Cardinals offensive coordinator Drew Petzing as their next OC. Cardinals beat writer Darren Orban told me he thinks it's a good fit. The Dolphins announced they've interviewed Lions defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard for their head coaching gig. Meanwhile, Bills coach Sean McDermott has been let go after 9 seasons. Cade Cunningham has been named the first Detroit NBA All-Star starter since Allen Iverson got the nod in 2009. He's joined by Giannis, Jaylen Brown, Jalen Brunson, and Tyrese Maxey in the East. It'll be Cade's second All-Star appearance, but first as a starter. The game coming up February 15th at the Intuit Dome in L.A. Detroit set to take on the Celtics tonight at LCA as well. It's the final game of a quadruple header on NBC and Peacock at 8. Ron Holland is questionable to play with an illness. The latest AP College basketball poll has Michigan up a spot to number 3, MSU up a few spots to number 10 as well. Tonight, the College Football National Championship kicks off at 7:30. Indiana and Miami there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Good to have everybody with us. 5 o'clock. Everybody with the day off. It's me, and Corbin was kind enough to work, and we're having a good time with it. And here's the 2 big topics, maybe 3 if you count the baseball thing. And I'll run it down for you. We got a couple open phone lines for the first time today. It's been a very, very busy day on the phones. Your takeaway from divisional weekend as it would pertain to your Lions. Doug got sideswiped by anti-golf callers today. That the takeaway was, well, you have to have a mobile QB to win. I was kind of shocked because watching the game, Jared Goff never really crossed my mind. It was all about 3 of the top 4 scoring defenses are about to play for a Super Bowl. And what is your front 4? This is where I think you've been duped. You've been lied to. Oh, well, the Lions have a lot of sacks. What's your time to pressure? How many of those sacks come from a base 4 rush? You were dreadful in those categories. And you know what happens? And I know what Dennis Allen did in 0-degree weather in the snow and the wind against a team from L.A. It's not sustainable to be bringing safeties and corners and backers every play. You want to be more like the Texans. Very little blitzing, very few stack boxes. Those are both statistical truths. And a front 4 that murders people. Show me a big game where Aiden has ever given you what Will Anderson gave you there. So that's my point, my takeaway. What the Broncos do to people. That's the takeaway. You need to invest in that front 4 in a big way. I never talked about the quarterback. It didn't cross my mind. Sure, would it be electric to have the limitless potential of a Caleb or Drake May? Sure. You also got to go 2-15 to get that guy. What are we talking about? You have your guy. You need to get that O-line where it needs to be. Now, that brings us to question number 2. What do you make of the Drew Petzing hire? If you talk to a Cardinal fan, they're basically going to tell you he is the devil. But let's zoom out for a minute. Would any of you take Kyler Murray as your quarterback? No way. You've mocked him for 5 years. And by the way, the quarterback in Arizona this year was primarily Jacoby Brissett. James Conner, dead. Marvin Harrison stinks. That O-line stinks. So why don't we look at 2023 and 24 for Drew Petzing in Arizona? Number 4 run game and number 7 run game. Want more? He's tight with Ben Johnson. He's coached with Ben Johnson. He was in Ben Johnson's wedding. But they coached together dating all the way back to Boston College. They have a deep friendship. And they have very similar ideas on offense. Loves to use 2 tight ends. Heavy emphasis on the run game and play action. Is Kyler Murray a good play action quarterback? No. Jared Goff is. So while I can't guarantee it works, I do admittedly smirk at people just firebombing it from the jump. Like you would. Drew Petzing could have shown up to your house and delivered you a pizza. You didn't know who he was 30 minutes ago. I'm not going to offer you a hot take. I get what they're doing. If you don't think Goff played a role in it, you're crazy. And they're admitting we underestimated the loss of Ben Johnson. And we need to get back to that. What's the best way to do it? A guy with pedigree. He's coached under Kevin Stefanski, under Kevin O'Connell. A guy who's coached with Ben Johnson and has similar ideas. And maybe, just maybe, situationally, he got undone with a god-awful franchise. Now, look, would I take Petzing over Mike McDaniel? No, of course not. But Mike McDaniel seemingly is unattainable. The coaching carousel is spun out of control, and he's got better opportunities. There's some whispers he's being promised the Buccaneers head coaching job if he comes and takes the OC job for this year. Where did he coach last year? Florida. Zero tax state, really nice weather, great lifestyle. Maybe he doesn't want to leave. The point I'm making is I can't make fun of the Lions. And if it was McDaniel or bust for you, hey, you better get over it. So I'm willing to give it a chance. But let me say this. It's another thing we brought up. In the NFL, you rarely get to hire 2 offensive coordinators, much less 3. Dan Campbell hired Anthony Lynn and whacked him and took over play calling. He hired John Morton and whacked him and took over play calling. If this doesn't work, it's going to be Dan Campbell's ass in the jackpot and his Applebee's menu. You don't get to keep hiring duds. So I understand this town, everyone's big into hero worship, and I like Dan Campbell. But how do you get to be the CEO of a franchise if all you hire are bad employees? The answer is you don't. Dan's job security is on the line here. This doesn't work. This team underachieves. I don't give a damn what Sheila or anybody with that team thinks. It's about you guys, the fans, and it's about us. We have a discourse here. To me, Dan would be on the hot seat if this doesn't work because he is the CEO. Other coaches who are the actual OC and play caller, their ass is on the line every week. They're the ones calling the plays, designing the install, the O'Connells, the Stefanskis, the Shanahans, the Reeds. That's not Dan Campbell. Dan is a CEO. He took over play calling when he needed to, and he's not that great at it. So if you're going to be the CEO, you got to hire the right people. You can't keep going and hiring bad OCs. The last topic, and I'll keep it brief. I'm not mad at the Los Angeles Dodgers. I'd be doing the same thing if I were them. But at the same time, this also can be true. They have broken the sport, and they're killing my interest in it. As a Yankee fan, it has nothing to do with my team. I work in Detroit. I got to watch this farcical AL Central where each team is basically quit trying. The Tigers are dead middle in payroll. The Royals are about 19th. The other 3 teams, they're in the bottom 6 in the league. What teams really made an effort this offseason in the AL Central to get better? I'll hang up and listen. Why is that relevant to the Dodgers? Because there's no incentive to really get better. There's no incentive to spend a bunch of money. The Dodgers' tax bill is bigger than about 10 payrolls. And when you look at what the sport is, if you're not Toronto, the 2 New York teams, you want to throw in Philly and the Dodgers, you're playing a different game financially. So here's what I said. I'm willing to lose baseball for all of 2027. I need a salary floor and a salary cap. That means the owners are going to go to war against the players, but against themselves. It's going to get ugly. But I also need realignment. Because when you guys wonder why I don't respect the Detroit Tigers, it's because this division is a laugh factory. It's not even real. Like the Guardians have the 2nd lowest payroll in baseball. That's a disgrace. They're spitting on J-Ram. They're not trying. Minnesota's not trying. The White Sox are not trying. And I love what the Tigers do is they kind of try. But we're still sitting here wondering, will Skubal pitch for this team this year if they lose their arbitration? Come on, man. That's not, really? So, I would need realignment. I would need a floor and a cap, realignment to where you have teams that spend in every division, and teams either get with the program or they get buried. But I'm willing to see baseball disappear because it's a joke. And it used to be, hey, if you can get into that top 10, top 12 payrolls, you know what? You got a shot. You got no shot. Because now it's not even about where you rank. The Tigers' payroll sitting at 150, 155, somewhere in that range. The Dodgers are spending almost 3x. 3x. Imagine taking a football field where the Lions spend their amount of money at $200 million and there's a team who spent $600 million opposite you. Would you ever win that game? Hell no. But that's every day in baseball, and I'm bored of it. I'm tired of it. And I think about 20 of these teams have decided we're not bothering. You got to have a better revenue share. Look, the Dodgers are brilliant. They own their stadium. They own all the parking. They have the best TV deal in the sport. Nobody spends more on player development. Nobody's more aggressive. The deferred money, all of it. It's brilliance. I'm not mad at the Dodgers, but factually, they've broken the sport. So all three of those are at play for you, and we'll get to your phone calls next. 248-539-9797. Full rack of calls to get to. Stop ignoring the cold. I mean, God help you if your furnace goes out now. I mean, man, you're in some deep duty. You need Mastercraft. Heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical. Right now, $79, $30 off the regular to get that quick checkup on the furnace. Guys, again, the forecast ain't getting any better. Make sure it's right. Mastercraft, they do plumbing, electrical, heaters, generators, you name it, and all at discounted prices. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Straight to the people. Mitch is in Ann Arbor. He's been very patient. Mitch, sorry it took so long. Welcome. What's going on, buddy?
No worries, fellas. Happy Monday and happy MOK Day, my good fellows.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
All right. So I know everyone's talking about, there are some narratives out there that are saying that, this is like on Dan Campbell's shoulders, this decision, and it's kind of a long shot, but I wouldn't even put it on Dan Campbell. I would more so put this on another Brad Holmes project decision. He's always throwing these Hail Marys, these reaches to get these, sneaky little gems because he's the smartest man in the room all the time. And I'm not to say he's a bad hire or anything, but it kind of seems like more of a last chance for Brad Holmes than it is Dan Campbell. I think Dan Campbell's far more of a glue guy of this whole new identity of the Lions, and more so, Brad Holmes.
All right, but understand what I'm saying is pretty factual. You can't keep hiring bad coordinators and get away with it. It's just that's not how the league works. So all I was saying is, at the point if this didn't work, we'd have to call him into question a little bit, Mitch. I mean, that's only fair.
Oh, for sure. No, I don't doubt it. I mean, there's a lot of things you can question with this decision making and things that have happened in this time here, but I'm still think this whole Brad Holmes thing is the root of the problem if there's anything to identify, Think what this last year could have been if we'd have just fixed those two gaping holes in the offensive line. That alone, I mean, we could have overpowered those shortcomings on the defense with a solid offensive line. We'd see a lot more Monty and all this other stuff.
No, this is pivotal. It's a pivotal offseason for Brad Holmes. And he either comes out swinging and we reopen this window and we look at this and go, okay, we're going to war in the NFC North. Or, maybe he was a guy who just got hot his first year or two and built up some false equity. We're going to watch the soap opera live together.
Oh, yeah, you got to consider it. I think it's very high probability, but, I hear you loud and clear. It's interesting, man.
No, it is. It is, for sure. No, Mitch, that's the thing is with some of the strife or some of the negativity, it makes it more interesting. I mean, look, the 15-2, people weren't even living in reality. They thought they were going to beat everybody by 50. Right. Here, it's like, no, we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to get to. And it's on them. Their ass is in the jackpot. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. How's it going, buddy?
Good, pal. What's the good word?
Well, happy belated Harbaugh Day. You weren't here when it happened.
I know. I did text David my official family statement on Jim Harbaugh. I said from the Valentes, me and Big G, we like the Harbaugh hire more than Sharon likes Strange.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well,
we loved the hire.
Yeah. So, I'm a Mets fan living in Michigan, also watching the Tigers. So yes. I get the best of both worlds. And collectively, I see one owner spend, one owner not. And at the end of the day, they both suck and lose. So whatever. I call Boomer and Giannotti about this all the time. And we are all in agreement. We need a floor more than a cap. But like you said, you can't have one without the other.
Correct.
I can't stand these teams that cry poverty, whether it's Bob Nutting, who has like the greatest stadium in baseball out there in Pittsburgh, and all these teams at the very bottom. To me, what they do is they live and they leech off the luxury tax of the teams like your Yankees, Corbin's Dodgers, my Mets. They just live off that, and they're perfectly fine with having a few teams here and there sell a bobblehead night, and that's enough money in their pockets. It pisses me off.
There's no incentive.
Exactly, and I do not. It's my favorite sport. I do not want a year without baseball, but I don't know another way to fix it. And when you talk about realignment, what you need to do, and this isn't a shot at the Tigers because I'm a Tigers fan too, along with the Mets. I don't know if you can have a person own two teams in two different sports because at the end of the day, you're not putting all your eggs in one basket like you should. I mean, that's a topic for another day, but you got to be fully invested. But at the end, you look at it.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, listen, I mean, there's no while I'm not angry that they're not going to pay Skubal $400 million, it is also ridiculous to read reports, not from the bad people at 97.1, but from baseball writers, that if they lose this arbitration, they may trade him or it'll impact their ability to sign another pitcher. Then what are we doing? I mean, come on.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you know what you're going to do with the arbitration situation. You've seen what happened with David Price, and that was years ago. You talk about inflation and all that. I don't know what you expect. And then, you change the amount you give them, the 19.5 to 19. It's a soap opera that you don't want to be involved in, and it's more than just Scott Boras. It starts with the ownership.
No, what bums me out is they don't have. Seemingly, they just don't have an appetite to trade him. And I think the only sensible conclusion, because I'm sorry, I do not view them as a World Series team. Oh, we were a game away from what? Getting smoked by the Blue Jays? Like, just please.
Right.
Like, they're not a World Series team. So then the only conclusion I have is, well, we'll keep Skubal. And as you said, it's daiquiri season, y'all. Like, what are we doing?
You're right. And it sucks. And I hope we get to see some good baseball this year, because it might be the last year we see it
might
for
be
a little bit.
And I'm willing, Chris. I am. And it's not, believe me, I'm not mad at the Dodgers. I'm very unique in that regard. And it's more. My
team spins, your team spins. We want to be the Dodgers. We wish we could do that stuff.
And it's just simple. In a 30-team league, about 22 of these teams aren't trying. I mean, go look at Bill DeWitt with the Cardinals. What a disgrace. Guy's got a bottom 10 payroll in St. Louis, a baseball crazy city. Here's another good one. The Guardians' payroll this year is like $78 million. That's like the same payroll they had in 2003. It's a disgrace. The sport is a disgrace.
I have a question about the potential of a lockout and whatnot. Do you think that when it comes to the owners and obviously more higher ups in the MLB, it would be detrimental if the next lockout, which a lot of people think will be very nasty, after what happened in 94 and 95, they cannot afford to lose another season, especially after with the increase in ratings, the increase in people going to ballparks, especially during the summer. Like, they are in such a fragile state where I feel like the players have all the leverage in the world. And that's why I don't know what the compromise would be. That's why I said earlier, maybe they just start with the floor, but I agree with you.
I have bad news for you.
Wait on.
As Thanos said, it is inevitable. There is no other way. The forecast is death. There's no other way that they are ever going to get true, impactful financial controls without blood. There's just you're right with everything you're saying, and I'm right with everything I'm saying.
I look at it like this, though, because back in, it was 2021 or 2022, whatever the last lockout was in recent memory, a lot of people thought that was going to go, lengthier as well. We were going to, bleed into the season, and we didn't. And that was pretty nasty as well. Now, I know this is kind of different. Obviously, ever since then, Dodgers have acquired Shohei Ohtani, Roki Sasaki. I mean, I can go on and on about it. But I just feel like there will be a lockout, but I just don't think it's going to be as nasty because the MLB knows that they would kill the sport if it happens.
Well, I think you're on crack. But, I guess we'll find out. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's good?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. What's on your mind, buddy?
So my takeaways from this weekend, I was watching. I'm like, the Lions need a D-line. I'm sorry. I know Dan Campbell loves telling us how we're good, but we're not. Aiden isn't Jesus, and minty fresh Bob Muhammad ain't going to do it.
I am largely with you. I have said this, and I know Rico kind of gives me a raised eyebrow, but I think they need to make an investment on a game-wrecking D tackle. I look, if Aleem is not going to be Aleem anymore, I'm going to trade him, save $24 million, and keep it moving. I think they have to invest in that D line. It's just not good enough.
It's not.
All right, appreciate it, man. 248-539-9797. We will get to, I believe Rob is next, 97.1. Rob, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, all right. Hey, Mike, long time listener, first time caller.
Welcome.
Like, as a Yankee fan, I kind of like what the Dodgers doing.
Same.
But I just wondered, what do you think what's worse, when the Yankees are doing or what the Dodgers are doing right now?
No, listen, let me say this. I can respect what the Dodgers are doing, but as a baseball fan, not a Yankee fan, as a baseball fan, it is destroying the sport. So I'm putting the sport ahead of my own personal, way of doing things. It's easy when you root for a team like the Dodgers, the Jays, the Mets, the Yankees to say, F these poverty teams, to hell with them.
look, it's destroying competitive balance.